gospel to that faith with which it is impossible to please him, the church still has the obligation and also the sacred right to evangelize all men. So that explains the attempts to proselytize, I guess.
Because without that, you would assume it's better not to proselytize.
Yeah, or at least it's not necessary. Whereas it literally says that without that faith, it's possible to please God. So yeah, if you have that knowledge, I guess you would want to share it with others. Which is very different from the Jewish position. Judaism does not.
Well, that one is very similar, except for the proselytize part. But
the Jews do not claim exclusivity to salvation.
No, but that message, that one that you just read, if someone does not know the message through no fault of their own and they try to do good, then they won't be saved.
Oh, right. But what they don't claim is that it's through a communion with Judaism or the Jewish faith or God. Like they openly acknowledge that there can be a path for others out to the world.
The entire model is totally different. It's a personal relationship. Even if you are in communion, it depends on your personal relationship. The works, like seen by your works, is the point of it also. This idea.
Yeah, by your faith, though. Seen by the works by your faith.
Judaism won't argue with that. If you're just doing the motions and not having any meaning behind it, now you can't judge because you don't know their thoughts behind it. But God will judge them, and that'll have very little to no benefit.
Well, that's what
we're saying. Christ will redeem them, and then they will be judged.
Yeah, the debate isn't like whether or not the thoughts are the most important. Both sides agree that the thoughts are important. The question is whether or not, if the thoughts are important, do the actions matter not at all then?
So, and the crux of that dispute is to get both a personal relationship or part of a communion. So if it's a personal relationship, then yes, actions get you to have better thoughts. That's like today's psychology, very proven.
Yeah, but there's a division amongst Christians, right, where some say that works, I don't know how they phrase it, but that, you're not saved through works, and others think that there's some sort of...
Judaism doesn't really argue with that. Judaism just says that works get you to a better
No, I didn't say Jews, I'm saying amongst Christians.
Yeah, but all Christians agree that there's some type of transfer, which just doesn't fit into the Jewish model at all, to make any sense at all, Jewish model. You can't transfer the crucifixion and resurrection. It's like a transfer of your punishment. It doesn't make any sense in the Jewish model. It doesn't work. It doesn't even have stuff.
So are you trying to suggest that Judaism got it right?
And I did not want to just say. I mean, if that's your question, obviously.
No. You're out. I think what's going on here is that after the 1500 years, they're going to turn. The Protestants turn around. Well, now you are the Catholic Church. You're the Pharisee now. You're making us do these works, these sort of sacraments to then be saved, right? And then this is where kind of like now the Catholic Church is. Now the Protestants are, doing what this was doing with the Pharisees, calling us the Pharisees.
Yeah.
Now it's works-based. Now it's works-based, right?
But that's happening now, right? You've got a lot of Protestants that denounce the church.
That's what I'm trying to tell you, that that's the way they're looking at it.
Yeah. No, I think rooms in Clubhouse where Protestants thoroughly denounce and trash the Catholic Church, with it.
Yeah, we're saying to them, we're saying, all right, well, we venerate this, okay. We're taking communion every time we go to church. We venerate Mary.
Well, they don't accept.
We have relics. We have relics in the churches.
Yeah.
we're holding to these small, minute things that they're holding to us to be like something so. And this is all biblical. Like I can give you the verses.
Oh yeah.
Venerating the saints.
I can tell you the three things I hear from Protestants the most when they object to Catholicism. You can
We're open to it, though. We're open to the objection, and Christianity itself is designed to have a lane for atheism. You know, we're open to the ideas, the secular view, which I think is from the very start of being in Jerusalem. Like,
Are you open to constructive criticism?
we're open to really ugly bloodbaths. Well said. They come and they just desecrate Christ.
I mean, your Christian Protestant brothers have some notes.
They do.
And it's 100% constructive, right? Under your model, they're 100% trying to help and proselytize, like, constructive criticism, right? You don't have to just say they're all atheists that are non-believers rejecting all your teachings. That'd be insane.
Yeah. We would use them as research and development.
I can tell you the three things the Protestants object to the most. One, transubstantiation. Two, the Immaculate Conception. And three, the infallibility of the Pope.
While in his seat.
No, I understand that. I'm just giving it
Yeah. So there's a council of people behind it, like, you know, that voted for him to be there.
No, I know. I know it's often misunderstood too. But I'm saying a lot of Protestants object to that. They object to transubstantiation. They don't, they don't want to believe that transformation takes place. And
let me just appeal to some embarrassment. So there was a time where this position was so hidden and so sacred that actual woman was a pope, and they found out that she was a woman. So for the time after, they designed this chair where every pope that was in, they would have a boy come in and check to see if he was a man. You know, stick his hand, and then the boy would, say, yeah, it's a man. They had this practice that went on for so long. And there's others too. There was a time where there was no pope, and they wanted one person to be the pope, and he didn't want to be the pope. And the moment he became pope, he made the rule that if a pope doesn't want to be the pope, he can leave his seat.
Yeah, you had a time with three popes, and then you had a pope that killed someone else who was saying he wanted to be pope or something. It's pretty wild.
So I accept the good with the bad. I mean, the system's probably failed.
Well, maybe Tom, do you? I don't know if you want to do this, but
They're at least reformed now.
Do you want to explain transubstantiation in case there's people that don't know what it is?
It's just to read, just read John 6:51-58. That's it right there.
Right, and some Protestants
say the language is too tough. If the language is tough, then you should just walk away from Christ.
Right, and what some Protestants say is that that's all symbolic. They're not real.
A literary device.
That's what some Protestants maintain.
Right.
Catholic would reject that.
For their metaphysical, theological, rational reasons.
Yeah, they claim that the bread and wine become the body.
Right, the Catholics are big on that one. They don't want you to say that it's just bread and wine.
Because then now, you're taking away his real. So, in other words, then before you know it, we're just going to go right back to the heresy of Docetism. Just Docetism.
The concern is that it's just a meal.
The Protestants started doing it once a week, Now they do it once a month. Now they do it twice a year. Now they only do it in Christmas and Easter. It's just becoming. It just becomes.
They're not a fan of your ritual.
Of the ritual.
Yeah,
I would say
meaning
it's
similar
tradition.
to how.
1500 years, it's tradition.
Okay, so is Judaism similar to how if a Jew came to you with sidewalks and tzitzis, you would ask him to cut them both off? The Protestant feels uncomfortable with the rituals of your church.
But that part would just be trying to identify what it would be to be a Christian. That's all that's it.
I mean, it is a ritual, and you're like criticizing them for being lax in their performance of works in your
the work to
pre-designed
be a
ritual.
Jew is way more difficult than it is to be a Christian. It's easier to be a Christian than it is.
That's fine. I'm simply highlighting that within Christian ideology, a rejection of ritual as a mindset, specifically because salvation comes through, the heart and alternative means. How could you expect a Christian of a different era to always accept the rituals of Catholicism? I'm not shocked at all that there are Christians that object to the ritual of Catholics.
Yeah, but I think the Catholics are saying it's more than just a rejection of the ritual. They're saying that there is some mystery where there's a miracle performed.
There's something special happens. The Protestants object.
And they're saying the Protestants are rejecting the reality of that miracle.
The whole point of me saying the things with the tassels was I didn't want to identify a heresy. I wanted to identify a Christian and what it.
It's perfectly fine. And all I'm highlighting is that the discomfort of the rituals of a different culture are the same objections that the Protestants are lodging against the Catholics when it comes to communion. Aside from the metaphysical arguments about transubstantiation and what God does and does not do.
Well, I'm not expecting you to. Well, if you want to read the New Testament, I guess you could just read all the rabbinical writings about the Messiah. I mean, they have.
I don't want to read the New Testament. The Protestants. I'm simply highlighting that the Protestants come out with a different conclusion from the church.
All the conclusions of the prophecy of the Messiah are basically almost the writing style. The idea is all Pauline and New Testament.
Let me sort of put it this way:
language.
Is it plausible? Is it plausible for Jesus to have started a church and died in the amazing sin? Right, the works are written, and then that is the production. Every Christian later that attaches to that takes or leaves whether the Catholic's interpretation is the correct Christian interpretation. Right? There's still individuals choosing whether to go to the Eastern Orthodox or the Catholics. Or the Protestants or the Anglicans, right? Each individual Christian is still interpreting the lessons. They're just arguing that the Catholics are wrong and they're growing in number, that they disagree.
Correct. The Catholic Church is door open. Anybody could come and do communion. I'm not like the Eastern Orthodox. They would notice that they would ask you, and then if you are a Catholic, you can't receive it at the church, at the Catholic Church.
I thought the church makes you be a city.
I mean, if you really
You have to confess first.
Yeah, but if you walk in, Eastern Orthodox a little different when it comes to.
Yeah, so I have to tell you that the Jewish understanding of Messiah doesn't fit at all in the New Testament writing. Like it's so hard. The term
I understand what they say, but with their
the writings don't match up at all. I've read both. It doesn't get anything close.
What I'll do is I'll post the book for you. I'll put it in the chat. And you tell me if this is any understanding of them, these writers reading the New Testament.
Well, I might be able to read an entire book right now. I could take it down.
So, Mayor, I didn't quite understand your position. What are you saying doesn't match up with what?
The understanding of what Messiah is and what Messiah does. Even the term Messiah is wrong to be used. The term Mashiach means the anointed one, and that term didn't come into place until after the destruction of the temple, because the next anointed king will be the final king.
So you're saying So if I understand you, you're saying the understanding of Messiah is different from Jews to Christians?
Totally off that you can't even.
I think you're wrong. I think you're wrong about that.
Okay. I'm saying if you can't even read the two side by side without knowing you read.
So but that's what a lot of Christians actually have been doing, because Jesus was Jewish and so was Paul and so was many of the disciples.
The fact that they were Jewish doesn't change.
They were the ones who wrote these things too.
Yeah, but the fact that
look
they were
at the
Jewish
time.
Well, the fact that they were Jewish doesn't change anything I'm saying. They were Jewish, but their concept was not Jewish. That's why they were rejected by Jews, because they didn't fit into the model at all. Not only that, the words being used are so...
Mayor, I'm not sure that that's true.
Who decided that? You can look at history.
Well, I think it's true for Paul, but I don't know that it's true for Jesus.
Completely true for Jesus.
How do you mean?
What the Messiah is does not fit into the concept at all. Now, you listen, if you want to take the Christian view and go into Old Testament writing and say that this is what it meant, that's what it meant, you can go line by line and talk about it. If you want to argue, but conceptually, it's completely foreign. The Christian idea is that there's some entity called Messiah that's going to come and do stuff. The Jewish idea is God's going to save the people himself and anoint a new king, and he will be the anointed one.
Yeah.
And that term anointed one only came into term after the destruction of the temple, and the next anointed king will be the final king.
Yeah.
And that's the idea. That morphed into the term Messiah. Even the term Messiah
Sounds like Christianity had something to do with that.
had something to do with...
No, the Jews had an idea of Messiah before Christianity.
To do with what?
Well, your whole idea. They would have to stamp their approval, because before that, there probably wasn't a complete canon. But now, since Christianity has on the rise, and they're using the same text to come to this conclusion, the rabbinical Jews are identifying heresy.
Well, probable is doing a lot of work there. And there was a
No. We have the evidence. There's evidence of this. What
you have evidence of is that Christians said something, Jews rejected it, Constantine took it, and now you're claiming that the Jews...
That's not Constantine. You probably don't understand what I'm saying. That's probably why. Can't believe you mentioned Constantine. That came much later.
Exactly. And that's what... And Christianity didn't take off until then.
No.
Even according to your story, let's go through your story. Who in Judea rejected Jesus as being the Messiah?
Who was it?
It's a great question. Maybe it was
You
just a
mentioned it
small
on
movement.
podcast.
It was just possibly a small movement of people.
A small movement? There was like a crowd that didn't like him?
There
There
was no rabbi? No one with a name? Like, what about Josephus?
I just want to discount him as much as possible. I just call him this criminal that was espousing blasphemy and was put to death. We don't even have to go into what his movement was. We could just say this guy that people wanted dead. Why did they want to get rid of him? I'm not being dishonest. I'm reducing him. If you want me to,
Who wanted him dead? Give us a name.
and deify
Who
him,
tried to kill him? Who issued a
I do
verdict?
that with pleasure.
So you said in this conversation multiple times the Pharisees, right? So you agree that the Pharisees did not accept Jesus' teaching?
I said he was refuting the claims of their traditions. Yes.
Okay. And the Pharisees rejected it. Now let's analyze what Pharisees are. First of all, the term Pharisees comes from the Hebrew word pirushim. They were the ones explaining the text as opposed to interpreters,
Translators, commentators.
as opposed to the Sadducees that were taking the text at face value.
Text only. Quranists, you could tell them.
Well, Sadducees.
Josephus said that the Pharisees were the most...
Literalists. There you go.
The vast majority of the state were Pharisees. The Pharisees were the ones following the learned class, the rabbinic class, and they wholesale rejected it. That's your story. Then that continued until Paul started selling to Gentiles. It did not take off from Judea amongst the Pharisees. It took off a little bit amongst criminals and more amongst the Sadducees, which was the elite class who studied in Rome. They were Roman. They were Jews, but they subscribed to the Roman idea.
They were secular. At first they were Hellenized, and then they were Romanized. They just wanted to interact. They were cosmopolitan city dwellers.
And up until Constantine and became a global religion, it was not accepted by Jews for generations. I'm not saying anything outside of your story. This is your story, exactly.
Yeah, you're claiming the Jews were not interested, but you're also claiming the Jews consigned to death, and I'm not sure who you're naming there.
And then when I'm showing you that the ideologies don't line up, like, no, really, not just Pilate.
Pontius Pilate isn't Jewish. You're saying the Romans killed the kid.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying I thought it was Pontius Pilate.
No, but they absolve Pontius Pilate. They say his hands are clean. They say they accepted his forgiveness. It's the crowd that they condemn.
Well, I don't understand that. Why is Pontius Pilate forgiven?
Great
question about Pontius Pilate. My point is, you can't say the crowds were the evil ones, and Jews really fit the doctrine, but the Pharisees, which was the majority of the nation, and the rabbinic class, all the studied ones, really understood that Jesus was a Jew. Like, you have to pick one.
So, which of the Jews accepted him?
The ones who wrote him.
Basically, Christian.
You're talking about like a small movement. You're talking about a movement. You're talking about a movement of people that was like a small cult, maybe like a dozen, maybe 20, that Josephus like barely deigned to comment on. You're not talking about the big movements of the Jews. You're not talking about the Zealots. You're not talking about the Pharisees. You're not talking about the Sadducees. You're not talking about the Essenes. You're talking about a small cult that Josephus leaves one line to say, and there was a cult of this kid that thought he was a Messiah.
Yeah, so I don't even know why they brought him up. Why did you write it into history?
I'm saying Judaism treats him as almost irrelevant.
He's almost irrelevant.
So who accepted him? Listen, I'm saying in Jewish people, from Josephus's prediction, from his characterization.
One was on the cross.
Barth.
We don't know.
Barth.
We don't know.
Many people were crucified, Barth. He wasn't the only kid crucified, Barth. Just slow down.
Which one is it? Why you
My question is, if Jesus was either condemned or accepted, how does that explain Josephus treating him literally as a footnote?
Megatron, the point is he's not even in. He's written in by Christian writings, and Jews only respond to it when challenged by Christians. It's not
a Christian. There was no Christian then.
Whatever you want to call them, it's only written by
the followers of the kid calling himself Christ.
They were considered to that.
You don't find any. It's not like he was written about.
Sounds like they were Jewish to me. I don't know.
Josephus is the only guy that writes about him, and it's a footnote. There was not a large Jewish response to his move. That's just a fact, dude. Zealots were relevant. Essenes, though indecipherable and mysterious, are more relevant.
The Eastern were not that relevant, and it could be Jesus had a stint with the Eastern, but they weren't. They were pretty small. They built themselves out with that hopefully future.
He's not even irrelevant. I don't even know why they still bring him up. I'm just trying to figure it out. The Jews, he hasn't done anything for it.
He's a footnote.
He's just exactly.
No, and
then all of a sudden,
the Jews don't bring up Jesus.
After the destruction in the Second Temple, there has to be a conversation to be had as to what is logos.
What is what?
Logos. What does that mean?
But that conversation was had well before.
No, ask them.
That conversation was had well before destruction. Destruction now is somebody just
Jews in the synagogues that believe in Jesus, and now in the synagogues they're identifying what it is to not believe in Jesus.
That was before destruction.
Now these people stopped going to them, and they stopped going. So then they were Jews. Because Jesus is he's not.
Once again,
I don't know why you're mentioning about this small cult of people, this guy that supposedly died. They don't know his name.
1 second.
So if they keep bringing him up, then he must be important to the Jews. The Jews
keep bringing him up. Okay, so you can't
Jews. It's just these non-significant people. This is what I mean. Like, what did Jews do that made them have a conversation about it? That's the question.
Again, the conversation was barely had up until Christianity became ubiquitous, and Jews lived amongst them. This is you can rewrite this if you want, but you have to respond to what I'm saying. Right? That at the time of Jesus, just 40 years before the destruction of the temple, there was a group of people that followed him, and they were very small and very insignificant based on your own writings. That's what you claim. Then after the destruction, when the citation moves to Yahweh, and the conversation was had well before the destruction, how Judaism will look after the destruction. It was prophesied by Moses himself. It was prophesied by Jeremiah. It was told.
I'm just gonna opt out. I'm gonna opt out of this conversation. Okay.
Did you post the book?
I did. I did. Roll up.
Okay, I got it. I'm just gonna put up the iPad so I can't read this on the phone.
Check the book into the ChatGPT. I don't want you to do that. You can ask me questions.
Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, I might do that, but I would like to see references within ChatGPT to answer your question.
Oh, there are references every time someone's quoted, and it has a reference in the back of the book.
Yeah, so I'll have to play with my prompts to get ChatGPT to give it to me. That's what I got.
All right, we'll give you 15 minutes. That seems like enough time.
Yeah, it's the same. It's the same.
Oh, sorry.
It's saying the same thing. It's saying the same thing, bro. It would equal the same type of person.
Okay, by the end of
That's all I'm saying.
Same type of person as well.
question,
Yeah, in other words, we're using the same text.
so by the end of this discussion, I expect everyone to start the path to either convert to Judaism or convert to Christianity.
Yeah, I would say commit to go the Judaism route. Like,
Converting to Christianity seems kind of irrelevant. The atonement already happened. Just repent.
You can live like how Jesus lived. And that's what I love about rabbinical Judaism. It reminds us about who this person Jesus was under Torah law.
Yeah, but except it's making the economy argument.
Yeah, exactly.
Gotta admit, you gotta like Jewish food. Unless you're French or Italian, the Jews got you beat on food.
Yeah, I mean, they even misquoted Jesus, the Gentiles. What is it, Mark?
Well, to be fair, many of our ranks were enslaved to the Italians for many generations, so we're pretty good at their food, I guess.
Oh, no, I'm saying Jews food is good. I'm just saying like the
We learn from the best.
Yeah, I'm saying the Christian world outside of Italy and France might as well just be eating.
Well, because you're calling Christian food Europe, but if you go back before Mohammed conquest, you'll have Constantinople and Jerusalem. They probably had food they eat like that.
Right?
Europe is pretty bland food.
Harsh, but fair.
Yeah.
It's a cold climate. The trade wasn't as strong, and they didn't have much spice. But
I like European food. I think it gets too much flack.
No, actually, there was a time.
French.
I also like German cuisine.
Okay, that's arguable, I guess. No, there was actually a time in history where English cuisine was ahead of French cuisine. So they took, yeah, this is a long time ago, obviously, but they just took divergent paths. The French continued with food and perfume and fashion and all these wonderful stuff, and the English decided to go down the pragmatic route. Like, doesn't matter what you eat,
Oh, I conceded to the argument earlier, right, about the church saying that it needs to be saved. It needs to be through the church, right? That's what it says. Saying that's what it says, yeah. It's through the church. We're going to say that.
Through the church, but it feels like only the existence of the church. I don't actually have to really join it.
saying that there is this council of people that uphold these traditions, right? So that everybody has the right idea about Christ. We're right
Yeah.
for heresy.
No, but that is the strongest moral justification for their church. They're not saying that you need to join. You will be saved regardless because of their great merciful God. But they are members of the church because they want that message to be maintained forever. That's a justification to maintain a religion.
So I don't understand why people are so obsessed with the idea of Gentile salvation. Like if you read the book of Jonah, it already talks about Gentiles being forgiven for their sins by God.
Yes, you're right. And I do agree with this objection. I think that Christianity is inventing a problem that then has its own invented solution for, which is why it's a nice little closed circle and you can walk away and they'll still say that they're saving you.
Yeah, Judaism is quite clear, I think, on the issue that salvation is open to other people.
But for whatever reason, people want to have quote unquote Jewish salvation, but they don't actually want to like do what the Jews are doing. So they're like creating a legal fiction, a loophole to like get around the Jewish problem.
Yeah, that's like saying I want to be very strong, I don't want to exercise. The two are correlated in an essential way. You don't have the strength without the exercise.
Well, I think like
You could argue that even from a Jewish perspective, the whole concept of salvation, it doesn't get crystallized until you have Christianity and then Islam. Islam just crystallizes it further, gives you description of heaven and hell. So what does salvation even mean? Think about that. What does it mean to be saved? You believe in a paradise?
It's to join God, and it says that in the Old Testament many times. To his nation. The concept of individuals, because Judaism is individualistic, being accepted into God's realm in the afterlife is extremely prevalent well before Christianity. But it's part of the fiction, we could say that. We don't know evidence of it.
yeah, I mean, and it's very explicit about the world to come and saying that non-Jews do have a place in the world to come, so that they don't make any exclusivity claim. So it's very clear.
Actually,
But it's
one second, you'll really like this. There was a controversy based off of a printer's error in Rambam's Yad Fazaka.
yeah.
Yeah, Yochanan likes to point out where
Exactly.
it talks about that if any non-Jew were to accept the 7 laws, right, not the 613, upon themselves, because God revealed the Torah to Moses at Har Sinai, he's promised a portion in the world to come. And then he goes with a thought experiment at the end. But if the non-Jew, through his own wisdom, conclusion that he shouldn't do these 7 things and he just follows those laws, but does it because of the revelation at Sinai, the printer's error split the difference. What the Rambam actually said was, but he is among the wise of the non-Jews. Whereas the printer's error changes it to, and he is not even among the wise of the non-Jews. Very harsh change.
Yeah. Why not simplify things? Okay, so when it comes to Jewish belief, do you believe in a heaven and a hell? And according to the Old Testament, what is Sheol? Do all humans go to Sheol, or do only certain humans go there?
Okay, Jews definitely accept the heaven and the hell. The concept of hell is very different in Christianity. I don't know what Sheol is.
What's Sheol? Sheol is the
Sheol, Sheol.
Yeah, Sheol is kind of a nether realm that is referenced in the text a lot. It implies death. It doesn't imply destruction. It doesn't exactly imply punishment per se. I'd say the closest comparison is the Greek notion of the underworld, where the dead are there and kind of just like boring, almost maybe a purgatory, but it's not left fully defined, and it's been interpreted a few different ways.
Yeah, it's very vague. Exactly to my original point. Just that the later religion come along, just Christianity and Islam, crystallize this idea, solidify it.
When you say crystallize, what does that mean?
Like the Jews, so the idea
They got more
to be, listen, I'm trying
afterlife far more than the Jewish. But I would push back hard against you saying that A, there weren't existing Jewish interpretations that were contrary to that at the time, which there were, and B, I push against the notion that it should be crystallized. I think that was left kind of ambiguous and grew and developed into.
And there's a theological problem in everything you're saying. The entire Old Testament very clearly leaves things ambiguous, and how to fulfill the commandments is ambiguous. What exactly happened is ambiguous. And that was done in order to create teachings and have an oral tradition of teachings. So now you're picking on one thing and you're saying it didn't start until I started it. You have absolutely no evidence of that. And the claim of Christianity crystallized hell is a very poor argument, because the Jewish concept of hell is very different than an eternal damnation. So if it did crystallize it, it crystallized it.
But wait a minute, the guy just said your comrade just said that Jews definitely believe in heaven and hell. So then
I still maintain that Jews believe in heaven and hell. But the hell that Jews
I would ask you to elaborate what you mean by those things.
Okay.
What does it mean?
Okay, I'll elaborate. There's two phases to heaven. There's a holding place, which is enjoyable until the world to come, which is very minorly discussed in text and all. But if you look closely to our writing, that is what you would call heaven, a place where you get to enjoy the goodness and understanding of God, and you can actually, the ultimate is actually point and say, this is our God. And hell is a cleansing process for sins that were committed to people that were mostly the need to eradicate some of their sins so they could fully enjoy heaven and in the ultimate final heaven. So hell is a temporary holding place that is going to be a cleansing process for your sins. There's no eternal damnation. Exactly, it is spoken about in terms of fire, exactly what the fire means, going through the river of fire. That's not clear, nor needs to be clear, because it's spiritual.
Yeah, that's a revelation. So, that's some New Testament stuff.
Yeah, I'm not claiming that any of the Christian like afterlife ideas are unfounded or unsourced within Judaism. I'm saying they develop and grow in every era. Jews have differing ideas about the afterlife, and they develop them differently based upon each generation of Jews. I think it's a problem to publish one era's version of the afterlife. I think that breaks a bit of their notion of it.
Yeah, so Mayor, I thought it was the world to come that matches with their idea of paradise.
Well, then it could be I have no idea of paradise, but this the idea of paradise is a throne room. Maybe you could try. I'll have to think about that and probably read their idea of paradise a little better.
Makes that like though.
Their idea of purgatory matches our hell in a certain way. The eternal damnation doesn't show anywhere. Doesn't make it doesn't fit the text. Doesn't make any sense to have an eternal damnation.
And what about limbo?
Limbo is purgatory.
Eternal limbo also doesn't make sense.
No,
the Bible doesn't make sense. Unless they misunderstand purgatory, correct?
What's the difference between limbo and purgatory?
Well, purgatory is for a long time, not forever. If it's forever, it makes sense.
I think the church just recently, like within a year or 2 years,
Distinguished?
No, just the opposite. They renounced the limbo distinction.
Oh.
But prior to that, it was.
So what used to be the distinction between limbo and purgatory?
The way I understood it was purgatory was sort of a thing that was merited somehow, or lack of merit, however you want to
Yeah, I thought that I understood purgatory to be there were a whole bunch of good people that like were worthy of atonement, but before Jesus they were stuck in a holding room, and that was their purgatory. And seemingly also anyone that dies post atonement, they go to purgatory until they accept Jesus, which they can do like in the room, right?
Yeah, I think my understanding of it at least was the old idea of limbo was the idea of like babies that die before they had a chance to be baptized. So they're essentially.
Oh, interesting.
You know,
so there was a holding room. Wait. So what about people of different generations? Wouldn't they also be in limbo then? Because they weren't baptized, right?
Possibly, but there was sort of the idea of like.
Well, they collapsed the distinction anyway.
There's a difference between people that somehow by their own actions those that basically, to no fault of their own, didn't manage to get through salvation. And I think my understanding is, and it's very recent, I have to look up how recent, but it's not more than a year or two old. The church is in a position now is that those people
Are just the ones without salvation yet.
no, they can be saved, but they have, what's the term they use? They have hope or confidence that they're saved by God's grace.
Right. So meaning both of them are in the category of people who are not worthy of paradise, and within that it's people who are not worthy by their own merit, people not worthy through inaction, and then they collapse that distinction and now suggest people who are not worthy. This is their waiting room.
So the people that are not worthy still go to purgatory.
Right.
The babies that before some people believe went to limbo don't go to limbo.
Oh, so no more purgatory; they go straight to heaven.
They believe that they have hope that they are saved by God's grace.
They have. I don't know what that means. They're saying.
That's the word.
Sounds like a
In
punch.
other words, that they can't state like specifically that's the case, but they believe that
Yeah, we have the age of accountability. The age of accountability is when you confess your sins and receive the Eucharist, and then after that date, you get confirmed, and then you're an adult. But from that point on, but before that, you're under that umbrella.
yeah, that sounds right. I mean, I think it is very unfair to hold children to the same standard as a more developed mind, right?
Yeah.
Especially if we're talking about eternal damnation.
Yeah, that's why we baptize the young age and circumcised.
Yeah, but a lot of Protestants won't baptize till much older, like 8 or 12 or 13 or whatever.
Some Protestants ignore baptism altogether. They consider it also work, and you don't believe in it.
Yeah, they're divided on everything.
They're just ignorant. So they'll be saved on their ignorance. That's how we say it.
I mean, if ignorance is going to save you, you should really stop learning.
No, we just say that they're not taught the right way.
You can't be willfully ignorant. That's a contradiction.
I know. They have a specific word for it. I forget this word.
No, I mean, you can say that about Protestants, but you can't say I'm going to stop learning. Willfully ignorant.
So Megatron,
That is just being silly.
will the Protestants be brought back into the fold at some point?
Well, they are a sect of Catholicism. So, yeah, it started because it's a protest.
Right, but can they come back? Will they come back?
Well, we're just identifying. It's like a checks and balances. I mean, I think the Reformation was a good idea. I'm not against it. I think it was a good idea.
But you think it helped sharpen the ideology of the church? Is that
Yeah.
why?
Yeah. It's like another checks and balances. I agree. America started.
But now it's time for them to come back.
Well, American Protestantism is different than European Protestantism.
Well, a lot of those churches,
Right.
those prosperity churches and stuff, they're selling salvation. They're selling salvation, and that's the reason why they don't keep their members.
So they expand on that. We need a sound.
That sounds like the original Protestant objection to the Catholics.
Yeah, they want you to be saved.
You're not a big fan of the prosperity church?
No, my sister's partner in Florida. She loves it. She's singing with them all the time. She loves it.
Yeah, man, it's a show. It's a party.
I think the American Protestants are especially egregious because they were the Protestants that even the European Protestants didn't want.
Yeah, they don't like him. Well, I think the Queen of England liked Fowler, didn't she?
I don't know.
Jerry Falwell, right?
Oh,
She met with him.
Oh, Jerry Falwell.
Well, prosperity was he? Or maybe he was. I think of people like, what's his name? Joel Osteen or whatever.
Right. The jumbo jet players. Did you watch that show?
Compared to that stuff, like we had a calendar made up for like the next 5 years. It's gonna be the same exact thing every time you come in. So I think the lane for these churches to be open is there. I think it's bad.
Has anyone here seen The Righteous Gemstones?
I have not seen that, but
Oh my God, Bart, have you seen it?
But I think I may have seen something.
No.
That comes from.
Guys, you will love it so much. It's Danny McBride as like the lead with John Goodman as the patriarch of a little family running a megachurch. It's so funny. It's so good.
But you know what I was thinking of? Maybe you've seen this. I've seen YouTube of this Protestant preacher, I guess he is, and he gets criticized in some circles because he's very ostentatious with
Right.
And one of his big things is jets.
Yep.
He's and literally brags about
Jets for
it.
Jesus.
Yeah. Oh, maybe it's the same guy. Maybe he brags about it and stuff like that. It's like wild to watch him. But I guess it's common in the prosperity. A lot of them brag about their possessions, like how expensive their homes are, and how they have expensive watches and jets and all that stuff.
Well, that was part of the like social Darwinism that popped up after the Protestant Reformation and like the objections that they were just chasing wealth.
It's God's gift to them, right? If they wouldn't have it, didn't want
Yeah,
that.
so that's why they brag about it, because it actually, for them, it's a vindication of their thing. But the thing that's really, that I find really objectionable is they tell these people that they should be donating money to the church because they're going to get 10 times back. And some of them will tell them explicitly, like, even if you don't have money and you can't afford it,
Borrow against
go
it.
out. Borrow against it. Don't worry. Max out your credit cards, borrow against it, because you're going to get paid back 10 times. Just send it in.
Oof. That's some predatory lending.
It's really rough when I hear that. I was like, wow. Because you can imagine how many people are probably in desperate conditions because of that. And how is that even consistent? If having a lot of wealth is a sign of God's reward and that you're good, then why should poor people give up the little wealth that they have and borrow to give it to people that are very wealthy?
Well, you got to buy into the logic. If the guy promises you 10x return, then yeah, you borrow against it.
Oh, I see. Right. Yeah, you're going to become
It
rich.
sounds like an act of faith that you may be rich because you're successful, and I'm unsuccessful and poor, but the act of faith that can make it get rich. I would have to see exactly what they say, but that's my assumption.
It seems harmless, though.
I mean,
I'd say-
that it's a scam. It's pretty hard.
Right. It seems heartless to you because you don't believe it. If you buy into it, and probably the guys that are at the top believe it and self-deceive themselves to genuinely believe that yes, every single person that sends them $1 gets back 10. So why should they not borrow against it?
Yeah.
18%? Who cares?
Do you think they really believe it, or they're just profiting off it?
I'd say that the ones that are most successful are profiting believers, similar to politicians, right? The politicians we have truly believe their positions, but they're selected by the donors that have the positions they want. So they're true believers, but they're manufactured because someone selected these true believers to put in front of us.
I'm assuming they can showcase these success stories for people that started their business and gave things even when they were making very little money and now they're multi-millionaires. So.
I'm sure to the like heads of the charlatans, they believe themselves as proof of giving away one, getting back 10.
Except they're on the receiving end. They're not giving away their millions.
Yeah, they're on the receiving end now because they had previously given so much.
Well, if they don't give 10% of their earnings, then they're hypocrites.
I assume they don't. They're tax deferred, right? Like
Definitely.
they're tax free. That's part of the moneymaker of it.
Yeah, but if you're asking people or to borrow against money they don't have, that's not 10%, is it? That's
Yeah, no, I'll outperform that if I give them 10x return.
10%, no? Because the point is that you made $50,000 this year and you spent 49 of it. So now you're $4,000 short with your tithing. That's what I thought you were saying. You're saying something different than I did.
I don't know. All I know is that there are people that are so poor, and they tell these people just borrow, max out your credit cards, and make these donations
Because they're trying to help them.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? That's what you find so perverse. Because you're looking at the logic and going, no.
Yeah, he's crazy, but okay. I mean, it's kind of like a pyramid scheme. It's pretty good.
100%. By the way, I've been thinking that in my head, how much of a pyramid scheme it is.
It's pretty good if you get it in the beginning.
Exactly. Imagine the early donors to the church. They become the inner circle. They get like nice padded, lounges to hang out with, and they're best friends with the charlatan at the top. They're living on top of the world. It's pyramid.
Okay, can I ask you a question? The two Jews, right? And forgive me, I'm not.
Which two Jews?
Question similarly to that. I'm not looking for.
I think we got 4 on stage.
Okay, I'm going to choose first.
But I'm curious to know what the Jewish interpretation is of this, right? So, for example, I've had, I think it was even Metatron, who was arguing for a young person because based on his interpretation of the Old Testament. The reason that even came up was because I pointed out that when I read Genesis, the descriptions of the descendants of Adam, and one of the near descendants of Adam is somebody called Tubal Cain,
Right.
who is the inventor of all things made of iron and copper.
Metallurgy. Yeah.
So before anyone answers, I'm going to tell you what the one saying is: if you ask two Jews their view, you're going to get 3 opinions.
And we've got 4 in here, so we're likely to get at least 6.
But I'm interested to know what their opinion is, though. So apparently, the Christian view, it's not the, forgive me, it's not the Christian view. It's just the view of what I've had. I think it was Megatron that was arguing that the earth is 8,000 years old, or 10,000 years old. And that basically, given all of what we know scientifically, this is right?
Well, I'll cut to the chase. I'm an Orthodox Jew. I have heard rabbis explain the deepest, most sacred truths of the Jews. They've never argued with me about the age of the earth and what the scientists hypothesize. They think that's accurate.
I'll show you with the data. Do you also
In terms of the chronology, they will count the 6,000 years from the formation of Adam, which they'll say happened 6,000 years ago, and they'll say that was like maybe an animal or something that was fully created with the final 6th day of creation.
even if Adam was 6,000 years ago, according to right, what I'm getting at here is that it seems to be historical accuracy because we do very little historical days based upon our utilization of these metals. So
Okay.
we have the Bronze Age, the Iron Age, and we know that the Iron Age comes after the Bronze Age.
Correct.
But this passage is telling us that there's an individual
He was a metallurgist.
Yeah, when we look at the archaeological record, we find all kinds of stone tools. We don't find metal tools like that. So
Okay, but at some point in history, first of all, real metallurgy was more of a global event. It involved different trade routes between Egypt and the different communities. But there would have had to have been one first alchemist, I guess you'd call it from that era, playing with metals. Somebody did it. Somewhere between the rocks and the Bronze Age was some metallurgy.
no, so it seems to be I'm not even person, of course, could be wrong, but from what I understand, the consensus view of archaeology, right, is that the Bronze Age predates the iron. We utilized iron after the trend.
No. Okay, now you're misunderstanding the historical progression. For one thing, bronze involves metallurgy. Iron does not. Iron is an element. The reason the Iron Age comes after the Bronze Age is because of something called the Bronze Age collapse. There was an apocalypse. Those trade routes that I referenced, Egypt being able to trade with Assyria and get tin, all the elements they needed to pull together bronze. When certain civilizations fell, those trade routes broke down, and making bronze became impossible or impractical. You'd have to travel around the world to get the materials. That's why iron comes after bronze, because of the apocalypse.
Yeah, iron comes after bronze. But are you suggesting that there was a time in history where this knowledge was extinguished effectively, so that we had the utilization of iron, we had iron tools. This got lost and it was rediscovered later. Is that what you're thinking?
I don't posit that the knowledge of iron was like not had at the time that they were playing with metals and creating bronze. They went with iron after the Bronze Age because they couldn't make the bronze.
No, we couldn't make it. So why don't we find evidence of iron?
Looks like you're following my model of 10,000 years old.
Look, there's a very simple answer to this, and Exud is right about the collapse. The reason is because iron smelting requires higher temperatures and it requires more advanced furnace control. So until you have the Bronze Age collapse, you don't need to do all those additional things.
So this was all feeding into my original point.
Yeah, I don't think you're answering his question. So one second,
If you go back to the sentence of either old iron. So we didn't harness this ability according to what the textbooks tell us. Textbooks tell
one
us
second, let me ask you
we
your question.
didn't create iron tools prior to 1500 BC. And there's
So the Mayans,
You notice the category error, right? Euro, he's using the Bible as a science book. I mean, we would go to science if you want to know science. This is about God. This is about God. Yeah, this
But I want to understand the question.
book is about God, my friend.
Is your question is that according to the chronology of the Bible, that iron and copper became ubiquitous through Tubal Cain, and you're saying that doesn't fit the chronology of our
Of the Iron Age coming after bronze.
Yeah.
That's his question.
It doesn't. So I'm sure you would agree, okay, that Tubal Cain, he predates Noah. So obviously
Tubal
this
Cain
is around the biblical figures. So when these figures are expected to have existed, for example, Abraham is expected to exist in 700 BC, and then the time of Noah, God knows
What?
that. But the time of Tubal Cain
No.
predates that.
No one says Abraham is 700 BCE. Absolutely no one.
You're too late. Abraham will be
No,
on
but it
the
says that. Okay.
yeah.
Abraham
So this is what I would say as far as I can understand your question. The Bronze Age definitely came before the Iron Age by about 2,000 years, so it's like not even close. As far as my understanding of Judaism, and I suspect I should say most people's understanding of Judaism, it doesn't conflict with history. But so I don't know of Jews that have a problem with history reconciling with Judaism.
question is a decent question. Most Jews are going to say something like, we don't know exactly, we don't know, because close to what Bart said, you're in a realm error. The point of that verse is talking about Tubal Cain making weaponry and smoking metal, the other one, Guelph, by making cattle, and the third one making music and leisure, and the sister was Nala, which means pleasant. So that's like the point of the verse.
Well,
Exact chronology, I don't know.
well, America, it's interesting because I don't even understand where there's a tension.
Genesis, yeah.
The intention is to
Genesis 4,
listen, you guys have to be pointing out historical inaccuracies in Islam. You see, why is the
How so?
why is it talking about Hannah in the veil? You point to these historical.
Yeah, because that's wrong.
Yeah, exactly. So when you talk about a recent descendant, Adam, the first
Like the Kaaba.
is being the inventor
That's
of
also
iron.
All right.
The bronze and iron. Why can't we corroborate this through the artifacts that we have?
Is this like a suicide?
I'm not objecting to what you're saying. I'm trying to understand it. I don't
Okay,
understand what we're talking about.
Genesis 4:21 says, and I'm trying to read exactly.
Did Tubal Cain exist?
He's forming into whataboutism.
Yeah, this is.
No, he wasn't in the Iron Age. He was before the Iron Age.
We're respecting your question.
He's credited with the invention of forging iron tools. Why can't we corroborate this with the archaeological record that we have? Don't you find this to be an anomaly? Similar to how you find an anomaly between the Muslims describing Hannah and
No,
it's not.
it's not the same anomaly because one's a contradiction, the other is a question for more information. You're saying, I mean, like, let me put it this way. Your question best expressed is, can you bring me evidence of Tubal Cain? And I'll say, no, I don't have anything. It's probably out there. You can go find it. Whereas the question about the Muslims is, they say there was an evil advisor for Pharaoh named Haman that tried to kill all the Jews. And the Jews look at that and they say, well, that's identical to a different story with a different guy named Haman.
We're asking for an explanation for why Tubal Cain, a figure who, according to the Bible, predates far before what we know to be the Iron Age.
No, it doesn't.
It predates what we know as the Bronze Age.
No, it doesn't.
No, it'd be like shortly before the Bronze Age collapse.
No,
This is before the time of Noah. Okay, so this
So
is
guess what? Bronze in the Bible.
Then why are you ignoring the Copper Age? The Copper Age comes before the Bronze Age.
It says two things. It says copper and iron.
Why are you avoiding the clear point I'm making? I'm drawing a
What age comes before the Bronze Age?
irrelevant because
Why is that irrelevant?
Stony?
Tubal Cain predates both the Bronze Age and the Iron Age.
Yeah, this is why I said the world was 10,000 years old. And I
Why
just.
can we not find artifacts, bronze and iron tools for the time of Tubal Cain?
There's no bronze in the Bible. It never existed once. So let's get your question to ask it actually correctly. When do you think the Iron Age existed?
The Iron Age doesn't predate 1500 BC.
I didn't ask you if it predates. When do you think it
iron
existed?
tools that predate this? That's a very simple question.
Have you ever heard of the Chalcolithic Age, otherwise known as the Copper Age, which occurred at the end of the Stone Age before the beginning of the Bronze Age? It does.
Tubal Cain is the forger of iron and bronze tools. He is the inventor of bronze and iron tools.
No, you have a good question, but you're wrong. No, listen, you're wrong. What the verse says in Genesis 4:21 is that Tubal Cain created iron and copper. There's no bronze anywhere in the Bible. So no, you're wrong. And you still have a good question. Maybe because they're taking the Bible as a historic document? Well, he is. That's what we're trying to tell him.
He's asking a question on the historicity of a claim
If you are
about
Bible
Noah that played with copper.
how does the belief that a person who predates the Iron
BCE. Why is it so hard?
Well, after 1500 BC. After 1500 BC.
After 1500 BCE. Very good. That's I will go with 1500 because you can't.
But the Tubal Cain exists prior to 1500 BC.
When do you
The
think
Tubal Cain.
When was the Copper Age?
When do you think Tubal existed?
He didn't exist 1500 prior to 1500 BC.
Would 3,300 BCE be acceptable?
Okay, let me try it this way because you're not very intelligent. This year is 2026, right?
According to Jesus Christ, yes.
Yeah, for like 11 hours.
And how many years ago was the world created according to theists that have a young Earth? When was Adam? Forget about young Earth. When was Adam? How many years ago do you think?
A little less than 6,000.
Okay, you said what's 6,000? That's in the year negative 3970.
This is not the
Right into the Copper Age. How interesting.
Sounds like he's a young Earth creationist.
If you took a literalist, young earth creationist interpretation of the Bible, you still cannot fit Tubal Cain in with the Iron Age.
You can fit it in the Copper Age.
And trying to get me
The
up.
verse mentions iron.
No, it mentions copper.
Read it. That's right now. Genesis 4:21. Read it.
Iron was utilized post 1500 BC.
Read.
That is just a fact of history.
I had this conversation a long time ago. You guys want to explain?
He's very intelligent.
Genesis 4:21. His brother's name was Jubal. He was the father of all those who played the lyre and played.
Okay,
This is what the Catholic Church talks about ignorance. Like, we can't judge this person. Why does he deserve hell? But he's just so
I
sick.
agree with you, by the way.
You know what I mean? So we go to this, ignorance thing. God bless this.
You're read 22. It's 2 verses, yeah. Read 4:22.
Required extra work.
Tubal Cain is the inventor of things.
Zerah also bore
Tubal Cain is the inventor of music. All of this is all nonsense.
I guess if anybody wants to know what purgatory is going to be like, this is purgatory. This is purgatory. Yeah, this is what happens. These are the conversations happen.
Get the same conversation over and over.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it
Listen,
is.
you call me stupid, but you basically worship.
I didn't say that, brother. I said that you just said you've been having a tough time getting out of purgatory.
I did. I called you stupid because you can't carry a logical. I wasn't even denying your question. You just couldn't go across it and ask it like a normal person.
Man, it's not rocket science. You don't have to call me stupid.
So then why can't you answer the question? Let's try this again.
Okay, look.
Well, that makes sense. You said rocket scientists, and there aren't many Muslim rocket scientists. So that actually, that's probably the reason why you don't understand it. Because of
It's not
this deficiency in some worldview.
esoteric mystery needs to be solved. The Bible talks about figure called Tubal Cain.
I heard your question too many times. I'm not going back to purgatory. Okay, let's do this.
It talks about figure. It is the inventor of all
Why does Islam have a space program? Why don't they have like this space program
By
where
dating yourself, you make yourself sound smarter.
I mean, not
So
even
let's do
satellites.
this. Let's do this. Let's see if I can get Megatron on board. Let's do this. According to you, because your story is so completely convoluted and contradictory, you found a archaeological question which you can't even define the question properly. So is this a suicide mission? Let's throw out the Bible and the Quran. Are you happy?
Look, it's not. Look, I don't know why you can't wrap your head around this.
I wrapped my head around it and I admitted to you immediately.
Do you agree? Listen,
Do I agree on what?
Don't call me dumb. Why don't you just try to engage with what I'm saying to you? I'm not looking for an argument. Just think about this. Tubal Cain is a figure displayed in the Bible. He's displayed as a forger. He's the first forger of things, iron, and if you want to call it copper or bronze, he's the inventor of things copper. Now, look, do you or do you not agree that from what the academic consensus in regards to what is referred to as the iron age, this is something that comes
Now you ask your question. Are you done? Are you?
Why don't you answer me? Does this come after?
If you don't shut up long enough to let me answer you, I'm trying to answer you. Yes, I agree.
Straightforward. Okay, yes, you agree. So
I agree that. This is why I call you stupid. You don't listen. I agree that Tubal Cain came prior to the prior to the Iron Age, although it's during the Copper Age. So your question is, if we take the Bible literally with its dates, why don't we find Tubal earlier when our inventor puts it earlier? Which is not a very good question because you don't necessarily find it to do that.
Okay, I hear you. My answer to the question.
So I was so correspond with the Iron Age.
It doesn't need to.
Exactly.
It doesn't need to, but okay. Yeah, Kira, what's your
my case? All right, go ahead.
You never made a case. Okay, you heard Mary's
It's the Bible is historically accurate.
somebody scared mix that away. So I will say this because I was not aware of this problem. So it's a new problem for me. Thank you for sharing it. I did look it up. I understand the tension that you're pointing out. So my understanding, reading this text, is there is a reference to iron and either bronze or copper, and this is made
It's circle and copper. Look at the tools of the tabernacle.
Forget copper. No, forget copper. It mentions iron.
Look, I'm just granting the possibility that because of linguistic reasons one could argue.
Does the verse mention iron?
There's arguments for the word bronze or copper. Did you want to hear my answer?
I would only like to hear his answer. Okay, can you mute up long enough for me to hear you?
Okay, thank you. So what I was trying to say is, look, I wasn't familiar with this problem previously. I understand you're raising a legitimate point that there is, at least at a surface level, some degree of tension that needs to be resolved. And that tension is that this refers to a historical period well before the Iron Age. I don't think anybody's disputing that. And it makes some reference to iron and either bronze or copper. And so the question that I think you're raising is, well, how could you have a reference to iron if it's prior to the Iron Age? So I think there are several possibilities. One is that iron did.
Wait a minute, you. Before this point, nobody has answered the question. Only you now starting to answer that.
Okay. You obviously don't listen very well.
Why other people call them stupid and nonsense like that?
So
I didn't call you stupid.
No, I did.
No, I know you did.
Okay, can we let him finish and tell you why I called you stupid? In my defense, it's only because you're stupid. But let you go finish.
Yeah, I'm trying to
you're small. If you don't have a response, then don't respond.
And what I said to you over and over, you don't listen, is I agree with you there's a tension here. I want to tone it down to the years. And you had to go this breakdown.
You don't have the response.
I am someone else. So let him talk, idiot. That's why I called you stupid. Let him talk.
Okay, so I can't be responsible for other people's answers. I'm gonna give my answers. Might be similar, might be different. You guys can decide. So, as I said, there is that surface tension. Now, there is the term iron there that is being used at a time period well before the Iron Age. That's clear. Now, there are three possible solutions that I think exist to explain that. The first one is that iron existed before the Iron Age. So the Iron Age marks the time when there is widespread routine iron smelting. It does not, the Iron Age does not mark the period where iron first appeared. We have meteoritic iron that was used as early as 3,200 BC BCE, we found beads, daggers, prestige items from that
But
time.
wait,
So it is,
wait a minute. How do people utilize that? They use it for practical benefits, don't you agree? So when it comes to these peoples, they will be using them for their weaponry, using them for their tools, using them for their armor. But we don't find any evidence of this. We find evidence of copper. We find evidence of bronze. We don't find evidence of iron that predates the 70. Why is that the case?
so I just, well, I was trying to answer that. So I'm saying that we have found evidence of iron used very early, 3200 BCE, and the specific examples are beads, daggers, and other prestige items. It was rare, it was symbolically charged, it was not industrial. So, in ancient language, they often use the same word for a meteoritic and smelted iron. So iron can exist in the Bronze Age setting. So that's a possibility. Now, of course, Genesis 4:22 presents a more complicated problem because it talks about forging tools. Okay, so that first explanation doesn't solve it completely. Another possibility, like I said, is literary retrojection of later knowledge. So Genesis is not a technological chronology. That's not my understanding. That's not my understanding of the way most Jews would interpret it. So
why do you think then that? So if you tell me that there are like artifacts that predate the Iron Age, and you find jewelry, you find, this and that. That is, you said, right? Okay, so that's fine. But what's the explanation of that? So when the Bible says that he is, like you said, he's forging them, what is forging? When you forge something, you're picking things up, and this is metal. This is what we're talking about. So when it comes to the iron age, utilization of iron tools, when it comes to the real, I mean, why isn't 3000 BC described? It's because iron wasn't forged. It didn't iron certainly wasn't. So this is perhaps the harness this from a meteorite, and if you take the subtlety from this, is distinct from what we refer to as the iron age. We make iron tools that surpass the ability of the bronze and the copper tools that we did.
yeah, that was the distinction that I just raised. The difference between meteoritic iron and
exactly. So the problem still has to be solved there. So it hasn't been.
That's what I said.
I don't deserve to get labeled stupid for asking this basic question.
Okay, you're right.
I should have told you
I
stupid.
never-
The reason why you
I
deserve
never-
to get labeled as stupid is because you didn't listen and you then repeated, no one answered my question. When I was trying to, but every 3 words in, you started screaming.
Yeah,
So if you'd like to hear an answer, and I should have told you stupid, but you were acting pretty stupid by
yeah, and I never
arguing with things that weren't being
I
argued.
never labeled you stupid. Everything you just said repeating was repeating what I had just said.
Okay,
So
so I could give you my answer, which is not that far
Oh,
off
should
from
I
yours.
finish or no?
Oh, I thought you.
No, not at all. I got interrupted. So it sounds like you're tracking what I'm saying. So this literary retrojection, like I'm saying, Genesis isn't a technological chronology, and the author or the final redactors of these texts lived in a world where iron was normal, and they used Tubal Cain as a symbol of metallurgy as a whole. And this is very common in ancient literature. Bronze and iron are often paired. Generations are sometimes compressed. We see this. Culture appears suddenly fully formed. And so I don't think that Tubal Cain is represented here as the first iron worker, but he he's just an archetypal metal worker. And then the third reason is kind of similar. This would just go to composite authorship and editorial updating. So those are my three explanations.
Okay. What I tried to say was that the question was how would Jews answer the question. So the first answer Jews would say is, we don't know. Everything after this is guessing, and we're not very bothered by the problem because you're in the domain error. So it's not supposed to be historical chronology. Although we accept everything to be true, doesn't mean you understand it. It wasn't written in a way that you have to understand it. So you have a paradox. That's fine. Paradoxes exist. So it's not very terrible like question, and it's not on the same par as but he came in the wrong century. So it's not a very big question.
So before you continue, would you agree with the answer that I gave, or?
Well, your second answer, your third answer of editorial, and I'm not sure what you mean by that. So let me give my answer. Maybe you're agreeing.
Well, what about the first two?
No, the first two is I would accept, and there are very few biblical terms for metals. I mean, there's copper, silver, iron. There's not much more. So we don't have to be stitched strong to say that iron is iron and not bronze. It also mentions copper there. It does put them both in the same time period. So you still have that question. The Iron Age and the Bronze Age or the Copper Age are not all happening in one full swoop. Again, so that is still a question. So my introduction is that it's not a very difficult question. So let's just give guesses, and anyone can give guesses. All I was trying to do is get to the exact years. It's off by about 1,000 years. Now let's go through the story as it says it and see how bad the problem is. The story says that Tubal-Cain was the first one to do metallurgy, throws two different metals together, and his brother was the first one to herd and basically accumulate wealth, and the other one was the first one to start music and recreation. It's talking about societal development. Right after that, it talks about how society collapsed and got utterly destroyed. So whatever he created was completely destroyed. And how much archaeological evidence do we expect to find of it is anyone's guess, but it was completely destroyed. So you're going to have a rebirth of whatever Iron Age you had, according to the text of the story.
Okay, so isn't that what stops you guys then from believing, all of this stuff about, Atlantis, ancient technology, and all of this?
I'm saying
you're talking about a time where, all of our advances were wiped out.
Well, I'm not sure of the connection. Who denied Atlantis?
Okay, so I don't know, do you believe in Atlantis as well?
I never studied Atlantis, but I don't.
Do you believe the pyramids were built with, technology that we don't know about?
Pyramids were built with a math that we don't understand how the ancient Egyptians had. That's all I can say. What technology was built with is anybody's guess. We don't understand. Pyramids are a mathematical question of how the ancient Egyptians did it. But we don't know. Like, science doesn't know. History doesn't know. So I'm not really, again,
We know that they did.
complete domain error.
This is
But this is a complete domain error. I'm not trying to put the two together, but Tubal-Cain is very irrelevant to the ancient Egyptians.
Why? The ancient Egyptians
It has nothing to do with it.
Because when did Tubal-Cain exist? According to you, man.
Let's work back. Let me get that to you. How old do you think? When do you think? I don't want to talk about Earth. How long ago do you think Adam was?
No, forget what I think. I'm asking you. You're a Jew. You're a Bible believer.
Okay, so let's go with that. Fine, let's go with that. Fine, let's go with that. The Christian year right now is 2026, right? As of today. The Jewish year is 5786. So let's say 2026 and minus 5786. Right, that takes us to negative 3760. Tubal-Cain is about 1,000 years in. I didn't count it all. You could. You go through the verse of Genesis counted exactly. So about negative 2760.
Okay, so that's when the Israel.
700 BCE is not 2760 BCE. I don't remember when the Keys of Paradise was built. Let me look that up.
I think it's roughly around 2600, 2700.
Okay, so it's about 1,000 years after Tubal Cain. So what's your question?
Tubal Cain is what year?
You have to do the perfect to see when it is in creation, but maybe it's 3750. I said negative 3750.
Yeah, so that would be 1,000 years before, if that's the case.
So are you saying Tubal Cain existed 3,700 BC?
Approximately, I didn't do the exact math. You can. It's written right there in Genesis. I just didn't do it. So it says it's the chapter there, the 3 or 4 says how many years Adam lived and what year it was when he had his first son. Then how many years Seth lived. And this is actually the line of no, not Seth. What's his name? Cain. It says exactly how long Cain lived when his son was. And then
Okay, look. So I'm going off on looking at different tangent, but what do you make of that being, for example, like the fossils that we find, like we find human remains.
Okay, so we have
even this year.
Okay, so I'll
I
answer
mean,
you.
Morocco, modern humans that 300,000 years ago.
Well, they're not having to use 300,000 years ago. It's relevant. There's some sort of sapien and Homo sapien. Either way, you're pointing
No,
to.
this is Homo sapiens sapien. It's modern human.
Okay, I didn't see that, so that's fine. That's not an issue.
That's what the
Is that you sure?
That's what the conclusion.
I really don't know what we're discussing here. I mean, don't you have the problem that you're pointing out, if it were true, doesn't that problem also exist for Muslims?
Wait a minute, forget the remains in Morocco that are 300,000 years old. Do you not think that you can find human remains that predate this early era?
No, what I'm saying,
We can find modern human remains
You gotta.
like 20,000 years old. Right?
Okay, where's Megatron? We are in purgatory. And you gotta respond to what's being said. No one's denying that. We're recognizing the
what
paradox.
I'm saying is,
The question to you is, doesn't that affect you just as much?
What do you mean? You're not answering the paradox. I'm presenting you with
It is answer the paradox.
That's suggesting that human beings only existed. Adam, the first human, was 6,000 years ago, according to the Bible. Right? Now, this obviously conflicts with science, and it doesn't require a genius to understand that. Right? Now,
and does it,
you're
does it,
only on the logic side.
That's why none of us are.
so there's the obvious tension you're pointing out, and my question is, doesn't that obvious tension also exist for Islam?
Who cares? What's the
I thought it can, because you were a Muslim.
It doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter because what we're talking about is we're talking about your paradigm. We're not talking about anybody else's. We're talking about yours. That's what's in question. You don't have to spotlight someone else.
It's true, and I'm going to answer you. I hope if you have a piece, I'll say that. But if you have a paradox in general relativity and how it relates to quantum mechanics, and I come up with an alternative version with the same problem, I didn't solve anything. And you have the right to say to me, I know I have a paradox, but you've got the same paradox, so you cannot, that's not an alternative explanation. So the question here is, what are you doing right now? You're just asking, how did you resolve it? Are you admitting that you have the same problem? You did not. What's going on right now?
He won't admit it because he says it's not relevant to the point he's raising.
It's completely irrelevant, honestly. What does it matter? You don't even, first of all,
It doesn't matter because this makes
you
it not
make a
true.
presumption.
This makes
You
it
make a
not true.
presumption and it comes from
It doesn't matter.
Where are the
know my position. Number two, it's irrelevant to the question being asked. The question is to the
Feel wise than
in the biblical understanding. That's all. So you have a figure called Tubalgi. He dates the Iron Age. Now, I don't know why we even have to discuss things such as age and things like that. You don't need to get scientific because you reject science when you believe that
Yeah, yes.
existed for 6,000
I mean, you make make so many assumptions.
So you don't even you don't respect you don't respect the scientific evidence. So
You just made that up.
So
I completely respect scientific evidence. So you just made that up.
do we not have scientific evidence that we have bones that are identical to your bones and my bones? They are human beings.
Yes,
They're
we
not
do.
monkeys. They're not different hominids.
Dude, we have evidence.
Yes.
We have
Yes.
Yes. Did anyone? I just want to ask you. I want to ask you a question. Did anybody this morning? Did anybody this morning deny that? Did anybody this morning deny that we have that?
Yes.
Who would deny it?
Yes. You deny it when you say that Adam is the descendant of mankind and existed, was born 6,000 years ago.
Okay. But you asked the question.
20,000 years ago.
But you asked the question, and before you were able to get an answer, someone asked you, why isn't this attention on your side, which you refused to answer? But immediately, when everybody discussed this question,
And I can argue that from a Quranic paradigm, there is no genealogy there. So they don't have the same dilemma you have with all of this genealogy. You can do the mathematics and come to the conclusion that human beings have been existing for a certain period of time. The Quran doesn't give you that dilemma. Neither does the Hadith. Right? So I don't know what point you're trying to make here. It's not the same problem.
it was a question. So your argument is that you can have the Quranic beliefs that say that the Earth is 16 billion years old. Believe the Earth is 16 billion years old, and that's not a contradiction to Islam at all. That's your argument.
It's not.
Okay.
I don't know why.
Thank you for taking 15 minutes to answer your question. So you finally got your answer. His claim is a 16 billion year old universe is not a contradiction.
Yeah, but you could have asked that question to Google or ChatGPT. I don't know. So what's the relevance of asking me? You're making a presumption of what
I could
talk. Give me an agnostic atheist.
Okay.
You don't know what my paradigm is.
That's why the question has to be.
I could just so happen to be exceptionally knowledgeable about, or more knowledgeable about Islam than other religions because of my background.
You are an agnostic atheist because you don't believe in the books.
You don't know what my position is. I haven't
You don't
described
believe in the books that you're
all
allowed
I've
to
done
read.
so far.
You are an atheist.
So from there, I'll give you the real answer later.
But I'm asking ChatGPT what I believe about the age of the universe. Let's see how it works out.
Yeah, if you take a literalist interpretation, then there are certain things which are going to be inconsistent with science.
Yeah, and that's the same for anything. It's the same for the Quran, same for the Bible. It just seems like
I understand that, but
I feel they would.
I don't take the position that we should be interpreting these things literally, but there are other people that do.
And don't you think that people that do are having beliefs that don't believe unscientific?
These things are literal.
And it's purely
Literal. These are literal things that happen.
I don't know if people that take things literally do with science because I'm not talking to any of them. But I do take Genesis a lot more literal than yours, and I do admit that there is contention with science, and I also accept that any proper scientific evidence we should accept. Now you do end up with this contradictions and points of tension, and they have to get worked out, and that's not a scary place to be. Like you didn't come up with a major torpedo. If I stay within science and only science, I end up with multiple pretensions. I don't know the answer to. So we don't know the answer. So what?
Yeah, I would argue the tension is far, far greater with a literal interpretation of the Quran.
Yeah, it doesn't mean but it has like we splitting in half. You have crazy stuff.
You know the answer. You said that part of the Bible, humanity is 6,000
tell me where in one of the can you quote the verse in the Bible that says the age of the universe? I'm just curious.
Yeah, the problem that you have. No, it's not a verse. You need to do special mathematics. That's what one of your Christian ones says. You need to
Do all the mathematics. Do all the mathematics.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that,
Let me see a question. I mean, no. When you get to the inheritance,
theory is a based on. I mean, what do you think is based on exactly?
I don't know. You gotta talk to a young. I don't know. You gotta talk to a younger Earth.
Yeah, so
and you
I
let them actually answer the question.
I don't think it's as cut as dry as you're trying to present, because
you're the one that you disputed this. You posted why I highlighted the Moroccan fossils, 300,000 years old. You said they're not humans. You doubted that.
What I said was, you have to listen. What I said
you don't listen. You don't let people finish sentences.
Yeah, what I actually said was, and I asked Yura to verify it because he's more knowledgeable than me. My understanding was 300,000 years ago is prior to Homo sapiens, and it's a difference. Okay, so
keep yourself up to date with recent events. So recently, they discovered remains in Morocco that are more than Homo sapiens sapien. It has extended. It's completely changed what we understand.
So therefore, so could you? Okay, can you provide that, because I am unaware of it, like I said multiple times.
No,
and that, am I Okay, I will do
There was headline news on the research. So I'm sure you'll find that information very easily.
I will look it up, but my doubt came from most of the things you said were untrue, and it was completely within only the realm of science that I wasn't sure if you were saying was accurate. That has nothing to do with theological belief. Nothing.
Okay, so prior to this discovery in Morocco, the established, duration of humanity was in the hundreds of thousands of years. So although now it's been extended to 100,000 years, prior to this it was around 400,000 years. We have plenty of human remains of 100,000 years old, 50,000, 70,000. None of these dates correspond with the young Earth. Creation.
How do you give me an answer?
Idea of Adam, the first human being.
I tried several times to get
I'm trying to use that wrong thing, man.
I tried several times to get an answer. You don't want to hear the answer.
Nobody's disputing that. Nobody. So I'm not sure who you're arguing with.
You guys are all over the place. My argument is so straightforward. The Bible talks about the book of Al-Qaeda, one of the recent descendants of Adam, which predates Adam.
It's not aimed.
That is a historical fact.
How
The authors of the Bible, the obvious explanation for this is that the authors of the Bible, when they wrote it down, they had no idea that iron wasn't utilized in its covenant until recent times. It wasn't something that existed at the time of the descendants of Adam. So Malkain, you've said it predates the Iron Age. So not only are you unscientific in regards to the age of the human race, even with regards to this, you're talking about the Iron Age because it doesn't correspond to the time of the Malkain. You said something about 3,700 BC. I don't even know what you based that on. That's one of your Bible biblical mathematics again. But you guys keep referring to this stuff, and you can't deny that there are people like you that claim humanity doesn't go back that far. You even have people that believe that humans were walking around with dinosaurs, right? And they fall into disrepute all the scientific methods. When it comes to carbon dating, for example, they deduct that question and say, no, it's all a poster. We can't take anything prior to 10,000. And all of them are denied. These are beliefs that are commonly expressed on Clubhouse. And you guys aren't immune to it. You can take the high moral ground, but you're still, guilty of the same things you criticize. You want to poke holes in the Muslim argument. The same thing can be thrown back at you multiple. And there's clearly a historical inaccuracy here in the Bible. The Iron Age doesn't go back. They don't have any evidence. Everyone has explained away the flood. Noah's flood destroyed all evidence.
So Megatron started a rant. If you would like to give a real answer.
Yeah, that could possibly work. I was hoping to see if Andrew or Rob were around.
Andrew's often not around when he mods rooms.
Well, that's fine, but then he should mod somebody else.
Yeah, but I know he's ready to come back some back. I'm not saying it's criticism. I'm saying it's a fact.
Yeah. I'm just saying that in general, it's good. Like when there's very few mods, that they're not going to be active, to mod somebody else, so that there can be some continuity going. There's a lot of people in the audience that would love to hear from, for instance, and I don't know if they have an opportunity. Oh, Andrew is here.
I think someone did that to him. Is that you, Andrew?
Oh, somebody did that to him? Oh,
I think so.
yeah, I misread this.
It didn't go around it in the regular way, but I don't know if you can do that to yourself.
That's what threw me off.
Yeah, me too, but I don't think I think he would talk. I mean, he's not shy.
How can I do that? Well, maybe there might be a reason why you can't talk, for instance.
That's true. But if that's true, I think you put it in the chat.
Do you know how I can put a fire in the center?
I don't know how to do it. I have no idea. Where is this?
So yeah, there's a lot of people in the audience who I think are knowledgeable and.
Oh, he's not. He's there. He just gave a thumbs up that he's there. He's talking about it.
So Andrew, can you? Oh my God! Look, we made a bot. Okay, that's fine. At least he didn't make someone else a bot.
I don't see. I can't. It's not.
He made. Oh no, he took it away. So yeah, and look, I don't have a problem if you don't want to make other people mod, but can you bring some people up? Because there's a lot of interesting people in the audience. Some of them left.
Well, not you're not.
Well, he left. I can try to invite them and see if they
Oh,
come.
Megatron made his own room. You can invite him back if you're not coming.
Well, it depends if you want to carry on this. That was helpful. Well, I guess everybody left. Let's see, I can invite Michaela up. She's very intelligent. Let's see. Carlos is intelligent. Sienna's intelligent. Who else is intelligent?
I have to go to church. I'll be back.
Oh, okay. Well, I invited some of the. Mary, do you see anybody in the audience that I should invite up? Oh, Sully's intelligent.
All right, much better now.
I think Sally's the only person I recognize. Actually, I recognize the person with the Israeli flag, but I don't know if I spoke to him. Yeah, I don't see anyone else that I recognize.
I don't see anybody with an Israeli flag.
Roop
Oh,
Benjamin.
there it is. Oh, yeah. Never mind. Should I invite him up then?
I don't know if I ever spoke to him. I think if I have any notes on him.
Okay. Well, I invited up the people that I recognize. I've had things to say in the past.
PM that I know. Oh, Samson, somebody should write. He's very intelligent. You should write him up.
So Simpson. I mean, it's much better when you.
Rob is very intelligent.
Oh yeah.
Very atheistic, but very intelligent. There's a few good people loading.
Yeah. I don't care if they agree or disagree. As long as they're intelligent, they should come up. Rob, since you're here and you're a good judge of this type of thing, is there anybody else in the audience that we should be inviting up? Carlos was there. I don't know everybody in the audience. Yeah, I already invited.
CM, Ruben.
Yeah, I invited CM. I didn't invite Ruben yet, so let me fix that. So yeah, I invited CM, Samson, and Carlos, and yeah, that's it so far.
What's the topic?
Oh God, did you ask me or ask me? That's not like
It was supposed to be scientific tension between the Bible and I guess science, but it was being put in a very bizarre way.
Okay. Carlos says he's out for a shot.
You're allowed to answer the question, or you done?
I don't know what the answer because it's too confusing, but it should be like the question of tension between science and the Bible, and I assume we're talking about literal interpretation of the Bible, should be so clear and obvious that, you know, I don't know. I probably would discuss it maybe around.
We talk about I don't think anyone denies the distinction. You can either deny science, you can deny the Bible, but try to synthesize them. You can't deny the tension.
You can, it's typically you try to retain that science, kind of like what the Muslims do. But I think many of us don't accept that sort of interpretation.
Well, that's what caused a big argument in this room because I had suggested at one point, or I asked it as a question actually. I said, wouldn't that same exact tension exist with an Islamic literalist interpretation of the Quran? And then that caused a big argument, just asking the question.
Yeah, the literalists have to interpret or deny science. That's the other option.
I think I can speak more from the Islamic side as an ex-Muslim. We have confronted also this tension. We can see this tension, especially during a period, recent period. I think it's the 80s, 90s. Petrodollar was flowing, and they were starting to sponsor one particular kind of individuals, which are assumed to be doctors, PhDs in physics and sciences, who will take verses from the Quran and will twist them and will give them a scientific meaning and will tell you in the end, oh look, science discovered XXX and it was already in the Quran, therefore it is a miracle. So, spoiler alert, it backfired because science is changing in there. It's experimental. By its very nature, there is no absolute truth. So once the scientific theory has some modifications or some, let's say, changes at least in its explanation of the natural phenomena, then they find themselves in a dead end. I mean, what should they say now? Is the Quran wrong, or was their interpretation wrong? So that's called in Arabic which means the miracle, scientific miracle of the Quran. I don't know how to translate it. It is dying right now because it got exposed a lot of times, but that was one of the attempts from, I'll say, Saudi petrodollar to spread Islam by using science. So yeah, there's something that was happening in the Middle East and North Africa at least.
So are you trying to suggest that the Quranic explanation of how humans are formed from before infancy is not completely scientifically accurate?
Of course, not at all. Yeah. At some point, it is clearly that it mentions that the skeleton forms first and then it becomes wrapped with meat.
Yeah, and
we know that doesn't happen.
You don't believe that, apparently. Okay. Yeah, and did you say you were an ex-Muslim?
Yes.
Oh, okay. And did you find the truth?
Lately, but I mean, I'm an agnostic, to be honest with you. I'm not something that I'm trying now.
Yikes on your life. Would you say that you're an atheist, or you don't want to go that far?
No, I don't have an active claim that God doesn't exist. No, I don't have proof for that. Therefore,
not in that sense. But would you agree that you don't have a belief that God exists?
At least the Abrahamic religions or organized religions as it was pictured, I don't think so.
So you might consider yourself somewhat agnostic and theistic? Theistic, I should say.
Theistic, I won't go that far. I won't go that far. Maybe purely agnostic, to be honest.
So you might be very close to the Hamza interpretation. Or at least hoping.
What's that?
I said your viewpoint, as I understand it, might not be that far away from Hamza's viewpoint.
Khomeiniism? He believes, he doesn't say Khomeiniism.
Yeah, baby. Khomeini all the way.
See what I'm saying? That's the rationalist view. Khomeini is the rationalist view. You gotta be very careful with these guys.
Well, I haven't gotten that.
Sneaking Khomeiniism.
I haven't gotten that far along. I've only gotten to the rationalist part.
Yeah, that equals Khomeiniism, which makes the rational part like its own definition.
They haven't taught me that you reconnect them. They're holding back.
I think the Berbinsky fella, Berbinsky, I'm just going to say birds, okay. He's like part agnostic, part atheist. I mean, that's not the way it's typically used. You're either an atheist or you're an agnostic. Unless you're going to go with this, again, modern idea of being a local or global atheist. So, either he's an atheist or he's an agnostic.
Yeah, that's okay. Rob I think he's saying that he's agnostic, leaning heavily towards atheism, but he's not fully there yet.
Well, that's just you can't like that. Agnostic means that you're not leaning towards atheism.
It's fine, you're right, but I mean,
agnostics are confused.
Get him wrong what it means. Let Rob cook. Come on.
Yeah, but okay. But he explains what he means, and then fine, the rest is just...
Yeah, that's what he's an atheist for. Explain what he means.
I believe atheism is the active, I won't say denial, but active claim that God doesn't exist. I don't do that. I don't have a reason to actually claim that.
Right. Can I ask you a question? Maybe this will clear it up. With regards to the God proposition, you have three options. You can say it's true, you can say it's false, or you can say it's neither true nor false. Which one of those do you take?
The third one. Yeah, I'll read the third one.
Okay, then you're an agnostic, right? You're undecided.
Okay. Let's go with that.
That also means that if I ask you the not God question, you should be saying the same thing. It's neither true nor false. Not God will always be false.
But if I put them in the spectrum, I will maybe be more sure that organized religions are false. But again, does that mean that organization or how it was put was the right way to see God? I don't know. It's a historical phenomenon, put it like that. The Catholic Church, the Islamic institutions, the scholarship of Islam, etc. I see them purely as political institutions.
I'm not asking about the institutions about the contract. But surprisingly, see how many people are saying, like, it seems to be tricky for people. To me, this is crystal clear, but then some people use these words. It's very clear. You can't be an atheist and an agnostic in the traditional sense. When I say traditional, I mean like the state of encyclopedia, if we're talking about the information. So, you're an agnostic, fine. You don't really know the proposition is true or false. Be leaning one way or the other. Not getting your offense at it. To lean to means that you have a foot in the God camp or the non-God camp. So you're not leaning in the way, just like
So, Rob, while I agree with you, you recognize that there are people that use the term atheist in different ways, whether strong atheism or this weak or
he's not saying anything that's strong or weak. He's saying he doesn't actively believe God doesn't exist. So with regards to the God proposition, he's now saying, at least when I gave him the three options, that he neither believes it to be true nor false. If you look specifically, because I'm now using that language because it's actually from the Stanford Encyclopedia, that's an agnostic play. And it's a belief play. So we're not talking about this whole thing that other people go around and say, oh, it's about knowledge. We're not saying anything about knowledge whatsoever. So you can't be an atheist. You must be an agnostic if he's using it that way. And this is again what's a mere definition. So the better word to use there, my friend, is you just have decided. That way now I know exactly what you are. You're offensive. You still have to defend.
Okay.
Now somebody can ask you why are you on this side? You need to give us a reason. Just like I have to give you a reason why God doesn't exist, and the theist will give you a reason why God does exist. You have to give us a reason why you're undecided. But that's for you. Why are you undecided? You said you used to be a Muslim, you're an ex-Muslim.
Undecided about the existence of God itself, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think I have enough evidence to either confirm or deny his existence already. So I think that's really the reason. I think also it comes down to personal belief. The fact that I really don't wrap my head enough around this subject in my everyday life. And I don't believe that it will be of consequence to know if he exists or not. So that's maybe, you can put it on a psychological and purely personal
There is
way of
consequences.
seeing life. Yeah. Sorry?
I mean, there is consequence. Presumably you won't care whether it's true or false, but at least in Islam and Christianity traditionally, there's going to be severe consequences if you deny something that is the case and you have access to it. There's going to be something like very
But
unpleasant.
he denied organized religion, so let's ask it this way.
Yeah,
If God exists,
And he
then
was, he didn't specifically say if God exists, he doesn't think it's the Abrahamic.
Exactly.
and so now let me ask you this way. If the God that you're saying you're open to may exist, what's that God's connection to creation? What's that God's connection to you?
Nice question. Nice question. So at least it will be, I don't know, giving purpose or giving a sense to our lives in that end. I can't stress enough that it might be a practical belief in God in that case. So that's why I'm deciding. I see the practicality of believing in God, but I don't think that's enough evidence to prove its existence. Its utility, it's not proof for its existence. I don't remember what it is called, reason is called. So that's why I'm not decided in the side of saying that God exists.
On the other hand,
I don't have enough evidence. I don't know the whole universe. I don't explore, or we don't have the capacity, at least scientifically, to know everything, to claim actually that it doesn't exist. I would
What
have to
limits would
be
you require in principle to either accept that it exists or to deny that it exists? What evidence would you need in principle?
I've been asked this question before. I don't know. I mean, I think if he can present the evidence, he will be wise enough, I would say, to know what evidence he will provide to me.
That's intellectual laziness. Now you just sidestepping, right? That's intellectually lazy. If we ask anybody else on the stage, pretty much, I think they're going to tell us what's going to be, at least in principle, whether they accept it now or not, would be evidence for or against it. Right? This idea that I don't know what it is, that God would know, he should conceive, that's just being intellectually lazy. That's the Magdalene hunting business. So most of us take a good view of that.
I think I'm allowed to be lazy in that front because there's no incentive to actually look into this matter.
well,
To be honest.
you said something else interesting. That you said you see the practicality of God. What would you consider to be the practicality of God that you see?
Yeah. So morality, for example, at least for the time being, it's hard to rationalize it, to be honest. So that's one first reason why you will need metaphysical belief, I'll put it like that. Secondly, it's the unity under the nation state political institutions that we have right now. We couldn't have had them without religion. And I mean all religions. You come from China with Confucianism, to Hinduism, to Islam, to Christianity, all play a role. So I see the practicality, I see that it works. But logical thinking, that's not evidence. Sorry, yeah, that's religion, exactly. That's organized religion. But it means God, you know.
I thought you said that if you not say God, if you unique. Did you not say that?
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
I thought you said that if there was a God, even without organized religion, that would give meaning. Did you not say that?
That will give meaning, yeah, at a personal level. I understand that for a lot of people, not for me. I mean, sorry if I maybe I didn't explain myself, or not for myself. I understand that for a lot of people, for a lot of human beings, yep, they need that purpose in their lives.
Okay, so you see utility to other people. You don't necessarily see utility in yourself. At least I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, personally, I really don't need that.
I agree with Rob in some laziness here, but I respect that it's a full belief in your system. I mean, I think if we're going to go further, it's up to you. You would have to substantiate why you think it's unimportant. Most even deists believe that there is a reason to accept that belief, and you rejected it. So I think that's your burden. But again, we can stop here with them.
It's fine. I love the discussion. I will just ask if you can repeat the question. I think I missed.
Well, the burden on you is the justification of your laziness. And I don't know derogatory to me, like honestly, I think Rob's right. There's a laziness there that you're saying I don't have to delve into this question. Your justification, which I agree with you, is you don't think it matters because it doesn't matter much. I think your burden is to prove why it doesn't matter because most people, myself included, that are theists would say it does matter. So I think that's
Yeah, right. So I think that you will consider this even lazier, but I think it doesn't matter for myself. Yeah, for myself it doesn't matter. But I understand why it matters for others. So yeah, I'm not actively convinced, trying to convince anyone that it doesn't matter, to be honest.
No, I don't think you understand.
That's even more lazy, I guess.
No, I think it's more lazy. What you're saying is, which that actually I accept. Well, somewhere, I apologize, Rob, if you don't like getting stopped, but Rob is an ethical person.
Absolutely no problem.
As far as I know, Rob is an ethical person, does things that I would consider moral, and is not a believer. So there are moral atheists out there. So that they exist all over the place. But the point is, most theists won't tell you, well, some will, but many theists today will tell you, you have to be a theist for your own morality. There's other reasons. And you're rejecting that without delving into it. So I think your burden is to explain why you believe that there's no afterlife, that there's no reason, that personal morality is all that matters. And
Really, I don't think he needs to justify that. It would seem to me like that he said that he posits the possibility that a God exists, but that God is the Abrahamic. And I think there's a lot of versions of gods where one could argue that it's not that important whether you believe in that God or not. Especially if you have like some form of deism and stuff, like it doesn't change anything.
I mean, I think at the very least he's going to have to tell people, not so much me, but the theists on here, why it is that the Abrahamic gods don't exist. If he's not going to go with whatever other beings there are. But when he says it doesn't exist, I mean, what he really should be saying is I'm undecided whether it exists or not. Rather, when you hear agnostics speak, they typically start to stray into the atheist camp. And so they should just really call themselves atheists, or they've got to be like really strict with their language and stuff, because he actually sounds more like an atheist than an agnostic. And I think people want to take the agnostic way because it's a way that you don't have to really defend your claim. So people hide behind the agnostic label. But if he's an atheist, he just needs to say, I think God doesn't exist, or I lean towards God not existing. But then he has to give a reason for that.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you in part, but the way I interpret what he's saying is that he clearly believes that the Abrahamic God doesn't exist, but then he's open to the possibility that some other type of God exists, like a deist type of God, and so he just hasn't reached a conclusion yet on whether that God exists or not. But I agree with you that he would need to offer to the other theists like why the Abrahamic God doesn't exist.
And that's kind of a local atheist, and these sort of terms you can become very grey area. Because typically atheism is the belief that God or gods don't exist. And so now we have these ideas more recently. I don't even know if it's in the Stanford Encyclopedia. I think I reread that part. The local atheist is, hey, I just don't believe in some gods. Well,
Yeah,
now it seems like that person now seems to be an atheist and an agnostic. It's typically understood you can't be an atheist and an agnostic. So when you start doing this whole thing, I'm going to pick certain gods that I don't believe in and call myself atheist, or I'm going to pick certain gods that I don't believe in, and the agnostic and call myself agnostic. isn't somebody like this. He's just coming and running roughshod at this whole thing. And as much as I hate Darth Dawkins, this is probably where I would want to do this. And hold these people to account. Either you believe God doesn't exist, you're an atheist, or you're undecided about all gods. Picking and choosing gods is not the way to do this. Then you're going to have some other label, and then you're just going to be outside of the court with how most people understand these terms. So this, I think, is people who are like trying to pick and choose. And I think that's not a good thing. It's not for these labels, they have a global meaning. So now he's trying to do a local thing. And be an agnostic and an atheist. I disagree with these ones, and I'm undecided on this one. No, that's not how it's typically used. And I'm going to be very hesitant to accept that sort of reasoning and stuff like that, as are most people. And as far as I can tell, in the Stanford Encyclopedia, they don't allow that. Well, not that they don't allow it. It's just not used in that way. And they sort of frown upon people trying to do these sort of sly games, for want of a better word.
So, Rob, I would wholeheartedly agree with you on objecting to the use of a local atheist. So I was in a room 2 days ago with Benjamin, where he made the claim that everyone was an atheist because everybody rejects, even theists, some other god other than their own.
It's a silly thing to say.
Yeah,
I think maybe he's heard that from an atheist or Ricky Gervais or whatever. These people are funny, but they're not good here, and we should be following those sort of bad ideas. There's clear definitions of what these things mean. So as people start using their own one, then we get this sort of mess that's going on now.
Yeah, and that's what I pointed out. I said, obviously it's silly, and if we were to accept that, then of course the whole...
Everybody's an atheist, right?
Yeah.
I'm just saying,
like,
who's an atheist and an atheist?
No
local
interesting
theist and a local atheist or some nonsense like that.
Yeah, so there's no interesting distinction if you accept that. So I said, no, clearly, like one could potentially argue that there's a difference between an atheist who affirmatively claims that God does not exist and one that says simply, I don't believe that God exists. And one can understand that distinction, I think.
Sorry, what's that distinction? I missed it.
Between one that affirmatively says that God does not exist, I believe that, he doesn't exist, like it's not possible that he exists or whatever, and someone who simply says, I lack the belief that he exists.
Lack of belief about the bugbear for me. Because now the theists can do the same thing. These lack-theists, as they're called, lack-theist atheists, are going to be inconsistent because the atheist who says I lack a belief, the theist can say the same thing. I lack a belief in a non-God world. Is the lack-theist atheist going to accept the lack-theist theist position? They're not, right? They're going to say, give me evidence. So this whole lack-theist business, if they want to play that game, the theist can do the same thing. It's not going to help them, but they still have to give a justification if they expect the theist to do so. So, this is like a terrible, terrible thing. I wish I could persuade everybody to stop reading that word about lack of ridiculous business. It's a hide and seek game. It's not worse than the other positions.
I'm just saying that there are people that make that distinction. I don't have as strong as an objection to it that you do, but obviously that's very different from the case we're talking here when someone says simply that they don't know, which is of course very different.
Yeah, we're not asking whether they know something or not, we're asking what they believe. Not the knowledge claim, but the belief claim. But that's the problem with the knowledge claim as well. The layperson will say that what they really mean is I don't believe, but they used to know in a very sloppy way. But I'm only interested in somebody's belief, not so much in the knowledge claim.
Right, but you would agree with that there's a difference between someone saying, I don't believe God exists, and I believe that he doesn't exist, or would you say that those are the same?
They're the same for being an atheist. I think it's going to be the same. I mean, there might be some nuance there, but not because both of those people are going to be atheists. That's important.
Yeah, and I think that's how most people describe it. They describe it as two different flavors of atheism. So I said some call it strong atheism versus weak atheism.
Well, that's not what I understand strong and weak to be, but again, that's different. I have to look up the strong and weak. That part I don't remember off the top of my head. But I just think a strong atheist is somebody who says I know God doesn't exist, and a weak atheist is somebody who says I believe God doesn't exist. And to me, that's very clear now. The one that says I know, I'm going to expect a much stronger argument. The one that says I believe, I'm still going to expect reasons, but maybe not as strong as the person who claims to know.
You know God doesn't exist. You're right. Do you know God doesn't exist, Rob?
Oh yeah, I know God doesn't exist.
Okay.
Most atheists are not going to say that. They're going to say, well, I believe.
What are you using?
For some reason.
Okay. The
muffle so much. What are you using as an instrument? You know, yes, I know it doesn't exist. What are you using?
Yeah, the incompatibility of being a god.
These entities outside time and space, outside of the observable universe. So how do you know? The science hasn't been there. The science will never be there.
He just told you.
This guy can be evil. That's fine. You can't say there's no God out there.
No,
You can say
if this being is evil, it's not God. And you're an atheist.
Why would it be unreasonable to have an evil God, like scientific? Why would that be illogical?
That's it. You don't want him to exist the way we perceive it. It's a different story. You're telling people you know. You've been at the outside edge of the universe. You've seen God. There's nothing there. Oh, it's empty. I'm coming back home.
It's not what you have to. That's what you do.
He's citing the problem to you of the suffering of the innocent.
Wait a minute, Ahmed, do you know that God exists?
Doesn't exist. Stop saying you know. Nobody knows shit. No one has been at the
Of course you can know something.
Wait.
Justify which we believe.
You believe, Ahmed, you believe God exists or you know God exists?
I believe God exists. No one knows God
Don't
exists.
let Arvin, don't let them flip it on you. You're questioning Rob.
What do you mean by no then?
Hamza knows. He knows that God exists.
I think so.
Do you know your father is your father? Let's start with something that kind of is down here on us.
Oh my
Do you
God.
know?
Don't let them trick you, Arvin.
Calm down.
Anybody. Do you know your father's a father?
Can we define terms first? If we're going to have a conversation, let's define what is the word.
Does anybody here know if their father is their father?
When you're not answering my question, let me start talking about it.
Can we do this like can we just relax? Do this
Yeah, let's do one thing at a time.
I want to define the term. I want to
I
define
want to say something, please.
Stanley's still talking. He's going to finish 30 seconds. We're going to have a conversation on the subject. We're going to have to agree on what the terms are. Let's agree, first of all, on what the word know, what knowledge means. Can we all agree on that? What does the term know mean? And then we can go on and discuss if we know or not know. Is that okay?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Okay, so
Like the beginning level, there's different definitions, but the typical one that most people use on here, or at least I've heard, is justified true belief. Right? So it's a narrow.
justify true belief. I'm going to use the word empirical. I think if we look at the
It doesn't have to be
epistemology,
empirical though. So
No, it doesn't have to. Yeah.
no, that's new to me. Okay, well, we
empirical is self-defeating anyway, which is why most people are not empiricists, strict empiricists at least.
empirical.
You don't want to go down that route probably either. But look, justified true belief is typically understood here, and even
Do you know that in most languages the word science is related to the word knowledge? Because it's in,
that's what we mean by knowledge in the philosophical sense, yes.
in the philosophical sense.
Because we're defining knowledge, we're not asking for synonyms.
Knowledge.
Justified true belief is a good.
That's good enough to start with. Mine's slightly different, but for the sake of this discussion, that's good enough.
Okay, see, I heard a priest once say, not believing. Seeing is knowing. And what I think he was saying, if you already have some empirical kind of way to get there, it's not belief anymore, it's knowledge. I really am strong on this. And how do we distinguish between knowledge and certainty?
Well, certainty is going to get you into trouble, so you don't want to go there.
What's
You
wrong
want
with
to step your bounds with certainty. So just stick with knowledge and belief, and those certainty. Belief is a weaker claim, knowledge is a subset of belief, which you must believe something to know it, at least in the sense that we're talking about, and it needs to be justified. So it's a stronger claim, and then you can talk about knowledge. But the point is that with what Arben wanted to do or go with, he's looking for this what's called infallibilist knowledge. And I think that's you're gonna have an extreme battle. I've never heard anybody give a sufficient argument that overcomes any sort of skepticism. Now, which means that if you claim to know something such that you can never be mistaken in the epistemic sense, I just think you're not going to be justified in that claim.
Okay,
If we know something but we could be wrong, I've got no problem. That's the way I use it. That's the way many other people use it.
But can we all agree?
Stanley, you either know how to play the guitar. You can't just believe you know how to play guitar. You have to know, and that's what you're saying. I know exactly what you're saying.
Okay, but yes, but the word knowledge seems to offend people. Can we agree that there's no empirical experience? None of us have any empirical experience of knowing that there's. We haven't processed that empirically. We say that.
Criticism is not the only way. Some people do claim to have empirical knowledge of God, i.e., that He's revealed Himself in some empirical basis. Some people do claim.
No, that's an interpretation. That's an interpretation. We have to distinguish.
Yeah, no, Stanley. No. There are people who claim to speak to God.
Yeah.
But that's true. That's true for any empirical statement, right?
The people who speak to God, does anybody believe that they spoke to God?
That's a good question.
I don't believe it.
Yeah, they themselves believe it. At least they claim to, and you can't defeat them. There's no way you could say that they don't believe it.
No. If they believe it is one thing, but did they back to God?
That's their claim, and you have no defeater on their claim because you can't empirically prove that they haven't.
Well, that's exactly the point. What cannot be proved with evidence can be disproved without evidence.
You wanted to define knowledge. Hopefully we agree that it's typically like justified true belief.
No.
That's fine, we can do that. But the other guy who's left now, Bargan, I think he was trying to point to like infallibilist knowledge, something that you could never be.
What is justified? How do we justify?
Stanley, your argument doesn't work. And you give a very simple example of that. You know, when people first started reporting about giraffes, there was a large claim that it's not true because it couldn't possibly be true. So these people are just denying these people's experience. So all of this types of things of specific claims, like we can't know with any certainty what someone else saw or didn't see.
Wait a minute, we can't know with certainty. That's exactly my point. We cannot know with certainty.
So you can't say that they did.
Yeah, but that's not a problem, Stanley. We can know without certainty.
But you
Most
can't
people
get
accept. It's not a problem.
Wait. We can know without certainty. Okay, I can see how we can kind of know. Is that what you're saying? We sort of know?
Can we try this? Can we keep the level of knowledge the same as you on the rest of your life? Things that what would you do in other parts of your life at that level of
Level of knowledge?
There's many things that we claim to know that you haven't judged on your own. And we accept that. So we can have that level of acceptance. You take a medication, you trust that it's already, you cross a bridge, you trust it's going to go. Like, you don't have full knowledge of that.
We believe when we take the medicine that it's going to help. We don't know that.
Okay, so let's call it, then everything's a belief. You don't know you exist. Maybe you're in your dream.
But when you see things, you were saying seeing is knowing. So to the extent that seeing is knowing, when these people see God, they know it in the same sense that you know you see a blue car across the street.
Right, but people saying, I know that there's a God because I saw the sunrise. I mean, we agree that is not knowing.
Well, that's
God.
different.
That's different.
That's different.
That's interpretation.
If somebody says that they know
not get God
because they saw it, that's a very different type of thing.
And we have to make a distinction between interpretations and facts, right? I think that's important.
Yeah, but then we're going to get into like what are facts, and obviously for you, knowledge is going to be certainty.
What? I can't hear you, Matrix.
We're going to get into the word facts, right? And I assume for you, your definition of knowledge is certainty, right?
Well, listen. Saying that the sun rose, I'm looking at the sun right now, and it's saying.
First, let me understand. Hold on. And I'm totally down to hear what you're about to say, but is that true though? For you, knowledge means certainty.
Knowledge means empirical experience. For me.
Okay, so not certainty.
So do you know?
I know.
I'm trying to do it right. There's a difference between knowledge and certainty. Absolutely.
What's the same way? Do you know that there are exoplanets?
Do I know that there are other planets? Absolutely.
Exoplanets outside of our universe, outside of our solar system.
Well, I listened to enough of what's his name, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Okay, so you know.
you have no empirical evidence. You're trusting the people that looked at template to find them.
No, I'm just making the distinction between
Good.
knowledge and
Fine.
what? The matrix again. Right?
And it is empirical evidence. It is empirical.
No, I'm relying on someone else's empirical evidence, and I'm assuming that Kitover is accurate.
You're getting when you talk to like the mechanic who knows more about the car than you, right?
Yes.
And he looks at the car and then he tells you, yeah, I looked at the car, and you trust this guy from past experiences with the mechanic, and he's like, I looked through the car and this is the problem with the car, right?
Yeah.
That constitutes empirical evidence that like that's what's wrong with your car. For you.
Yes, I believe.
So that's a call to
Once
authority, which makes sense.
Once I drive the car, I don't know if there's potential. Okay, that when I start the car, it's going to start. Okay, but once I start the car and drive, I know the car is moving, right? Because I'm doing it. But there's a difference between certainty.
That wasn't the point.
Okay, let's stand
I'm saying like, expert testimony. If you have empirical reasons to think somebody's an expert in something, and then they tell you blah blah blah, you do have empirical reasons to believe that what they're saying is true.
Yeah.
So, I mean, look, the whole point is like if you want to have this like atheist discussion, like we can't going into like the fundamentals of epistemology every time we have this conversation.
All right, okay, we'll go there. I know you don't want to do that. Okay.
It's just, you don't do it with anything else. Like what? We don't do it with like any other debate. It's like, we can have we're gonna have a debate about X, but first we have to talk about fundamentals of epistemology every fucking time.
No, I just like clear-cut terms, but okay.
No, but Stanley, it's been going over this with you for a while now, and he is right. Always go back to the basics, right? Yeah, they're just such a huge waste of time, right? So yeah, you don't want to keep on going back to the basic epistemological
All right, so what is okay? A theist knows or believes or doesn't need empirical evidence to know that their God exists, right? So we say we can say we know God exists.
I wait a second.
Sully did not say that, sir. Sully did not say that.
He's talking about your definition of knowledge, man.
There could be empirical evidence like for or against God. There could be like other kinds of arguments.
My problem with theists is they say they know that God exists. Now they can say I believe the certainty that God exists. Once you say you know, that's what.
Wait, that's not true, Stanley. Very few people are epistemic infallibles. Like I'm a theist, I'm an epistemic infallibilist, right? Yeah, I know that God, meaning that the belief in the proposition of God exists as an epistemic property of word, right? So the belief can be worded, can be known infallibly, right? I know.
Yikes, agnostic. Anyway, Stanley, can you suggest Stanley, because we don't even know. Yeah, you guys don't even know if God exists technically. Yeah. So for you guys, for you guys, you don't even know maybe you're wrong. I understand what he's saying. Right, and it's fallible, so there could be a chance for you guys that God doesn't exist. You can have your lives. Can we ignore that? Yeah, I certainly believe in God.
Yeah, that's who muted Hamza?
When do we say ignore Stanley?
Well, why do you guys mute?
Appreciate you, God. Thanks for pointing that out.
I did. Yeah.
Please don't mute.
I'm not the one. It's not Coptic. I know who it is.
I don't mute people, by the way. I don't.
All right, listen, I'm not going to bother you guys anymore, but just how do we conclude this knowing existence?
You, Stanley, what's your definition of knowledge? I still really haven't pinpointed that.
Again, I think that there's got to be some word that because if I'm going to talk to a believer, one of the things that frustrates me is that when I speak with them. Okay. What I'm saying is when I speak with a believer and they can't distinguish between empirical.
Knowledge is.
Knowledge is empirically improved that I know. That I know empirically. I have experience.
That's a circular definition. You should try again.
I'm stupid.
Yeah.
Why would you say that?
You gave a circular definition.
Why is it a circular definition. I'm trying to. There are people who argued against it.
Because earlier you said that.
In terms of knowing,
Right.
you're defining knowledge.
Right.
Knowing.
What am I doing?
Only you're so stupid.
Okay, that's very kind of you.
It's like really stupid that I haven't even explained.
So rest for which theory of force does Stanley hold? Like, does he like what type of
Why are you believe? Are you
He
a
doesn't
believer?
know what Warren is because he's stupid and can't read.
Wait, who's calling me stupid? Just by the way, it's got the guts.
Andrew. It's Andrew R.
The Chinese guy.
So he's
Okay, can I ask you a question? Are you a religious person?
yeah. No.
Okay.
I'm not.
You're not a religious person?
No.
All right, that's good. Then we have the same kind of thinking. Because I'm not a religious person.
Don't try to bond with him.
Your thinking is stupid, and you use circular definitions. And I'm not.
Why is that a circular definition? Because saying knowledge.
Because you use the definendo in the definends.
Okay.
Okay.
How's that? Well, who's saying this, and why is it?
Andrew, this is not
Rice cooker.
So rice cooker, does he like that? Theory of force? Do you like
I'm
He
glad.
doesn't know what any of that is because he's too stupid to read anything about the topics he talks about all the time.
What topics do I talk about all the time?
Well, knowledge, apparently.
I'm only talking about it in this room.
But
You
they were
know me.
saying that this
Why
is
have I been?
yeah.
When? Have I called you any names?
Today. No,
So why are you calling me names?
I don't like it.
Is that you don't like me?
No, I love this
Yeah.
guy. Rice cooker's hilarious.
All right. I love you. Because Jesus told me.
Just tell me.
Nice one, Stanley.
Good job, Stanley. That was a good one.
All right. I used to love him.
You're a good man, Stanley, and I don't know why, Sasha, you always like to do shit up. Why do you? It's not necessary. I'm a scumbag, but at least I know I'm a scumbag.
Get him right.
Okay. Well, if you just mean I'm mean, then yeah, I'm mean. But I guess.
He's fine. It's not mean, Sasha. Mean would be fine. You are unnecessarily cruel. There's no need to do that.
That's true.
I don't think I'm cruel by like. I don't think I'm cruel by like calling this guy stupid on the internet. I think he can handle that type of cruelty.
Well, you could also be the difference is you could be necessarily cruel as opposed to.
But this time out, like, are you actually gonna say it's cruel to call some random guy stupid? So
I
that's not the same argument.
It's not all that I've heard him in all the rooms that I've been with him, right? And witnessed, he's a good and decent man. He doesn't deserve to be treated like
I just had a question for Megatron. And so you guys are saying you're academic there? You're saying they're academic infallibilists, right? Okay, very few people.
I am. Megatron's not. No, Megatron's not saying that. I'm saying that.
Oh, you're an academic
About knowing God.
Oh, so you're
About the
absolutely.
knowledge.
Warlock days.
Oh yeah. Why would I believe it otherwise?
Well, you could somehow
So
find
you believe it because you think it's probably true.
No, not probably true. I guess if I'm an infallible, I sure
would
can
believe
believe.
it otherwise. You would believe it because you think it's probably true.
Oh, I see.
That's why you would believe it.
Yeah, true. Yeah. Sasha's just saying if I wasn't infallible about it, I would believe it because it's probably true. That's true what Sasha's saying. But I am epistemically infallible about of knowing the existence of
Warlock days.
Wow, okay. So rice cooker is actually, I'm just saying that he's absolutely certain that God exists. You want to question him on that? Or?
why don't you question me? Me and Sasha are
Sounds
friends.
like you do, Adam. Sounds like you wanna.
Days? No, Sasha.
So like, you would say Hamza that God is like if you're like a foundation, you would say it's like a properly basic. It would be like a properly basic belief, like an intrinsic fear, right? And some belief can, some belief can never really be defeated or doubted. Exactly. I mean, you can take that view, but at this point, the problem with this view is that you're not going to be really doing philosophy anymore. Like, okay, fine, you have a belief that can never really be defeated. Because like then any arguments that's going to be presented against God, you're just going to dismiss it and say, oh, there's this, intrinsic defeater for the
No, hold on, that's not true.
God.
No, if you can give me, stop. If you can give me a deductive agree with all premises, I'm prepared to believe that. Wherever truth takes me, I'm gonna accept. Especially deductive proofs. Do you have a proof that's deductive that God doesn't exist?
Well, Daniel, you want to say something? Oh, because I thought you had. Well, the problem with that is then you're not really an epistemic infallibilist, right? Because then you're saying that your belief can actually be defeated, which means you're not really absolutely certain at this point. You can actually doubt the belief in the existence of God, right?
No, he thinks he has an argument that is solid and infallible.
I know this is the last part, Coptic. It was rude of me. I zoned out. What was the last part?
Oh, no, I'm saying, like, if you're saying that someone can provide you with a deductive argument against the existence of God, it means that the belief that you have about the existence of God can be doubted. So you're not really absolutely, you're giving, so you
But they won't. I'm not. I'm just you. Someone else. Someone said something. I'm just humoring you, bro. There's no. Solid. Go ahead. Yeah, I'm just humoring the point, right? There's no deductive argument that there's no existence of God. There's a deductive argument that God does exist. Obviously, we have to go into the definition of what my particular God is, right? It's not going to be like the typical Judeo-Christian, right? It's going to be a specific kind of God. Whatever. All right,
ready? If God possibly doesn't exist, then God doesn't exist. God possibly doesn't exist.
I agree. No, I disagree with the first premise.
Can you guys stop calling him names and trying to force?
Hell no, the atheist loves Megatron. There's a difference. There's a difference between me and you. The atheist love. Oh. Solely, the first premise I have a problem with. You have to provide.
Well,
the first premise was, since God is a necessary being, right? That means if he possibly doesn't exist, so he doesn't exist in some possible world, then he doesn't exist in the actual. Because he would be a necessary being.
So if he's a necessary being, it's not possible. It's not that he possibly exists in one world, he exists in all worlds.
But I'm sorry, I'm a contingency argument that you brought the other day. This is a good time for you to put it.
I'm not trying to like bore people. I've already ran it with Sully. I've already had the conversation with Rice Cooker. I don't want to keep dragging on. They know what I believe. They're opinions. They know what I believe.
I don't think you've heard this one.
Me and Sully and Sasha have discussed before.
If you say that
Optics asked before.
But if you're saying that, would you say that it's like logically necessary that God exists?
Of course. It's the definition of God.
So that atheism, you would then say atheism is a contradiction.
Yeah, atheism is magic. It's some black magic shit.
It's again not non-conjunction. Atheism.
Yeah. Rob's a dark magician, bro. That's what he is. Yo, Saxon, that's hilarious. It's in the chat. Because I'm in Lebanon right now, so we only have like 2 hours of electricity and we have to switch the generator.
Can't you just say it's contingent upon the contingency set? Contingent.
Ooh, the set argument.
It's just hard. It's hard. I hate that stupid ass. It's hard. I can't remember.
Who is that?
Stop the bubbling down.
She
question of whether the cruelty
There's no
necessary
need
or unnecessary cruelty.
there's no need to say some guy. I mean, if you want to go head on with me, Sasha, I'm down. I'll take that ride. I would rather not, but if you choose to do that, I'm game.
All right. I'll figure that out.
It's noted for the record.
I'll write it down in my journal. My people will come back here.
I think that's fair, Sasha. And I'll write in my journal that I will pretend to care. So it's a win-win for both of us.
All right. So what is this guy Andrea doing?
Andrew, what are you doing? Sasha, she's asking me about you, Andrew. Where are you?
Yeah, please. Hang on.
Andrew, stop running away, okay?
Please, Andrea. You need to give us an argument. For God.
Everyone will read from Megatron's set argument.
You have to understand, Andrew is not ignoring us, he's just shy.
Well, I haven't spoken to Andrea since last year.
Which was only a few hours ago, right?
Same old crapola, same shit, new year.
Well, Andrew's saying I'm on the track running. Oh, he's running on the track. Okay.
Oh, so he's tracking.
He just had it tracking, right?
Oh, he's fulfilling his New Year's resolution to lose a little bit of fat and keep running every day. Okay, that's great, Andrew. You're doing this, man. You're doing the right thing, man. That's your first day now.
Solo pasa. The rest of pasa. Sure.
All
I got the Kayla B to Kayla, I hope your New Year's resolution is don't put your wife in the menstruation shot.
So last year, Sasha.
It's funny,
Your
Sasha.
last year.
It's such a last year troll comment on me. Get more creative.
I haven't made this joke since last year.
Yeah, it's so 2020.
Man, it's so old. Get something new. You're so boring.
It's a bit of a callback.
Yeah, it's just your lack of creativity.
It's called the running guy.
It's called boring.
But Kayla, you hit us with a joke. I think your people are supposed to do it now.
I don't know that many jokes. To be honest, I don't remember jokes very well. It's the problem I have.
Okay. Well, let me tell you what. Do you know how to
Okay, I'll tell you. Here's one joke I know. Here's one joke I have. There's a panel. There's a panel of a Muslim, an imam, a priest, and a rabbi. They're asked, when does life begin? It's a conversation about the beginning of life. And the Catholic says that's easy. The priest says when at conception begins at conception. And then the imam is asked, well, when does life begin? He says that's easy. That's at first breath. And then he asks the rabbi, when does life begin? The rabbi scratches his beard, thinks for a while, and says, when the dog dies and the kids move out of the house.
That's fine.
It's not like funny, it's true.
Okay, this one, Kayla. You know how the girls at Auschwitz, you ask them for their non-fiction?
That's a good answer.
See, that's a funny joke that would play Israel really well. That's like a very funny, dark joke. But like in mixed company, it's not a funny joke. But I get it.
Okay, that's good. As long as you get it, that's good enough for me.
I get it. It's a terrible, dark joke, and like one that I would not encourage non-Jews to tell. But sure, I get it.
Yeah, you definitely don't want Trump to show up in the U.S. or Europe.
Me too. Me, asking the question, why did Moses lead the Jews through the desert? The answer is because he was too ashamed to take them into town. That's funny.
That's good.
There's two things that I know, right? Jesus must have been a black man. He was poor, he called everybody brother, and he never had a fair trial. Adam, on the other hand, can never be black, because black men do not give away spare ribs.
Right. No, but like Jesus, evidence for Jesus being black is also that he got sparked by the Jews. It's like another.
Wow, that's even too harsh for me, Sasha. Wow.
Continue me. Like the Jews took advantage of the black community with like the rap industry.
Did you say with the rap industry?
Yeah. That's right.
In what way?
They were arguing with the Chinese and like those are reading on African studies.
Are you really trying to understand this guy? He's like a trumpet.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I thought he was trying to be serious.
Yeah, you can ask ChatGPT about there are people who argue for that kind of stuff.
There are people that argue for all kinds of stuff.
And there's people that argue for flat Earth.
Yeah, but it's like restricted quantification. You have to learn what that is. Like before we can talk, you need to give me a definition of knowledge, and you need to tell me that you have restricted quantification. But otherwise we can't talk.
So you said earlier we shouldn't be going over epistemological basics every time.
No, that wasn't me. I was talking.
Somebody was saying that. I thought it was you.
Yeah, well,
I think
just because
someone
somebody
said that
was
just
saying it, that doesn't mean
Oh,
that
that's
doesn't mean I was saying it. Yeah,
Mistaken.
yeah. So that's embarrassing. We're not even gonna say this. This doesn't even bear repeating. But I'm just really gonna try to set up some shit conversation about psychophysical harmony. So I run away.
She ran away. How?
Megatron, you still here? Mayor.
Sulking could be a form of protest.
Yeah, I told you I'm painting, so continue to paint.
Oh, right. I was just gonna say, you notice how everybody runs away from your set argument.
Yeah, well, they don't. As if he understood it. I don't even think he understood. I was hoping maybe the really, really smart people in the room could explain to him.
Megatron, you're a Catholic.
At least I'm not marked to death, real people.
At least Marcus just showed up on stage.
Shut up, Catholic Megatron.
Yes. Welcome back, Benjamin.
Thank
You
you.
told me I could talk now.
Well,
was just wondering if you heard the set argument or not.
I never heard the set argument.
Man, Andrew, look how much the room changed.
Euro brings a crowd.
We were down.
It flows.
No, dude, we were down to 6 people and it was dying.
I know, but that's why I joined. Because I like it when there's lots of people, to be honest. They saw it comes in, I'm like, oh.
Well, at least we got people on age and we got people like Hamza who know what they're talking about.
And we have catheters like Megatron.
No, we don't.
Andrew, like that wasn't sufferable. I have to agree with
Yeah, I hear you.
Confused.
Well,
Doesn't
so,
look good.
Marcus, are you there? Marcus, Greek?
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, brother. Hey, man, I can't remember. Are you an atheist?
No, I'm not.
All right. A Christian?
I am not, but I have high risk.
Don't push your luck, Andrew. You're doing wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Andrew. Mix.
Nice. Why do you believe God exists, then, Mark?
Well, it's because, and I think I've answered this before when we spoken, but everything that's within this universe and other universes that are out there, everything is created in a structure and within an order, because how everything correlates with each other. Nothing was just put here from a mysterious explosion. Now, some people can say that maybe if God has created an explosion for this to happen, but at the same time, nothing was just randomly put here, and everything was by a particular design. Now, evolution and spirituality can go hand in hand, but the thing is that how everything is within the universe and how things are set in motion, and how morality is a thing. There is no way that there can't possibly be. I mean, you can't. Well, I'm not going to say you can't. Everyone is entitled to their own opinions of what they believe, which is all right, you know. But at the same time, how things are, it's impossible to say that this design is because it evolved from this. Okay, everything has an ancestor, yes. But there are some things that have a design that is very unique within its species of existence that no other species have. So I can pretty much say that everything is put here within an order and it's by design. Like exoplanets, for example. Those weren't just put there. Something created those to be set in the way that they are. Even if it may not have life that we may know, but what if it does, but on a very small scale that we cannot see or can bring back in a petri dish?
Well, one thing I can say with a relatively high degree of certainty is it did not start with an explosion. Oh, I thought you were saying it did start with an explosion.
No. I was.
There's anything intelligent designer that it can't be an explosion.
But who's saying it's an explosion?
It doesn't. Don't get bogged down in anything intelligent designer.
Oh, okay. So I would not intelligent design argument and still say there's no explosion.
Yeah, because I've been hearing a lot of debates on YouTube and so forth about these exact topics. And of course, most people, when they refer to an explosion, of course, they're talking about the Big Bang of some sort.
Right, but just to be clear, the Big Bang was not an explosion.
Oh, I guess that was an exaggerated part. My apologies.
Yeah,
It's a misuse of the term explosion.
Yeah, it was actually the whole reason the term was created was sort of to mock the view.
Yeah, it was Theo saying that you think the universe began with a Big Bang. Can't the Big Bang.
the guy who came up with the term was a big believer in steady state.
Which has been thoroughly debunked. I should say thoroughly. Pretty high level of certainty been debunked.
Yeah, and I'd be willing to be thoroughly debunked.
There's been a lot of conversations about that I've heard of morality and good, bad, evil, and so forth. Because there is good, there is righteous, as there is evil. But some will argue to say that there is no such as morality. Well, if that's the case, then why is being helpful, being caring, being loving, being able to know things that are good, why not just do something without expecting a consequence?
Those are selfish acts. We do things selfishly for the good, for ourselves. So you just do them selfishly, not for a specific reason. I choose to do good because I have my own reasons, my own selfish reasons of being good. Doesn't need to match up with someone else's good.
So you're saying that it's subjective, or is your good the ultimate good, or absolute good?
I don't know what is the ultimate good.
Okay, I'm asking you a question, right? So you're saying like,
Because he was a question,
right? I can't believe these are
No. So the ultimate good would have to be not from. It would have to be. Get from the nature of the ultimate goodness, which is God. So,
and how do you get it from the like? How do you receive it from your book?
Your God cannot either be dead or.
Brother, I'll throw my look.
There's nothing intrinsic.
Look, burn. 1 second. Burn my book. Burn my book, and make kebabs.
I've been burning your book for the last year, the whole 2020.
Yeah, burn my book and burn my book. Burn my book. Now I'm asking you, like, how do you receive this from the ultimate good? These directions, right? This directive of like goodness and good acts. How are you receiving it from your God? From this ultimate good is what you said, not God. Ultimate good.
Yeah, you revealed it.
How are you receiving it? Okay, this revelation, what do you call that? Where is that? Your senses, but your senses could be fallible. What are you talking about?
Of course. Believe it.
Okay, fine then. If you want to like put me in a corner, like, well, I just believe it. Sometimes they're wrong. Okay, I guess you're right. Yeah, so sometimes you think something's good when it could technically be bad.
Right.
Okay, so your intention really is what matters here.
Always.
I didn't hear you.
You said always, yes.
Okay, base. We have the same philosophy.
Virtue ethics, something Muhammad didn't teach. He didn't teach virtue ethics.
Yeah, okay, the Muslims you speak to, my Muhammad did teach that. That's all he taught.
Really?
Yeah, brother.
Allah.
Good luck proving that.
Brother, if she commits adultery, you better laugh her. You better laugh her in time. You know what?
So can you prove that?
No, I can't actually.
I know we can't.
So don't you have
time ago? Not physically.
And I burned yours. How about that, brother?
You're allowed to.
And I burned yours.
You're allowed to.
Well, I would never burn the Bible. I respect that book too. You kafir.
Said metaphysically.
Yeah, you would, Hamza. If you could, you wouldn't.
Well, I
You're greedy women. We all know that. Come on, we know how you roll. Come on
now.
now.
Hold on. Right now, I'm in America, but now I'm in a Muslim like country. Well, you think I can't burn the Bible, dog? I respect the Bible. What do you want about?
Look, there's also Christians in Lebanon, so we all know that. We all know that.
Oh, trust me when I tell you, we're not scared.
You can burn the Bible in a Christian country.
What is that? You know, Christians are scared of us. They shouldn't be, though. They love us. The Shias, not the Sunnis. Sunnis are terrorists. Some Christians hate us. James is always like espousing, like, oh, Islam is like hating. Sorry, Marcus, go ahead.
Islam. I have no reason to hate Islam. I don't hate anything or anyone. I don't do that.
Such a fucking liar. You can hate
No,
no,
I
one's gonna
do
be fine.
I have family members who have converted to Islam. Do you think, in your wildest of dreams, that I would not defend my sister against any and all comers? That's 100%, regardless of her religion. If it makes her feel good, then I'm happy that she's happy. So Islam is not a bad thing. It's not a
They don't
good thing.
hate Islam.
I don't. Anything takes too much energy.
No. Thank you for clarifying.
It takes too much.
Okay,
Are there things that I dislike about Islam and religion in general? Absolutely, but I don't hate them. No.
Oh, James is an atheist? I thought he was Christian.
No, I'm an agnostic. Meaning I don't know.
Oh, you're like Rob would say. You're right. Like Rob would say, you're a fencer.
I mean, at the end of the day, being the dumbass that I am, for myself, personally, the only tenable position that I can posit in this dilemma is I don't know. I cannot prove to you that God exists, and I cannot disprove that I can't prove that he doesn't exist. I don't know. And I don't care. God doesn't pay my bills.
If you don't care, then why are you on stage? Most of the times I hear you trying to like prove like theists wrong. You never like, try to prove atheists wrong. But I was like, you always have this like, I don't want to say hate, but this bias towards theists.
No, I disagree. The reason why I don't attack theists because I recognize logic, a pattern of logic. It doesn't mean that I necessarily atheists. I don't. But, at least I can understand their train of thought, right? Believing in something and then claiming knowledge of the aforementioned something that is beyond your understanding and your experience, to me, is ludicrous. If you knew it, there would be no, look, dude, if you knew it, if you had the knowledge, there would be no. Believing actually entails wanting something to be true. But wanting something to be true does not necessarily mean that the aforementioned thing is going to be true. It's about your personal wants.
Yeah, I agree. But I know God exists. And then by your definition, I also believe God exists.
No, look, at the end of the day, if I had to ask you, you saying that you know God exists, if I had to ask you to demonstrate God's existence, how would you answer that question?
Why don't you just ask the question directly? Real quick.
It's dead. Silence is deafening. As he consults
I'm lagging.
You're not lagging, you're checking ChatGPT. You say checking ChatGPT. I don't know.
What was the last thing? Wallah, I'm not. Wallah, my dad's in front of me. If you want me to.
I'm not as dumb as you think I am. It's
Wallah,
okay, it doesn't matter.
I don't think you're dumb. Like, what the hell? Calm down. I think you're an idiot. I don't think you're dumb.
Yeah,
I'm lagging again.
that's much less worse. Thank you.
Can you differentiate those two? That was interesting.
because
Mayor, why you gotta like jump in and make me look bad?
dude, you know why the reason why you're lagging? You know why the reason why Hamza is lagging? Because the country is load shedding.
Why am I running? My internet's poor. 3G.
It's lagging, but yet every time you speak, the clarity is, unquestionable. So I'm not sure how that's working out there.
Yeah, because God's on my side. How about that?
Hamza, you have a history of being dishonest. Your words mean nothing.
What a piece. Now you're missing a history of being an asshole on this app, not dishonest.
No, I'm being direct.
I don't know that. Look, I have a history of being an asshole on this app, but not dishonest.
No, you have a history of
believe what I'm saying.
You have a history of not faith interlocutor. We both know that. Pretend otherwise.
So you usually raise the bar in every room that you go into.
Let me move to the next part of the house, bros. You're cutting off. You have a history of and you zoomed out, and then pretend is what I heard.
Oh no, I said that you always have this way of upping the bar in every room you're in. Hamza, I appreciate that about you. That you're consistent.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Megatron, that's not.
Tell you, bad people invent good things to say about each other.
Oh, he's commenting on Megatron too.
So the real question will come: will anyone ever answer Megatron's consent injunction?
Fuck, I'm contagious. Yeah, retarded. Yeah, really bad.
I haven't heard it.
Who's just stuck on 88? It's fucking retarded, stupid bullshit. I don't know why Megatron's using it when someone like Sully should be using it.
You still ask things like, are things identical to its essence? Like you're still asking questions like that. So it's like I can't take you serious.
Hold on, bro. I've heard myself on tape, and I don't sound.
And I wonder because I've been doing this. I've been looking this up.
It's my internet.
He can't beget. God cannot. Allah cannot beget nor be begotten.
Can you hear me now?
But when Hamza asks questions like that, right? Like, can it get said identical to its nature or its essence or things like that?
Horizon. Can you hear me now?
That's like violating everything that the Quran says in chapter 1.
I don't sound like that. I've recorded myself. I heard myself on tape. And I don't sound like, is this identical to the essence?
Yeah, you say that all the time.
So I've heard you on TikTok. You know that?
Yeah, we've all heard you on TikTok. About something beyond that.
No, I mean in terms of recording instead of live.
You understand, Hamza, why I don't like lying. It's too much fucking hard work. When you lie, you have to remember each lie that's down.
Right.
I gave you 2 passes. I gave you. Hamza.
Yeah, he's cocking out. He's going in and out too much, Hamza. We're not going to be.
You can give me 2 passes, or I can confiscate Lebanon. I mean, which do you prefer?
Wow.
Yeah, Euro. So they have a big problem with the beginning. They just think it's biological or sexual beginning. But there's ontological procession, there's rational origin, there's generation, there's causal top.
Oh, that's a good point, because Hamza does, in fairness to Hamza, he does claim ontological order. He's not talking
he
about.
does. And I don't know how they always say this, but we're not.
being able to beget is a major flaw in their metaphysics.
Well, I'm still waiting for people to answer your second question.
Yeah.
Hamza tried, Nargis tried, other people have tried.
Yeah, there's two implications with Allah not being able to beget.
And those are?
He cannot have an external relation origin. So that Allah has no intrinsic relation. All relations must be created external. So he becomes rationally dependent on creation to express love, word, self, knowledge.
Is there
It's a real dependency. There's no transcendence.
Is there a problem with the Holy Spirit or no?
Well, the beginning, you have to. Yeah, I mean.
No, it isn't.
I'll send this to you. Here, I'll send this. It's in the back channel, and you read it, and you let me know what's wrong with it.
To be fair, Bas, not most, but I've heard many Christians say what you said Hamza claimed. So it's not that controversial or shocking.
What did I claim? Because you guys keep cutting off.
He just doesn't understand basic philosophy under his. When he says they say they have this.
Get the fuck out of here! I don't understand. Get the fuck. I heard that part. I don't understand basic philosophy.
Well, you don't know.
Get the fuck out of here! I don't understand any of that shit. You don't even know my beliefs on that shit.
No, please.
This whole argument.
No, we need to listen. No, can I ask one question?
Yeah, they just check in the back channel. Just look at that. Tell me everything.
I just want to know, does the moon pray? Yes or no? That's all I want to know. Please, can someone answer?
We're an eye on we.
No, I'm not talking about the stars. I'm talking about the moon, bro. So
Who says the moon pray?
Say wallahi, please. Say wallahi, please.
Why is that irrelevant to anything?
Is there anybody that can understand the moon pray?
I'm trying to understand the brother. Sometimes you have to forgive some brothers. They don't know what they pray to. So I want to know, does the moon pray? Yes or no?
But that's a rhetorical question. You know that, and I know that. That's the reason why you asked it. But how is that question going to move this discussion any shape, size, or form forward? It's not.
Imagine Morocco, they believe the moon prays. Imagine Morocco, they believe.
Good for them. I mean, if that's what they believe, and if that's what floats their boat, who gives a shit? I don't. I let them be happy doing what they're doing or what they're not doing, as long as it doesn't affect me. If it doesn't affect me, I don't have an opinion.
You don't know, because you don't know. So that's why. So sorry about it.
I'm pretty impressed that you know what I don't know after speaking to me for less than a minute. So that tells that you don't know what you are saying, but you think it's nice to be heard, hearing your own voice. That's what I think, if we're starting to be direct.
Okay, so let me just sum up the argument here, just so that we're on the same page. Saying God cannot beget is not just denying sex or bodies, right? It is asserting that God lacks the capacity for internal relation origin that collapses into God into a solitary monad, makes his word and his love dependent on creation, and introduces contingency into divine attributes. Begetting does not mean biological. It means origin from the same nature without division or time. Denying that is not transcendence is a limitation.
When I came here, we was speaking about human beings.
Now,
speaking about
the
versus
So that becomes
he does not beget, nor is he begotten. It's 112, verse 3. Now, they're only meaning this in a sexual way.
That's up to them.
They don't mean this in any other way.
But when I came in here, you would have thought the stars, the moon,
This ontological procession would be origin of the same nature. So he doesn't have a word. He doesn't have his mercy.
asking you, does the Quran sound like
He has none of these. He doesn't have a
I'm
love
not racist. I'm not racist.
outside
Does
of
the Quran
his
sound like
creation.
music? Or does
He
music
is
make
dependent on his creation to have love, to have knowledge, to have his word, to be spoken for anything.
We're not talking about the way, we're talking about the creatures, the little creeps. So the moon, the star, this, whatever, do that, right? No, these Muslims don't want to come around here and say, oh, look, the moon, the moon. Like, come on, man. Does the Quran sound like music? No, this is not music. This is the way, anthem. It's anthem. So, alright, let me compare it to this world that we live in, right? You have a Bentley, and then you've got a Phantom. You've got a Ferrari, you've got a Porsche. What will you go for? The sound or the mood? Obviously, the sound. You want a Phantom, but does it sound like a Bentley? No. That's what I was talking about. But yeah, I believe the mood.
Okay, just give me 1 second, Luca. Let me just,
No, you.
because the Muslims are coming in here and then they're just leaving because, you know, oh, you want me to study format logic? All right, I'll give you the format logic. And you know what? I'm going to put it in the chat for you. Okay? Begetting, this is basically what you're saying about your God. Your God is reduced to absolute monadic isolation.
We talking about beings. We're talking about beings. So
I'll tell you how it follows logically. Okay? I'll explain. You want me to explain? I'll explain.
I read it.
Is it phantom?
You're right?
Yeah, but is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it points out how it results in the category here.
Oh, look at 3.
Did you see that? The end of step 2?
Obviously, it's a phantom.
The end of step 2.
Yeah, I look.
Yeah, most people deny begetting all beings.
Well, I don't look it. Well, I
It results in a
Yes.
category error, not a refutation.
That's crazy. Yo, imagine the moon praise. That's crazy.
Yeah, so you're saying it only means one?
And the people that say that are making a category error.
You suck your mom, you.
That's what I mean. Don't you believe that 2 through 5 are in the definition?
I'm not sure who can understand.
No, Luca doesn't understand.
You know, I never thought that I would agree with anything Bach says, but
We're not here for you. We want to argue.
Okay, so who's the person? Let's see if Ahmed can
Let's have a
understand.
debate. No,
What I'll do is, I'll put this
debate.
stuff in. Just give me 1 second. 1 second, brother. Luca, give me 1 second. Let me put these things in the chat for the guys who want to punch this in their chat GBT for the logical, you know, whatever the hell it says. So I'm gonna put this stuff into you, right? This is for med, okay? If you read it, if begetting is denied as an absolute inability, the following deficiencies follow logically. So Allah is reduced to an absolute monadic isolation.
You see, he thinks.
And the result of this, logically,
You're one of them beggars.
Right?
You're one of them.
if God or Allah, right? Let me give you the logical concept. If God has internal relation, origin,
somebody and you want to bring logical information. Look up.
Hold on. Let me hear his argument. What's your argument, Megatron?
I'm putting it in the chat.
I want to know.
Putting it in the chat. God has no intrinsic relation. So his mercy, his love, he has nothing before creation.
Hold on.
He
When you
means
said when
creation.
Megatron,
He
I already
is a
have a problem.
contingent being which is reduced to an angel. Allah is a genie.
Okay, you said before
All
creation.
relations must be created externally. I have to finish your argument, my friend. Okay? And then this Muslim in the audience doing his insulting, which means he has no argument.
I'm not here for this.
Doing his insulting, which means he has no argument. And the conclusion here, right? This is the last one. The conclusion, okay? God becomes rationally dependent on creation to accept love.
That's up to
His
this.
word
That's God.
and
That's
his.
I'm talking about
I
human
don't know
beings.
what kind of knowledge this God has because he's just a dependent being on creation. So he's just as smart as his creation.
Oh wow, yikes!
Nothing beyond.
Thank you. Please, can I talk? Please.
Yeah, look at the arguments in the chat.
20 seconds. 20 seconds. So obviously, you want to think, but no.
Look at Ahmed's answer. Look, you see, do you see Ahmed's answer in the chat? He doesn't understand what begetting and begot means. He just did that. See what he just said? This is. Look what he said. He said this relation. Let me take a screenshot of this. First. Hold on a second. Let me show you. Let me just hear what Lucas. I'm going to show you what Megatron actually means. This relation and God's attributes are all conceptual in his existence. You see that? So he's saying the same shit that Hamza says all the time, and he's literally contradicting himself by saying he's identical to his essence, right? So in order for that to be identical to his essence,
let him answer.
Luca, you gotta chill.
Let him answer, you fuck. Oh, you're annoying now. Let him answer.
I'm reading.
Let Luca answer.
What is he answering?
Well, you don't have to. You were speaking to your first comment, bro, that he's a deistic God and there's no relation to his mercy and that he's dependent.
Did you believe?
I'm explaining on that.
No, forgive him.
Yeah, and after that, Megatron.
What was it?
Look at you. Wow. He just started it and he wasn't able to get it out.
Yeah, but can I please. So, boom, bye. Did he pick up the book or did he know the moon was with it? Or did he think, oh no, the moon just doesn't pray? So my question is, do you not believe the moon? That's where it started from.
Oh, hold on. Yo, 1 second, Luca.
I'm not here to stop things.
I understand, but Luca, I just want to make sure everyone knows. I don't know who this guy Luca is. I shouldn't have defended him. I thought he was going to say some rational shit, right?
No,
My name is Luca. I live on the second floor.
I appreciate whoever sent him.
He had to be departed.
Okay, so now the response. Yeah, look, Hamza, you have a response, Hamza? Yeah, Hamza, you have a response, Hamza, to the argument?
Right, so the first part is what I'm going to address. When you said that his mercy is dependent on his creation, which is something that's created external to himself, don't really care about that part, and that if the creation hadn't been created, there would be no mercy. So you insinuated that there was no creation before God created the first creation, therefore God had no mercy until that creation was created. Have I steel manned it correctly so far, Megatron? So you know I understand what you're saying?
What it means for God to not be able to beget or be begotten. Correct. Nothing can come intrinsically from his nature.
Doug, I'm just going to ask you again, and that's fine. Did I steel man your argument correctly? clearly so I can address it. First, I have to understand what you're saying so I can address the shit you're saying.
I put it in
Is
the
that what you're
chat.
saying?
Scroll up in the chat and read
Let me
what
see.
I wrote in the chat. So if you scroll up in the chat, the first thing I said was
Megatron, all related
the first thing I said,
to
I'm gonna tell you the first thing I said was if begetting is denied as is an absolute inability, the following deficiencies follow logically, and then all my premises follow from there. So that was the first one. It's
Okay, so for me to understand exactly, I get that. I just, hold on. Because Megatron, I take begetting to be something that's a lower function of sex for animals. That's what begetting means to me. But it doesn't sound like that's what begetting means to you. This word begetting, can you give me a definition for it first?
No. That's the problem with the metaphysics in the Quran. The Quran only defines begetting as a sexual or reproduction. But that's not what begetting means. That's not my fault. Your God is all-knowing, all-knowledgeable, created all things. He should know what begetting and begotten means on every level. This is the problem with your Quran, not mine.
Hold on. So
He's all knowing.
look, begetting is the begetting is the lower animal functions of sex. If that's what the Quran's referring to, then that's fine. Me and you both believe God doesn't have sex. God forbid, right? We don't talk like that about God. If that's what the Quran's referring to, fine. It's right in that sense. But you're using the word begetting in a different sense. I'm asking you, in what sense are you using the word begetting? That he can't beget a creation. Define that for me so I can address your argument.
In the Bible, the way the word beget or begotten is used in the Bible. In the Bible, we explain this ontological procession within the Trinity. We talk about a rational origin, one subsistent relation originating from another, right? No change or division, right? That's rational origin. We're talking about eternal generation, right? And
Yeah, but dog, in the Bible it says that the Holy but the Bible says that the Holy Spirit came upon Mary and overshadowed her. Like what? You're trying to put a mental image in my head? Like how a bull overshadowed a cow? Like, look, I don't want to talk about what the Bible's referring to when it says begotten, because I know what it's referring to. That's not.
I don't know what that meant, Mary.
Hamza, whether you like it or not, or whether you concede it or not, God impregnated Mary without her consent.
James, I'll get to you in a second. Yikes!
And this is not a problem for you.
Yo, James, hold on, Megatron. Let me just cook James real quick.
No, you want to run away.
I'm not. You take one sentence, you both shut the front door.
Please. I don't.
Oh, okay, fine. Forget James, fine. I'm not running. Megatron, tell James to shut the front door. Megatron, I'm asking again.
Bye.
Oh, I'm so pissed. Shut up, James. You atheist cafe. Okay, Megatron. I want to address your argument. You're saying God is in no mercy until he creates.
That squats in the desert to take a dump. So tell me again, who's the coffee? I was raised using toilet paper. You were raised fucking using stand to scrub your ass.
Yikes.
No, yikes.
You're racist.
Hands up.
Oh, these guys are racist. Okay, fine, James. Fair enough.
Hamza, you're against
Yo, the guy's a racist. Fine.
Long time no see.
I've been around,
James, are you done, James? Can I get back to Hamza?
Megatron, you want to address your shit?
No, I understand you. I understand you, Megatron, Bob, whatever your name is. You hate being ignored.
I hate you for talking over me.
And you know, James, for the pain to experience through this injustice, Bob, my ass bleeds for you.
Yeah, but yo, my ass bleeds because you're a racist, and apparently because I'm Arab, I rub my ass with sand when I take a shit, right?
according to you, racist.
Yeah, let's be honest. Let's be honest. Where you people live, grass is not a real thing. So you know, if you want to get rude, I can do that. It's not a problem.
James, why won't you let Hamza talk what happened? Did I miss something? I'm not sure.
James is not allowing any sort of conversation to happen. He just.
No, that's not true. I've been quiet most of the time. You've been talking to yourself for the last 35 minutes, Bart. Has it not dawned upon you that nobody is listening to you because they know that you're a cretin?
So James, do you want to say something and then let them move on, or not?
I think I said.
And shut this racist up so I can continue the conversation with Meg. And he left. Megatron left. Oh no, he's right. Okay, Megatron, I want to address your stupid argument without the racist coming in.
Wait, which stupid argument?
The fucking first one, because there was like 3, and you're so right, Euro. The first one, that he said God can't have mercy because he's dependent on mercy of having it until the creation's created, then God has mercy. But I have such a clear fucking defeater for that. If I just tell Megatron, well, the creation is eternal with God, that means God's mercy is eternal. That's a defeater for him, isn't it, Euro?
No.
Permission to speak freely.
Megatron says no.
Of course, shit. I don't know. I love your
Let shit go. I mean, let shit go. It's only fair for everyone to come in and derail the conversation to save you. Go ahead, let somebody else do.
Yeah, let's be real.
No, you're right. No, you address it.
Destroy your argument concept.
1 second, Shit, I have to stop you. He's trying to say I'm running, bro. Come on, Shit, don't let me get defeated, you know what I mean? Respect for Eddie Murphy. Megatron, address what I said. Megatron, if I just claim that the creation is eternal with God, that means his mercy upon creation is eternal. That's a defeater for your stupid ass argument.
He said no.
If God cannot beget, nothing can come from his essence.
You're helping. He's not addressing.
Not an identity. Knowledge of something that God does. It is not. It not is. Introduces change and contingency, right? God was silent, then God speaks. You understand? There is no, for example, causal without time. So that means dependency without temporal sequence. But when we speak in the Trinity, right, we're talking about this ontological procession between Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, or Father and Son that have the Spirit that spirates their love. We have this before creation because the Father is begetting, the Son is begotten. It is the same nature. Okay, when you just now explained, I'm a steel man here. So when you just now explained, no, because you're just going to say it wrong again. You're not going to get it. Let me just steel man here. When you just said,
you're right.
His mercy is his creation because his creation is eternal.
I didn't fucking say that.
You said his creation is eternal, and because his creation is eternal, it's going to be part of his essence, which means that his justice, his mercy has always existed because of the eternality of his creation.
Good.
Yeah, nothing can come forth from his
eternality. Now that's a correct
statement. He cannot beget. His eternality cannot be from his nature. Nothing comes forth from Allah. He cannot beget nor be begotten. From verse 112, verse 3.
Blur out of my hand.
Gag,
Okay, am I audible? Now you are. Without lagging? Stop. That's what this guy said for like 5 minutes about spy rating and blah blah blah. Like, look, I had a defeater for him. If I start cutting out, one of you guys needs to jump in and tell me, right? I had a defeater for him. I said, well, look, man, I'll solve that problem. If I say the creation is eternal, that defeats your argument that God couldn't have mercy on something that didn't exist. So he had no mercy. Then he creates the creation. Then he has mercy on the creation. So he's dependent on the creation for his mercy. I give you a defeater for that. I said, well, if the creation is eternal with God, then his mercy upon the creation is also eternal. You didn't address that. You steel man. Finally, at the end, you steel man.
Good argument. I don't believe it, but it's plausible.
James, James, you gave me credit there after hating me so much? Even James agrees that's your argument.
Even when you can have added utility, you know? Look at it like that.
Yo, I love James forever now. Even James understands that Hamza has a good defeater for Megatron. Megatron now needs to address Hamza's defeater.
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is Bart is too limited to respond to you anything that you said. Hence is, you know, he's avoiding your question or your argument like Kitover. He knows he can't answer.
So easy.
Actually, I answered him, and he's just not responding. I literally responded.
James, get him. James, get him. Did he answer my point?
So, Megatron, would you say that Hamza didn't answer because he's not tracking?
Yeah, because he doesn't. I'm trying to explain to him. His God says this in verse 112. Chapter 112, verse 3. Not beget nor see God.
You need to stop being a Euro. You need to address what I'm saying. James, help me out.
No, you're right. You know, the thing is, you are not answering Hamza. You are just deploying non-informative responses. Those are the answers.
Maybe he was cutting out. Maybe he was cutting out.
No, maybe you look, dude. This is the problem I have with you, Theus. You know what that is? Your fucking personal vanity.
I can't
want to admit that you could be wrong.
Fucking insane.
I don't care what you want.
No, you're right. Yeah, James. One mic on James.
I was thinking we could take a slight side break, and I was going to show a nice hadith. This hadith is about if a woman does not take care of her husband, how can she take care of Allah? And basically, even if she's on a camel and her husband expects service on top of the camel, if that is not met, then she cannot serve Allah.
Well,
You want the hadith number?
no, that kind of makes sense, though, right?
I mean, kind of. But it's like, where are you going to have the camel? You can't bring it.
I don't believe in hadith. I'm not addressing that. I want to address Megatron. No, fuck hadith. I want to talk to Megatron.
Okay, so Megatron, can I ask you one question?
Yeah.
When you're answering Hamza, do you think that you're addressing the specific points he's raising, or are you giving a different argument?
Well, I did a steel man of his, and then James jumped in, and then I don't know why, but I just couldn't understand he was cutting it out.
Oh, so I think
because I properly steel manned him, and then he was responding, and then he cut out there. So I'm not even sure what to set up to that.
Yeah, so Hamza, I think that's what happened. He steel manned your argument, and then James interrupted, and then you cut out. So maybe in fairness, you should give Megatron another chance.
No, Euro. If he starts blabbering about spiration and shit, you need to stop him and address my argument that my defeater is if the creation is eternal, then his mercy argument goes out the door. You understand what I mean, Euro? So if he deviates from answering that, you need to stop him.
Yeah, but why can't you stop him? Why do I have to stop him?
Because he can't stop on himself.
He's saying that
Megatron.
creation is eternally generated? Is that what he's saying?
Hamza, is that what you're saying? Thanks, Jeff, for the side comment. Megatron, the ball's in your court.
Okay, so you're saying that let me properly steel man. You're saying that the universe, as we know it,
Okay, so Megatron is conceding because he's staying on mute, right? So Megatron, I'm just gonna take that as a concession, right?
I don't know.
You don't unmute, you're explaining yourself. What? Right, it says long as then you're done.
So Megatron, I think in fairness to Hamza, I think he's probably just lagged.
Yeah, he's gotta be lagging.
Because he thinks you're not responding, so I think that's from the earlier period when James was interrupted.
It's funny, he hears everything that James is saying, though.
Yeah, because he's like behind. He's like a minute or two behind, probably.
Are you saying based on technology or comprehension?
No, I mean technology. I'm saying. I mean that's what I understood from his last sentence because he was complaining that Megatron wasn't talking at a time when Megatron was speaking. At least that's how I
But we
understood.
did hear what he said, and he said that the creation it would be eternal. That doesn't solve the problem. That actually is the crux of the problem because he's ignoring what being begetting or what be begotten.
Okay, I think he's caught up now.
That means that he just doesn't understand 100% what it is for God to beget something. And he's saying that would also be eternal with God. So then it is intrinsically part of the eternal generation of the universe. But God cannot have anything from his nature because he cannot beget. So he's again just proving that he doesn't understand. He thinks his God has this and he just doesn't have it.
Mayor, are you here?
Yeah, but I haven't been following.
I was going to say, because you're my theist expert, and I was hoping you could resolve the issue.
Want to lay it out in simple terms without shouting.
Well, Megatron and Hamza are doing it. So
are we repeating the two sides of the argument? Either one, any of you?
Megatron, do you wanna recap briefly the two sides of the argument and see which side Mayor agrees with?
So Mayor,
all right, I have a stable connection. Finally, I have a stable connection. Okay, Megatron, you've already steel met my shit, and I've steel met your shit.
created. If it's eternal, it's intrinsic to his nature, but he doesn't beget.
The fuck are you? Go. I'm gonna. That's what people call it, bro. You're even saying anymore. I'm giving you a defeater for your.
I think this is a troll. I mean, honestly, doing this is ridiculous.
Resorting to insults is not good.
Yeah.
No, I think what's happening, like I want to be kind of fair to him. I think his connection isn't stable, so makes it a little uneven.
Maybe he's taking it as a personal attack when he admits the gospel.
Yeah, and especially when he has to admit that the Trinity is intrinsic to God's nature and God himself, right? So in order for God to be God, number one, he must reveal it. and number two, he also must be triune. And Hamza is going to have a very, very difficult time, like, admitting these two things about God.
Well, that's one of Mayor's take, because then I could have seen that this is just a pure logic question, or is this because of a Christian perspective?
No, this is because they want to say that Allah cannot beget nor be begotten.
Could you explain how you're using begotten?
Am I cutting off? Hold on.
Yes, you
I'm
are.
not trying to like.
Yeah, you are.
I know. Okay, am I clear right now?
Well, last two sentences, yes.
Okay, good. Okay, good. Megatron, you need to fucking address the argument, dude. You told me that God's dependent on the creation for his mercy to exist. Because, and you gave the reason, because at one point in time, the creation didn't exist. So then God's mercy didn't exist upon the creation. I agree so far. Then God creates the first creation. Therefore, he has mercy on the first creation. I gave Peter for that. Well, look, man, I can just overlook that and just make the claim that the first creation is eternal with God.
Megatron, you have him stuttering.
Who said that? Because I'm going to attack with the phone.
You know, what's that, brother?
Shit. I don't have any more things. I'm not going to attack that shit. Megatron. Oh, yo, I love you. Yo, I'm not even mad at you. Megatron, go ahead.
Norma, have you been tracking all this?
Fucking silence, bro.
I just popped in at the end of Hamza's last statement.
Okay, so the word begetting or begotten from here, okay, they want to say that it only means biological, which is the big, huge blunder in the Quran.
No, that doesn't make any sense.
But it also means, my definition is to tell them that there is no, we're not using it in a biological sense. No Christian is going to say that Jesus is the biological son of God. It's an ontological procession, the origin of the same nature. No material, no temporal. It goes from the Father to the Son. The will and then the Word. The mind and then the Word. Or the mind, then the intellect. We're saying this is before creation. The rational origin. The one subsistent relation originating from another. No change, no division. That's rational origin. Ontological procession. This is what begotten means when we discuss it under the Christian worldview.
Can you paraphrase what you just said with using other words to make us know that you understand the words that you meant?
Yeah, I got it. So now,
So for example, Esau says to Jacob, he's hungry, he says, where'd you be getting that whole porridge? Where you be getting?
I'm done.
So the claim that Megatron is making is the beginning is not only should be taken physically, but could be meant in an ontological sense. At least that's what I understood.
But that sounds strange to me in the sense that something that has when we talk about an ontological reality of something, we're not talking about its reality as a created thing, right? So could we replace begotten with created? Is that the sense we mean?
My question exactly. How is begotten different than created?
Now we're getting somewhere because that's one of the core differences between what Megatron is
very
saying.
good. This is an excellent question, right? So now, in the Bible, Peter and many other places, God is love. to be love. He must possess love before creation, because God is intrinsic to his nature. So we have this love between the Father and the Son, and what unifies them and their love is the Holy Spirit before creation.
That's fine.
There is a procession of origin.
Wait, fine.
I don't get. I'm gonna start. I'm putting it in the chat. I'm gonna put it in the chat for the people that are stuck in purgatory. Okay, this is for the purgatory people.
Look, you just keep repeating the same kind of like jargony phrase.
Fuck you, Cather. Fuck.
Oh, okay, cool. So, Bart,
Thank you, Calvin. Fuck you, Megatron. I'm back. Hold on.
Okay. Wait a second. Hold on. Thanks for coming back. You just keep repeating these jargons, right? And I guess the question that I have about it, are you just trying to say like, okay, there's this existence with separate things, even though they're separate from God, but they're not really separate. And I'm just telling you that all this stuff exists, these relational axes, right, between Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. All you're just doing is describing a Godhead before creation, right? That's all you're doing, right?
Yeah, but that's big because they don't think
that Godhead before creation.
I understand, but so like Bart's thing is actually like a little bit like, I don't know, it's a reverse engineering a little bit, right? It's not front to back, it's back to front.
Yes. Calvin gets it. He understands exactly what Megatron's stupid ass plan is. And finally, I'm back with my shitty country internet.
These people are your coordinates when you have to go back and turn on your pager to full volume.
Okay, I hate both of them. Can I talk to Megatron now?
No, I'm sorry. Just give me a minute.
You could find the solution to his internet problem?
If I will just give me one moment. I can solve this problem.
This motherfucker, look how pissed I am. Shut the fuck up.
Just Muslim Catholics, right? Their God cannot forget, nor can their God.
All you. 1 second, bro. All you atheists, hold on, not agnostic.
Sorry. Thank you so much, and wishing everyone over here a very happy New Year, by the way. Megatron, just to add a couple of things over here. When we speak about creation, I absolutely agree that there is a creator behind every creation. No matter how minuscule it is. But when it comes to God, irrespective of the shape or the form of the name of the God, what really God brings is hope. It's faith. It's something that you actually want to feel positive about.
I'm done. Euro. I'm done.
Yeah, you're done.
Hey, fucking
Shut the fuck up for a dog. I lecture.
you're eating cow dung, okay?
Okay, right.
You're eating cow dung. In India, in your country, you're eating cow dung.
So, Ice, can I ask you a question? What's your avatar represent?
I'm moving down. What does this avatar represent? Does anyone know?
Do you have any opinion on this debate?
I can't even hear people now or we're talking to each other. Danny, welcome, Justin. It's good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. Happy New Year, guys. Sharif, Mbushu, Hamza, Buki.
I mean, just as a closing remark, what I feel is God is, like, in a sense, hope within ourselves, and we wake up feeling, or rather, like, wanting betterment, and that hope is, quite spiritual by itself. So, thank you so much.
It's a basic
I just think it's a shame that there was some conversation going on here, and we were making some headway between Megatron and Hamza, and then it suddenly somehow got derailed, and so that's just a shame.
It's also just that God doesn't have a shape or form. It's it's ambiguous. It's if
You believe in God, Sri? Is that what you're saying?
I believe in vibrations. I believe in positivity. I believe in
Okay. Well, that's not God.
sleep. That's not God, but then see, I also believe that God is wrong.
No.
And you might have a very bad day, but then go get some good sleep and then come back tomorrow and smash it out of the park.
No,
And that's God.
A creator of the universe, brother.
Of course, I did accept that, where there's a creation, there is a creator, of course.
Okay, so you do believe in that God.
I do, yeah, in a sense, yes.
In a sense.
I would never give it a shape or a form.
Right?
He was having a bad day on the 6th day, so he had to take the 7th day off.
And Hamza, you already lost this debate. And what I'll do is I'll just explain it to someone else so that they can explain it to you because you obviously don't get it.
That's what I was trying to get you to do with Mayor.
Yeah, can we say I mean, it seemed like Rabbi jumped in, and I was going to explain it to him, and he knows the language that the Christians use about the God. Yeah, and that's the reason why I wanted to explain it to him, but I can't rewrite the same things in the chat. So, I might just send them back chat.
Yeah.
Fuck you, Decepticon! Fuck you!
You said when there's a creation that
Okay, can we do this without interruptions? Could Megatron explain it?
It's impossible in this room. It's not going to be possible. I have to only do this in my own rooms because people, it just make they love to troll me. So, even when I get a conversation going, they're just gonna derail again. They're gonna allow the argument to continue.
That's true.
Wait, Andrew, they've been doing this for the last 40 minutes already.
What is the argument that you're trying to make?
I don't even think we're up to an argument now. I'm trying to understand when he says big God, what that means and how it differentiates from created.
See, you said when there's a creation.
And they keep letting guys like this talk. I'm done.
Well, why is it necessary that the creator should be something supernatural? Why can't it be some non-theistic super intelligent being?
Okay, so that's a good question. That's completely off topic.
Exactly.
Megatron talk.
This is completely why you can't have a serious conversation with these interruptions. It's not fair to Megatron. It's not fair to Hamza.
So Megatron, do you want to try again, or are we moving on?
Well, I will list them in the chat when I speak of beyond because I don't want to have to keep.
Okay.
You know, it's interesting.
I think they just want.
You know what's interesting about that word begot, right? Like the way that I know that word is, and so begot so and so begot so and so, and they were this many years old when they died, right? That's like where we got this section of the begots, right? Which does seem to imply biological or material creation. It doesn't really mean the word translated when God created something else in Genesis. It doesn't use the word begot in English.
Yeah,
That might tell us something. That might tell us something, right, about the nature of what begot really means.
But Colette, there is one reason I think that there's another meaning. Because the Christians also say that Jesus is God's only begotten son. And they certainly don't mean in a biological sense, right?
They don't mean biological, but they mean something, the relationship between biological son. They mean something approaching that, even though they don't mean biological.
Exactly. And I think that's what Megatron was trying to suggest. That there's some other meaning that's non-biological that he was calling ontological.
What do you mean when you say so then, okay.
Ontological procession.
Okay, I know what those two words are, I don't know what they mean together.
Like one leads
It
to the
means
next.
origin from the same nature.
Origin from the same nature, which means
Okay,
tell me if I get this right. Origin from the same nature, which would then mean not biological, because biological descendants aren't of the same nature. Is that the idea?
Well, to a degree they are. So I think they're saying that because it's made from your it's made from your material and not exactly the same nature, but it's made from
There's a symmetry and a non-symmetry. Symmetry is nature and essential properties and things like that.
Yeah, but it's non-material, non-temporal.
I got you. I think I understand.
Okay, so let me try to say it like this. Are you trying to say that begotten would mean in a similar nature, at least to some degree, and so that would be like creating another human being or God creating another part of the triunion, as opposed to created, which would be like making a cake, which has nothing to do with my nature?
Yeah, there's a verse in the Quran that speaks of this clearly, and it said, this is why I know they understand the word. It said, if Allah were to have a son, he would be the first of worshipers, right? So the Quran understands that if Allah did have a son, Muhammad would worship him because they know that he would be of the same nature of Allah and would be worthy of worship.
Okay. Yeah. So now that we got to here, can you finish the argument? Now that Allah cannot be God, what's your?
Thank you, Mir, bro. So when they say he has these things before creation, they are making a major mistake because he cannot have anything intrinsic to his nature like his justice. His justice has to be created.
Okay, but if I
because he cannot beget. I just explained that to you. So his mercy that they're saying is intrinsic to his nature cannot be beget. It has to be created. It cannot be in the same. They can't say this thing like eternal generation. Generation means begetting.
Okay, that's fine. Eternal generation. Hold on. Eternal generation can mean begetting. An argument that he was never just or he was never merciful, because if begetting means eternal creation, eternally just, and he's eternally merciful. I defeat your argument, Megatron. Fuck. I don't know why you're not just conceding, dude.
I didn't hear a word he said, man. He's great.
The way I see a difference between your 2 points of view is that yours has a before to this creation, whereas his creation, it's part of the essence of the deity, and therefore it's eternal. I could be wrong, but that's how I hear the difference between you two guys.
I'm exhausted.
And I think I just got confirmation because in the chat he said, "My creation is eternal."
Why does he say that? Barth, I got a question for you. Why do justice and things like that have to be created? Why can't those be essential qualities?
Because his essential qualities.
They can't.
They can't. Because
they have.
Right. They can't be kept up.
Because I'll tell you why.
Okay, but I don't think the way that you're responding to the question doesn't sound like you asked.
I'll tell you why. Why can't they be created? Because they have to be juxtaposed upon something else exterior to that which is just.
Why?
You can't be.
Why?
How is that?
Right. You have to be. I'll tell you why. You have to be I'll tell you why. You have to be merciful upon something outside of yourself.
No. I can be merciful on myself.
So you're completely right. I'll concede. Hold on, because Count is based. He's right. I can be.
He's a little,
Cal is right.
That's fine. Cal is right.
Am I cutting off? Can you guys hear me with clear sentences?
We're cutting off.
You're cutting it.
Can you just confirm or tell me that I was
No.
that I characterized you wrong? If you
No, you never quote me wrong or categorize me wrong. Whatever you say is what I go by. But I'm but you don't have to ask that question. You already know what I believe. Cal, you're right. I can be merciful upon myself. Completely right. We're not talking about that category. We're talking about everything exterior to oneself. So then, if we're talking about the category of something exterior to oneself, I can't be merciful to something that doesn't exist yet. That thing has to exist for me to be merciful.
Hamza, you've negated your point because you've said that if we're only focusing on that which is external to us, but I'm not focusing on that. I'm saying there are capacities of the solitary God that are intrinsic. I'm just trying this on, right? Regardless of whether there's something else apart from the God. God is all of this things all the time, even if there's nothing else, because God can always apply those principles to God's Son.
No. Now let me throw you in a loop, because you're right.
Why not? Why not?
My worldview.
You just said, listen, you just said no, but you don't say why not.
Right. Let me justify why. Okay. Look, now this is a weird interpretation of religion, especially as a Muslim. If everything is derived from God, meaning, look, I don't care who's in the room, I'll tell you secretly, right? If everything is God, if he's merciful to himself, he's merciful to creation, which is quote unquote outside of himself, yet it's begotten from himself. Do you get what I'm saying, Cal?
No.
Okay, let me explain further. You're right, let me explain further. If everything is God and he's merciful to himself, if something were to take their interpretation, for example, I look at a glass and it's half full, but yet someone else says it's half empty. We're predicating the same thing to that which is predicated. We're both actually talking, even though we have different descriptions of it. You understand what I'm saying? I'm trying to be like in my words. 1 second, let me talk about Cal.
Look, if you're just trying to, if you're just trying to say like there's something out there that we both look at it the same way, and we both look at it, but we describe differently. That's just a linguistic convention. That doesn't mean that the thing is
I'm not saying that. You're not understanding.
Yes, you are correct. I'm not understanding. Hamza, just slow down. Hamza. You're right. I'm not understanding. I'm not understanding, but because I don't think you're being that clear.
Let me be blunt. Let me be blunt then, because I have to hide what I believe. If I don't, people death threats. So let me just be blunt real quick, because people are like goldfish. They're fucking donkeys. They'll forget anyways. If I tell you, Cal, that so if God's merciful to his own self, it means he's quote unquote, that if everything is God, then he's himself, means he's merciful to us, right? 1 second,
I'm missing every third word, so it's really hard to say. I really don't understand what you're saying. I'm just missing.
So let me speak slowly. Hold on. If God is everything,
well, that's an if.
Obviously that's an if. Obviously, if God is everything, and God is merciful to himself, then he's merciful to everything.
But all you're doing is, that just means there is no such thing. There's nothing external to God in that case.
Correct. Right. But my premise still hold.
Right, which is necessarily the case if one is predicated of this
for
God.
Me, not for them, Euro.
No, I'm just saying, when they talk about God before creation, then God is necessarily everything.
And his attributes predate creation.
There's no such thing as his attributes because there's no predation of his creation, because if he exists, okay, look, let me tell you. If Q then P, so if God exists, then his creation exists. If God exists eternally, then his creation exists eternally. That's my belief, and I'm only talking to Cal. I don't care about anyone else right now, but Cal, I don't care what you think. I'm talking to Cal.
Not what you think. It's in the Torah. It's what he created it at a certain point.
I don't give a fuck. Yo, fuck Judaism and fuck Islam and fuck Christianity. You all have it wrong. I'm talking to Cal right now. I'm trying to prove my beliefs to this motherfucker. That's retarded.
Instead of
you have to explain that.
Yeah, instead of trying to prove your beliefs, just explain your beliefs. I don't care about you proving them, but you can explain coherently what they are.
Yeah, by explaining that, okay, now Cal's going against me for some reason, even though I'm showing him love. Fine, then
I'm not going against you. No, I'm not. Dude, I'm not going against you. I'm simply in the process of trying to understand my belief. You're not doing a great job.
If everything is God, well, let me fucking try you. Everyone shut the fuck up. I'm talking to Cal, bro. Stop talking. I'm talking to Cal.
Please advise me.
I don't want to wait. You shut the fuck up and you wait. I don't want to wait. You shut the fuck up. Let me talk to you. Then I'll talk to you, bro. No, not number one. Shut the fuck up. Shut your mouth. Thank you, dog. Okay, fine. I'm trying not to, but you keep talking to me.
If you want to use
I'm not trying to spread my message. I'm just trying to shut your mouth.
you don't understand what
I'm not trying to jump drunk.
I'm secondly,
I don't care if you
explaining yourself again and again. You still don't understand yourself, bro.
What?
And you don't even understand.
Shut your mouth, dude. I'm talking to Cal.
Hey, hold
on. I let you say the 2 points. And now do the respect and show me the fuck.
Use construct.
Salah.
Hey,
Salah. Can you tell me shut the fuck up?
Going back and forth. If you could wait for them to finish up, and then you can chime in.
Alright. You're the best. That's why I love you. So I'm gonna explain to you, Kyle, right? If something happened, thank you. I'm being loud. Now security's coming out of my apartment complex. Now, Cal, if I tell you that everything is God, and God is merciful upon himself, ergo, it must be that God is merciful upon everything else, because everything else is God. Right, Cal?
I mean, I understand you so far.
Good. You don't have to look. You haven't asked me the reason as to why everything is God. That's a separate argument.
I don't care about that.
I'm not addressing that.
I'm not asking.
I'm addressing the
I don't
point.
care about that. I know. I'm sorry. You're a little hyper right now. Okay. I'm with you. Just slow down. Just take it a step at a time. Slow down. Okay. Again, if everything is God and God is merciful towards God's self, God is merciful toward all the other things. Okay. And continue. That's it.
Okay. So now it's like hidden. No. Hold on, Cal. Now it's hidden language between me and you, because I think you're a rational person who understands what I'm about to say. I'm trying to hide my beliefs from everyone else because they send death threats, bro. Like, what am I supposed to? Muslims and Christians alike, they send death threats. So I'm not trying to talk to them. I'm trying to talk to you. If I believe, and I'll talk clearly, because don't forget, they're goldfish. They're donkeys, in my opinion. If I believe anything, I'm trying to. I don't know why you keep clowning, and I'm treating you mercifully, right? So, but switch real quick if you keep clowning and shit. If everything is God, and God's merciful towards himself, then God is merciful towards everything else.
That's fine. You're repeating yourself. Yes. That's not an argument. That's fine. Is that? I didn't think we were discussing. Excuse me. I didn't think we were discussing this issue. I thought we were discussing the question of Adam and whether God can create things that are separate from God's self. You seem to think no.
I literally just fucking went over that.
You seem to think because since everything is God,
if God,
there is no such thing as like a separate.
Yeah, you know why?
All eternal.
You know why? I don't believe it. I'll tell you why. Hold on. I don't believe in.
Did I paraphrase correct? Did I paraphrase correctly?
I didn't really listen.
I'm trying to.
That's how we have the conversation. Listen, how's up? We would get a lot farther if when I paraphrase back, like when I say something like, so what you're saying is,
you're right.
I know. Okay, so, because that's how we're advancing the conversation. What I heard you say.
I'm not the fucking body. You go ahead.
What I heard you say is
you want to be arrogant in your speech? Then
I'm not. I don't understand what you're saying. I'm not being arrogant. I'm trying to have a real conversation. I don't understand why you're reacting this way. Honestly.
I take it back. Okay.
It sounds to me like you think that there is just that in the same way that God is eternal, all of creation is eternal. Is that what I'm picking up? Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right, that's actually a bad way to say it. That's actually a bad way to say it. You wouldn't say all of creation. You would just say all of existence. You wouldn't say creation. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Is that what you believe? Okay, great.
Very good. Yes. Okay, and why I believe that? Because I have a justification for that. My justification is I don't believe there's a contradiction in someone stating the fact that there can be creation ex nihilo, which means for everyone else, there can be creation from nothing. That's a contradiction. You can't have something coming from nothing. That's a contradiction. Ergo, it must be the case that something always comes from something. That means everything always comes from God, which means everything is God. Cal, I'm only speaking to you clearly now about my beliefs. I don't care what everyone else thinks. If I'm a Catholic or whatever the fuck whatever they want to believe. I'm telling you what I believe logically makes sense.
Yeah, I understand. I think you're gonna have a problem. Where you're gonna have the problem is to figure out where does the first something come from. So that's like your burden. But I understand. This is a belief that I've heard many times. I understand. You've been clear about it now. Thanks. We made it. We got it.
I mean, no problem. And the first creation's always going to come from that necessary cause. A cause is always going to produce the effect. It can't produce it from nothing because nothing doesn't exist. Ergo, that something is the same thing as whatever is affecting it. I don't want to say too much, bro, because all these fucking religious people are always flipping out and shit. I'm always getting death threats, so I'm trying to calm that shit down.
That's sad to hear that you get death threats over ideas.
Saw that. What was your name before? Because you sound familiar.
Yeah, I'm Sayla. We talked often.
Oh yeah, we did talk often, didn't we?
I know. I should give you the boot for not remembering.
And that's my bad, and I apologize. I remember it. No worries. Cal, are you an atheist, by the way? Because you sound like atheists. You know what I mean?
No, I'm not.
What? What are you?
Jewish.
You're not Christian? Oh, he's my brother. He's my cousin. So, yeah, he understands me. Yeah?
All these people were.
It's so weird. I've gone this whole life, and I've met like 3 Jewish people. I know, and now they don't want to talk anymore, so I have to like fill the dead space. You know what I mean? I've met 3 Jewish people IRL in real life, and they've always been the most intellectual people I've ever met in my whole life, and I give that credit to Calv as well. I believe he's an intellectual, and I'm very surprised to hear that he's Jewish. It just follows, this lived experience that I've had. Megatron, forever a dumb fuck. He'll always be a dumb fuck for the rest of his life. Isn't that right, Megatron, dumb fuck? I don't even know why your PTR is that hot girl with the hijab you're wearing. I don't know why you have that. Maybe you're trying to insult people who believe in Islam or whatever. You're a piece of shit, bro.
His profanity and strong person came back.
Why? Does it hurt your feelings, you fucking bitch?
Hamza, are you Muslim?
I'm not the kind of Muslim you like, but I am a Muslim.
So you're Shia?
Dude,
So you're Shia, Hamza?
Even Shias don't like me. Even Shias don't like me. That's how special I am.
So what are you? What are you?
He's my kind
I answered. Don't fucking make me
What
repeat.
are they gonna do, Roy?
I'll tell you what I answered. I'll tell you what I answered.
Finally got it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do we want to go to the next level? Like,
No.
Like, because the conversation.
Hold on. Now it's Mir.
You just speak.
Let me ask you, Noah.
Just speak.
He's a Muslim. Yeah, he's a Muslim Sunni. I'm about to fucking roast. So no, I'll tell you exactly where I am, Noah. I enjoy it. I'm a 12er Shia mystic philosopher. That's what I am.
Kafir. Okay, no problem.
Yeah, no, yo. Are you an athari? Because you sound like you're.
Yes, I'm an athari. Do you have a problem?
So you believe in 100 gods, don't you? You polytheist.
No, astaghfirullah. I don't believe in 100 gods.
Let me ask you: is Allah's hand different from Allah's face?
Yes.
Is Allah's hand? 1 second. I don't need help. I don't need help from anyone.
I think you need to let the other
Let me
people
prove this guy's a bro.
Why are you nervous? Hamza, yes, you are a
Let me
kafir.
prove it because the guy keeps cutting me off.
Yes, you
Right,
are
so let
a
me defend
kafir.
myself. Let me now prove that you're a kafir.
you said you rest your case and then you're gonna just
Why is Stevie cutting in? Yo, Stevie, are you his lawyer? Are you his lawyer? You have to cut in. Let me now prove he's a kafir. He called me a kafir. Like, he's called me an infidel. That means by his standard, I should get my head chopped off. So now I'm going to
I didn't say that. I didn't say that just, to assign us.
No,
I said you are a kafir. I didn't say that you should be killed.
So now let me prove that point. Noah, what's the ruling on a kafir?
Being a kafir is to be to establish the hujjah upon that person, because we have conditions that we're gonna have to check whether it's عذر بجهل or like other إقامة الحجة, a lot of other conditions that has to be taken into consideration. But over Shias in general are kuffar. Anyway, so go ahead with your recycled stupid Ashari.
1 second. Let me finish. I didn't ask you what the standard of being.
Wait, you were asking me about God, right? No, God's hands is not like God's face.
You cut me off now. You cut me off now. You see why Noah?
He's literally trying to finish the last hour.
Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth, bro. Shut your mouth. Let me talk to Noah. Because I'm more entertaining than you, sir, to be honest with you. You sound boring. My dog. Noah, fine. I'll forgive the fact that you explained what's judged to be a kafir. I didn't ask that. I said what's the ruling on someone that's already been judged to be a kafir. You ignored that part.
A kafir is someone who disbelieved in Islam.
I didn't ask
you. You were never a Muslim.
What's the ruling
on
a kafir?
What do you mean ruling on a kafir? What did the kafir do? Did he steal something? Did he kill somebody? What is the, like, what do you mean in which context?
Stop.
Which context are you talking about? No, it's not the same, you stupid fuck.
Let me clarify.
Like, you don't know anything about fiqh, bro.
Let me clarify.
Alright.
Let's see if I do it.
Listen, Hamza, can we stop emotions? Can we stop emotional arguments? Let's talk about God, right?
Let's go back to the regular. Yeah, you're right.
Let's go about God. Yeah, let's talk about God. Yeah, God's hands is not God's face.
Okay. Right, here's a differentiation. So my next question becomes, Allah's hands and Allah's face, which there is a real differentiation between the two things, are they eternal?
Yes, they are eternal attributes of God, yeah.
Very good. Are they independent?
What do you mean by independent?
They don't depend on anything of their existence. The mere fact they are what they are, they exist.
No, they are descriptors of the essence. So we believe that God something called counterfactual dependency. Do you know? Have you ever heard about it?
Fair enough. 1 second.
Yeah. Okay.
I have.
Do you know what?
Points
Yeah. What is? Okay. Define counterfactual. Okay. Define counterfactual. Define counterfactual dependency. You said you know about it. Okay. Define counterfactual dependency. Just I want to test your information.
Hold on, bro. Let me ask my first question, then we'll get to that.
Okay, what is a counterfactual dependency? Go ahead. Stop Googling it, bro. Come on.
Okay,
just say I don't know it.
Fair enough. If
Just say I don't know it.
Let's say you have
Okay, here we're gonna play some of my games now. This is what the Shias are.
Are you gonna stop speaking? Are you gonna stop speaking so I can answer? I'm gonna answer your question. It's unfair, but I'll still do it so you can. So I'm gonna force you to answer mine. Is that fair? If circumstances were different, it would have been the reality. That's what a counterfactual is. Right or wrong, it's contrary to the facts. Okay, your quietness, I'm going to take it to mean that you believe I'm right in what I'm saying. This motherfucker trying to test me and shit. So let's continue now. Allah's face and Allah's hands are different from each other. I ask you, are they eternal? You say yes. Then I ask you, are they independent? And you have the gall to say no, they're dependent. Fine. Now this is a clarifying question. Allah's hands and Allah's face, what are they dependent? By dependent, I mean their existence. They can't exist unless they depend on something. What are they depending on for them to exist?
Yes, like I said, counterfactual dependency. So the attributes of God, like his hands and his face, these are intrinsic to God's essence, and God depends on them for his existence, and the attributes of God that are eternal also depends on God. So that's what we believe in counterfactual dependency. So this is exotically. Shut the fuck up.
He's talking about begetting. He's talking about begetting and begottenness, and they're saying a lot.
Silla, can you mute that guy? Like, this is a very important conversation here. It's about creed.
Thank you.
Silla, please mute that guy.
Ignore him. Sorry.
Okay, ignore him. That's
Okay, let's do this. We said we weren't going to be emotional, but people are still calling each other names. And let's let like two people, have a back and forth for a little bit, and then we'll pause and get outside commentary so that other people don't feel like they're waiting too long. Is that cool?
Yeah, let's go. Thank you. So, continue, Hamza.
All right, Habibi. All I understood from what you said, you correct me if I'm wrong. All the attributes, for example, his hand and his face, which are real ontological. By ontological for the audience, that means
what do you mean by ontological?
Exists in reality. Right.
Yeah,
something that exists in reality is not. I know. I know. Right. They exist in reality, and they're dependent on Allah's essence. Is what you're really trying to say.
What? Did I say that?
Okay. I'm asking. It's a question.
No, I didn't say that. I said Allah depends on his attributes for his existence, and his attributes depends on Allah for their existence as well. The attributes are intrinsic to that essence. Hold on, let me finish. This is the Athari Creed, bro. Alright? The attributes are intrinsic to God's essence, right? And they are not independent, meaning they are not really distinct from one another, like separated from one another. When I say really distinct, I mean they're not separated from one another. They are distinct, essentially. That's
okay. When you say they're not really distinct from one another, but they're distinct from one another, that's a contradiction, my dog. But I know what you really mean. You mean that they're distinct from one another.
No. I explained what I mean by there are real distinction. That means that they are not separate from one another. They are not away from each other. That's what I wanted to say.
I don't know what away means, because that just means distant. I don't give a fuck about that.
Yeah.
They are different from each other. Real difference.
Yeah, they are real different. God's knowledge is not God's power. Yeah.
Allah's hand and Allah's face really exist, and they're different from each other.
Exactly, yes.
Now this is my question, clarifying question. They both depend on Allah's Yeah, they both depend on Allah's essence, which means Allah. Allah's essence for
I
them
never
to
said that.
exist. Okay.
I never said that.
So are they independent from? Okay, so are they independent from Allah's essence?
No, you're presupposing ADS. I don't hold to that bullshit. ADS is not in the Athletic Creed, nor in the Ash'ari, nor in the AD. Yeah. So what I'm saying is, no, God is not his essence.
Let me ask a clarifying question. Let me ask a clarifying question. If that's cool with you, right? Is Allah, that word Allah, right? That word Allah is representing something in reality. It's just a word. Allah is what it means is Allah's essence plus his attributes. Do you agree?
Allah, exhaustively, you wanna exhaust God and his attributes and his essence. His essence are intrinsic to the attributes.
I'm just gonna re-ask the question. Allah
you didn't understand what I'm saying. Like, bro, that's what.
I know. That's why I'm re-asking. Allah is a reference to something that's being referenced in reality. When someone says the word Allah, it's a reference to Allah's essence plus Allah's attributes. Do you agree with that?
I'm sorry. Hold on a second. Hold on.
Can we get in here real quick?
Hold on. We believe that the Allah exists with a real essence, with that, and Allah has like real attributes. Hold on. We affirm what is appearing in the revelation, and we don't say that neither the essence or Allah neither identical to the essence nor separate from it.
Good. So let me explain to everyone what you just said. So the brother's actually agreeing with me. In very simple terms, what he's saying is when someone brings up the word Allah, what they're referencing in reality, it can't be just Allah's essence. Why? Because Allah's essence has these attributes that are also, they have their own being. By being, I mean they have their own existence. For example, Allah's power, Allah's knowledge. Yeah, but they don't know the word ontology. I'm trying to describe to them. Allah's power, Allah's knowledge.
I reject the word ontology, by the way.
Okay, ontology for me just means something that exists in reality.
Okay.
That's all ontology.
Okay.
Do you accept that definition?
Continue.
Good. He accepts. So when someone, for his creed, an athletic creed of Islam, Sunni Islam, when he says Allah, that's a referential to something that's being referenced. The reference is Allah's essence, but not alone. It has to be Allah's essence plus his real attributes that exist in reality, and each one is different from itself. For example, Allah's knowledge exists in reality, and it's different from Allah's power, which exists in reality, and that's different from Allah's face and Allah's hand. So I'm making the claim that this guy is a polytheist. Why? Because these attributes are eternal, number one. He said they're dependent. Now we have he should have said they're independent because it's God, but he made the claim they're dependent, so I have a different attack here. So Noah, your God is dependent. Why? Because he has attributes that contribute to what is being referenced. Allah is his essence plus his attributes, but his attributes are dependent on his essence. So your God now becomes dependent. He's not independent anymore.
Okay, thank you so much. Now I don't like to be interrupted, so I would appreciate it if no one interrupted me when I'm talking about. First of all, my God is not dependent. I said counterfactual dependency. If you are dependent upon something, then that means that you are dependent upon something that is outside of yourself. That is something that is separate from yourself. I said it clearly, Hamza. Listen to me because I think you have hearing issues. I said the attributes are intrinsic to God's essence. To
to God's essence. So that means that if you were to depend on yourself, that means that makes you independent. That doesn't make you dependent, right? So hold on a second. I'm drafting. That's number one. Number two. I say that I have a 99. You want to say that I have 99 gods or whatever? That's stupid argument of some sharmut. Fine, no problem. We say that the attributes of God are descriptors of the essence. They are intrinsic to the essence. They are not the same as God. What we truly believe about God is basically Allah is described by his attributes, and the attributes subsist in his essence. They are inseparable from each other in manner of befitting him. So without asking how, bila kayf, that's what we hold to. Now, someone like you who believes that he is God because you're created from God's light, and God's light is eternal, and you can say that God's God is eternal and they are created. You believe that something is created and eternal at the same time, which is a contradiction. So it's really, really strange to come from someone like you, Hamza, to say that. Did you understand what I'm saying?
I did. I'm going to respect your question. I'm going to answer your question first. I'm going to address what you said. So respect your question. You asked me, is something that's eternal and created a contradiction? I would say no. Because for you, created means something that's not eternal. But I don't take created to mean that. My definition of created means it could not exist because of something else that doesn't exist. So something else has to exist. That doesn't negate time. If X, therefore Q. So if X exists, then Q exists. And that can be an eternal relationship. If God exists, then the creation always exists. It doesn't have to be in time. Now I want to address what you said. Did I answer your question? You want to a follow-up on that?
I would follow up on that, but later on, continue what you wanted to say.
Okay. Now my argument fucking kicks in. You said, God's not dependent anymore because his attributes, you use the word, are subsistent within his essence. All that means to me is that they're dependent on the essence. You already said that before. So if I were to make the claim, when I refer to Allah, right, it's his attributes plus his essence. But I'm going to take away Allah's knowledge. That's one of his real attributes that exists. Now it doesn't become the Allah you're referring to, because your Allah is going to be the essence plus the attributes, and one of those attributes is going to be Allah's knowledge. If I take that away, Allah's knowledge, it's not what you're referring to anymore. So that what you're referring to, even the reference itself is fucking dependent, needs to have Allah's knowledge as an attribute included. Do we agree so far?
Sorry, I couldn't hear that. So
okay, let me repeat. Okay. Allah, when you say the word, it means Allah's essence. By essence just means what something is. And what Allah is a conglomeration of his attributes. For example, Allah has knowledge. Allah has power. And these two things are not the same thing. And Allah needs both for him to be Allah. If I were to take away Allah's knowledge, he wouldn't be the Allah you're referring to.
Yes, if you were to take my skin, my soul, I'm not going to be a human being, yes.
Correct. So Allah's dependent on Allah's knowledge for him to be Allah.
Yeah, counterfactually.
Let's take a real quick see if Marius and a couple of people want to chime in, and then you could go back down and use this real quick.
Yeah, because he's just making claims and I don't see any arguments.
I'm trying to justify, dog. She stopped me, dog. Go ahead, then.
Megatron, Anargus, y'all want to chime in before they go back out? Okay, go ahead, guys.
Continue, bro. But can you just give me arguments? Because all I hear from you is explain. Thank you for explaining. Well, thank you for explaining the Athari Creed, bro.
It's not for you. I know you believe what you believe, bro.
I'm trying to explain to all these people here, bro. I know I won't convince you, but I'm about to convince the shit out of them. Your Allah is dependent on something that's real. It's not an abstraction. It's not something made up in our minds. Allah has knowledge, and that's right. Allah has knowledge, and that's different from Allah's power ontologically. For you, Noah, which means they both exist. They both, not one thing. They both exist in reality for Allah to be Allah. If I were to take away Allah's knowledge, it wouldn't be Allah anymore. And you conceded, you said yes. It does depend on Allah's knowledge to exist for Allah to be who He is. So now my argument kicks in. Your Allah is dependent, at least on one thing, Allah's knowledge. You have to say yes.
Counterfactually, yeah.
And they're also distinct, no?
When you say
No,
look how tricky the guy's being.
Yeah, you can discern words.
Look how tricky he's being.
I say counterfactual dependency. Hold on, Nargis. He believes that we are created from God. He literally believes that God is. Yeah, because you believe that God, your God is composite. You should never actually touch me anything.
I don't.
Yeah, all right, no problem. No, that's literally what you believe.
To be fair, no, I'll give you the chance to attack me right after.
Alright, continue then.
Well, you have the chance to attack me, and I'll answer.
Alright, I know I'm saying that to Nargis, not to you, Hamza. Go ahead.
So now I'm gonna ask.
Nargis, this is back and forth. You had a chance. You had a chance to talk, Nargis. Nargis, you had a chance to talk. Still, I give you the chance to talk. So can you let Hamza speak? Go ahead, Hamza. Sorry, women don't talk, as Paul said, because you guys worship everybody.
And I agree with Noah. On that point. But let's move on. See, Noah, we have like things. I know we're pieces of shit.
Pieces of shit.
No, Nargis, you said you are God, by the way, with lower G.
That is true.
And that's true.
Yo, where Caleb? Do you have Hold on, Caleb. Do you have stones or something? Do you have stones? I need stones here. Someone is going to. I am the Calavar one.
Caleb is not taking us.
Yo, Jews are monotheist more than you guys. Shut the fuck up.
Caleb and I hold very similar views on God. So it is you who believes in 9900 God.
9900?
9900 God.
Wait, what? Who's in charge of the education system in the United States, for fuck's sake?
Bro, go learn English for us in Egypt.
Alright. Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't speak God's spoken language, English. I'm sorry. So Hamza, have I answered all of your questions?
Let me get back on top. Right, you have. You've been very honest, right? You've been very So now I'm gonna let you question my beliefs, but now I'm gonna finish with this.
Go ahead.
So you've already agreed to everything I needed you to agree with. That God is dependent on His attributes for Him to be God. So your God is dependent. He becomes not necessary anymore. Why? Because of the word you used, counterfactual dependency. Is that the word you used?
Yes.
Right. So your God is dependent. My God is necessary. There's no way you can prove my God is dependent. He'll always be independent. My God holds a higher rank than your God, and now you can question me about my beliefs.
All right, so just to clarify one last comment here, that I say that you're going to be dependent on contingent if you depend on something that is separate from you. Something that is separate from you. That means that you're going to be dependent. However, God's essence and God's attributes are intrinsic to His essence. I said that 100 times. I don't know why you cannot just wrap your head around it. Now, let me ask you a question. Do you believe that we're created from the light of Allah?
Allah's light is not a
Shut
substance.
up, Nargis. Shut up, you kafira. Go ahead, Hamza.
Yeah. When you say light of God, I'm going to take an open view of what that's. I'll agree, I'll say.
So, okay, is God eternal?
Yes.
Okay, how can something can be eternally created?
How can something be eternally created?
Yes, like Ahlul Bayt, for example. Do you believe that they are eternal?
I'll tell you.
Or yeah.
Wait 1 second. Let me hold on. One step at a time. You asked me a question, let me answer it. If I take the word created to mean something that's dependent on another thing, then we have no problem there. There's no time involved.
Time involved?
Fucking.
What do you mean?
I'll tell you again.
All right, hold on. Let me ask you. Do you believe that time is created?
Fuck no, that's a contradiction.
Okay, so was there a time when God didn't create the heavens and the earth?
No.
There was no time when God didn't create the heavens and the earth?
There's
So
no
God
such
didn't...
thing. When you say no, well, let me answer. Then you can ask your follow-up question. When you say there's no time, that's a contradiction. I don't know what that means. That's just gibberish to me.
That's not just, was there a time when God didn't create the heavens and the earth?
When you say
yes or no?
Isn't that? I'll ask a clarifying question. When you say was there a time when God didn't create? When you say when, isn't that a time fucking referential?
Yes, because time is abstract. Hamza.
Hold on, Habibi. When you ask me there's no time, then you ask me when, you've contradicted yourself in your own question.
How?
Okay, when I say, was there a time when God, when is a referential to time, but the beginning of the statement already declared there's no, the beginning of the statement already declared there's no time. So how can I answer a question that refers to time and not time?
Because, yeah, I will tell you why. Because any action both temporal and post-temporal, right? So that what any action? Okay, hold on. So there was no time when God created the heavens and the earth, correct?
When you said when there's no time,
that's a yes or no. It's a true dichotomy. It's a yes or no.
No, that's a contradiction. You're asking.
A contradiction. That's not a contradiction. You are saying okay. So there was no time when God created the heavens and the earth.
When you say there's no time when, you've already referenced time when you said the word when. But I already thought you said there's no time. How can you use the word when? When is a referential to time. How can you use the word when in your question you've stated there's no time?
Okay, there was no time when God created the heavens and the earth.
When? Did you say when again?
Bro, oh my God, man.
Okay. What does when mean? Well, hold on, I mean, what does when mean?
Yeah, referring to a time.
Okay, but I thought you already stated there's
no time. What? Yeah, I'm saying there was, before the creation of the universe, what I'm saying, before the creation of the universe, or before the creation of the heavens and the earth, there was no time.
Okay, when you say
so the word,
you're referring to time.
I didn't say when, I didn't say.
When Allah created the heavens and the earth, was there no time? You said when in the question, bro. You have to rephrase it.
Okay, let me ask a question, a better one. What was the first creation of God? What did God create first?
Let's, for example, say we've got off subject, but I'll answer anyways.
No. From your 12-verse Shia perspective.
His will.
His will. God created His will.
Yeah.
So His will is not an essential attribute of His.
No, it's a creation.
So God's will is a creation. Alright, whatever, man. Even Christians were not entertain this bullshit, bro. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Let me finish. After everyone shut the fuck up. This is just 1 second,
You believe that God's will is created.
No, you're censoring me now. You're censoring me.
I'm sorry.
Now, after that, you don't have to say sorry to me ever.
now after laughing and ridiculing, you have to now ask, like, why are you laughing? Is there a problem there?
Yes, there is a problem because God affirmed an essential attribute of His, which is His will.
Where did he
وما
affirm
تشاء
it?
وما تشاءون إلا أن يشاء الله.
Where did he affirm it?
Bro, I just recited the verse. Do you understand Arabic? Do you read the Quran?
Oh, in the Quran.
I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. The Quran. Yeah. It's that corrupted
I thought
book.
we were having. I thought even that verse doesn't negate what I'm saying. By the way,
Doesn't
translate
negate.
for the people. Translate.
Okay.
Translate.
And you do not will. And you do not will. Wait, let me translate it because I don't want to butcher it.
Something, no, you believe that God has a lot of contingencies, right? Like God enters time.
You do. I don't.
Bro, listen. Time is time.
Yeah,
Time is
yeah, you're
abstract.
right.
Time and space are abstract. If you believe that God exists without time and space, then your God doesn't exist. You're basically an atheist.
You don't take the Muslim position, you know.
1 second.
I know, yeah. He's in a.
Ask him what time means. Time. Noah, what's the definition of time? I know. Noah, what's the definition of time?
Hold on, man. I'm finding the verse. I don't have.
Forget everything else. First refer to this
No.
because you referred to copy.
No. Hold on.
I'm gonna take that as a concession.
Listen, I don't give a fuck about Christians now. I give a fuck about you don't affirm in God's will. Shut the fuck up. I'm sorry.
Saying God has contingencies. Yeah, I'll show you. Take the Muslim position. Believe in that, right? Can I show you that, Noah?
Inshallah. Okay. 1 second. Yeah, Surah Al-Insan. Surah Al-Insan. Verse number 30. And you do not will except that Allah wills. Indeed, Allah is ever known and wise.
That doesn't negate me saying that the first creation is His will. Coptic, can you take it from here, bro? Let me just go on break. I'm talking too much.
No, I'm talking to you, Hamza. I don't care about other kafirs, bro.
Maybe that doesn't look.
ما تشاءون إلا أن يشاء الله إن الله كان عليما حكيما.
Yes.
Okay. What's wrong with this?
Yeah, he believes that the Mashiach of Allah is created. We believe that the Mashiach of Allah is an eternal attribute of God. And an eternal attribute cannot be created. That's what I'm saying. Would you agree or do you disagree with them?
Doesn't matter.
I believe that it's essential. Like I believe that God has these.
Right.
So it's essential property and it's eternal property. Is it eternal or created?
Yeah, you're both believers according to what God.
Yo, you got exposed by a Christian even. Like, oh my God, how ridiculous you guys get.
Is Allah's will? Yo, that's fine. Is Allah's will dependent on Allah's essence? He'll say, yeah, Allah has parts which are dependent, so you're not
all the attributes are subsist within the essence.
Yeah, distinct and eternal, so 99 gods. Welcome to polytheism.
What the fuck?
How do you now know?
Okay, hold on.
How do you prove to Coptic that the Trinity is wrong? You believe in parts of God that are eternal, and they both depend on Allah's essence. So does he.
Yeah, so if you believe that.
Ahsan Coptic.
But that's why I believe, but that's why.
Ahsan Coptic. Coptic, أنت أحسنت, brother.
Yeah, but
Okay, what's gonna be? Hold on.
1 second, Nuggets. At least Coptic believes in 3 gods. Noah believes in 99, bro. I'd rather join Coptic than your.
99 names. I don't know why they keep mixing the names.
because that distinct attributes of the eternal Coptic.
Yeah, what do you mean by distinct? Okay, there will be 99 Nergis. Listen, women, you women, listen to me. There will be distinct. I was just kidding. Okay, there will be 99 gods if they are separate from the one true God, right? They are attributes, eternal attributes that subsist. I'm talking, man. Come on. You said you want to take a break, right? You ran away. No problem. Go ahead. No. If I have knowledge, hold on, Nargis. If I have knowledge, myself, I am not knowledge. If I have power, that doesn't mean that I am exhaustively power itself. Yeah, they are eternal attributes with God. It does not exhaust what God is. You cannot just say that His knowledge is His power. That's just like a different, like they are two different things.
You're saying blasphemous shit. No, you're saying blasphemous shit.
Bro, you're a kafir, bro. You're a kafir. Shut the fuck up.
Let me.
Look at the beauty of what's going to happen, right? Okay, that's the friend like us Christians. God has this ungraded essential will, right? So that's essential part, okay? But heaven, it's distinct from God, but you want to say it's inseparable, like we say as well. Heaven, but that yet it's distinct, but yet it's counted all as one God. That's from identity. Welcome to the Trinity, because that's what it is.
Relative identity cannot be working. Yo,
you're a fucking Trinitarian.
Hold on.
They're inseparable. The persons are distinct, okay, they're inseparable, and they're one God. That's from identity. So you're basically going to be a fucking Trinity. Like, you're not going to be against the Trinity.
Okay, because now you're presupposing that the Trinity is logically coherent, right? So which is it? Okay, so which law of logic am I contradicting if I said that the persons of the Trinity 2 or 4?
Okay, I'll tell you.
No, I need Coptic to answer that question.
Okay.
Sorry, I need a better kafir than you. Go ahead.
Okay, so you're saying what again?
I'm about to fucking.
Which law of logic am I contradicting if I said that the persons of the Trinity are 2 or 4?
There is no law you're going to be contradicting there at all.
Am I not contradicting any law? So according to the law of identity and according to Leibniz law, that if A and B are the same, they possess all the essential properties, right?
No, so you made a mixture there between the law of identity and Leibniz's law. They're two distinct things.
No, I mean Leibniz law.
Yeah. So we don't apply Leibniz's law. We apply relative identity.
Yeah, so you don't apply logic. You apply relative identity, right?
You're gonna be in the same boat as us.
Hold on. Let me ask you. You don't apply the classical logic, classical laws of logic to the Trinity because it's logically incoherent. You ever heard about the LPT?
You're mixing many things. So Leibniz's law is not the first law in classical logic, the law of identity. Leibniz, people might be deceived by the word law. We say Leibniz's law is basically absolute identity, which is an explication of the law of identity. So when we say the law of identity that A equals A, right? An explication of that is absolute identity, where you get the principle of reflexivity, symmetry, and transitivity. So if A equals A, and if you apply absolute identity there, then you have reflexivity. You know, if A equals B, B equals A, that's symmetry, and then you have transitivity. If A equals B, B equals C, then A must equal C. With absolute identity and these three principles of reflexivity, symmetry, and transitivity wouldn't be applied in the Trinity because we're applying relative identity, which is another explication of the law of identity. So that
when who coined the term relative identity?
The term has been coined by modern day analytic philosophy.
It was okay. Let me answer you that on your behalf. It was by Peter Geach, and that was in 1967, right?
Right. Yeah.
So why again we can't apply? Why then we can't apply the classical logic to the Trinity?
No. So Peter Geach was a pure relative identity theorist. So he did.
I'm not talking about Peter Geach, bro.
Yeah.
Why can't we apply the classical laws of logic to the Trinity?
No, but we can apply it. Because the relative
we can, and we will find 3 gods in there. So that's why he doesn't want to say.
We'll find that 99
You're confusing between absolute identity, i.e., like law, and the law of identity. Right? Which is the first order of logic. You have these 3 laws: the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, the law of exclusion. Right? These 3 laws do not conflict with relative identity. It's only only absolute identity do we not apply, but absolute identity is not part of the fantastic law.
Okay, why then? Why we can't apply absolute identity to the Trinity?
So don't apply relative identity because the Trinity says that, right? The Trinity says that three persons are not three gods, but one God, yet they're distinct. So there's the same way you're saying that sexual properties are distinct from each other, yet they're inseparable.
Are they conceptually distinct?
Exactly.
Distinct?
Exactly.
Or,
Optic.
bro, I'm talking with them. Hamza, I know you are a Kafir, so you said you're gonna take a break. So go take a break with your composite God. Anyway, Coptic, are the persons of the Trinity conceptually distinct or really distinct from one another?
Maybe. I mean, we'll say they're really distinct. You're gonna say
just in Coptic,
okay, what do you? Okay, hold on. Really distinct from one another. Now, therefore, you have three gods. Thank you.
Just like you.
Yeah, because Noah was relative identity, it still applies even with a real distinction. So even if it's a conceptual real distinction, it's still going to be this. You can still apply relative identity.
It's not conceptual. Hold on. You're both Catholic. For Coptic, it's not conceptual, and for Noah, it's not conceptual.
Yeah,
there are real differences.
You wouldn't say for you it's all conceptual because Allah's hand is something, it's a real entity. Allah's feet is also a real entity. There's going to be it's going to be really distinct like that. Yeah.
All right, let me tell you what we believe then. Maybe because you are a lot smarter than those kuffar out there.
Like a smoker.
1 second.
Niggas smoking.
Okay, so I'm here. Yeah. Okay, so the classical position of our understanding, our creed is basically the attributes of God like power and will and knowledge are not identical to God's essence. Nor they are separate from Him. So their being non-identical returns back to the manner in which each is rationally conceptualized in the mind.
Great, so you
in the mind. So the reality of an essence. Bro, I'm talking, bro. Bro.
We're just extending.
Tim.
You have a metaphysics. That's fine. But what you want to do,
Cross-linking pagan, I'm talking, bro.
To somebody else's metaphysics, right? And they have a metaphysical commitment that's different than yours, right? We're talking about metaphysical possibility. That's what we're talking about.
So
we're not talking about your Leibniz law, which doesn't have anything to do with classic law. The point is that you have your own special metaphysics, and we're like, fine, okay, great.
Yeah, then don't say.
But then you're saying my metaphysics. No, it's Christian
Hold on.
false. Ridiculous.
Okay, hold on.
No,
don't say, and don't come and say that the Trinity is logically coherent. You can say it's metaphysically necessary. You can say anything, but not logically coherent. That's what I'm saying.
The same logic, Noah, as your.
It's not the same logic, bro. You said it's really this. Hold on. You said it's real distinction, right? Okay, real distinction. Hold on. If you say like Goonin, bro, your mother's picture is not here.
No, go ahead.
I don't have your mother's picture to Goonin, bro. What are you talking about?
Noah can actually be conceptual distinction.
Yeah, well, Communist Aquinas, the Kafirs say that. Like, I don't know, that's my problem with the Orthodox.
Go ahead.
Shut up, Hamza.
I'll close this. Okay, Noah, even if they're conceptually distinct,
yeah, now you're a modernist.
Your properties are conceptually distinct. Even if your properties are conceptually distinct, it still goes against the absolute identity.
He's not saying that.
Absolute identity doesn't even still allow conceptual distinction. So it's
he's not saying that. He's saying there's a like you, man. Attack him on that.
I know. He's saying no. Let's just say that there's conceptual distinction. Okay. There's. I'm saying there's a real distinction.
If you say that, okay, I'm sorry.
But even if there's
if you're
distinction,
Coptic.
one second.
yeah, honey, listen to me. If you were to say that they are really distinct from one another, now you have three gods, which you reject. If you say, hold on, man, hold on. If you say that they are conceptually distinct, now you are a modalist. There's no actual distinction between God the Father.
Coptic, say yes to that. That's true. Yeah. Say yes. No, say yes.
Better than the kissing cross pagan.
I want to say something, guys. I mean, I just want to say this, and then we can talk, right? Because you guys didn't understand what I was saying. I'm saying, yes, in the Trinity, the persons are really distinct from each other. You can still apply relative identity, even if they're really distinct from each other. Relative identity doesn't say anything about whether you can apply it only if it's real distinction or conceptual distinction, right? With identity, right, with absolute identity, you can't even still have a conceptual distinction. So even if you're affirming there's a conceptual distinction, that still goes against absolute identity, and you will be a relative identity. And so therefore, it's not going to really be a massive symmetry breaker between the Trinity and you affirming just distinct properties, right? Because that's still going to violate absolute identity. Because absolute identity still wouldn't allow for conceptual distinction. Because the absolute identity or Leibniz's law basically starts with the law of the discernibility of identicals, that if two things share all the same properties, including all properties and conceptual properties, right? You can't be, then they're counted as one and the same thing, right? But you want to say that there is still a conceptual distinction, right, between the properties, which means that will violate Dixon identity, and you will get two things, not one thing. And you will have to appeal to relative identity to count them as one thing. And so it's going to be the same thing. Even though the Trinity, there's something.
So you will have to seek. So you will have to shut up. Hamza, shut up. Don't be a parasite in the fucking room, bro. Retarded sub you, bitch. Anyway.
Daniel, okay, I thought we were friends. Alright,
So
you fucking punk. You polytheist. Go ahead and explain the Coptic hunger.
Is this the morality of Ali?
Is
this the morality of Ali or what?
Fuck Ali. Now back to you.
What?
You know what you're dealing with. Yeah, you don't know
nice.
you're fucking.
And you are.
Yeah.
Oh my God, bro. Look at that. You're a kafir, bro. You're a kafir.
Man, I'm not the
I think all the Shias are takfiri.
Yo, you spoke. You called me kafir. Let me explain now. I'm not the typical kafir, right? I'm less kafir than your fucking 99 gods who you affirm differentiation.
Bro, you literally ran away. You literally ran away from me, bro. You ran away from me, you coward. You're a coward. I don't know if you have one.
Fuck. You know how look. 1 second, everyone. You know how weak you are. I let Coptic.
Niggas, would you let him curse the Imam Ali right like that? Exactly. Are you fine with it? Is he a Shia? I'm asking Nergis. She's your boss. I'm asking her.
I know you're trying to hit on her. Is Nergis my? She'll always love me more than you. It's like I don't care what she thinks. I let Coptic.
Are you 7 years old? Dude?
1 second, bro.
What the fuck is wrong?
Let me finish.
Yes, now you're muted, right? Now you're muted.
Look how he's trying to hit on her.
He cursed the Imam Ali. Is that okay? Is he a Shia? He cursed?
Who said
Yeah,
that?
so he cursed the Imam Ali, right? Is that okay with you?
No, I can't do that. Eddie Murphy?
Is he a Shia now? Is he from the Shia?
Let me tell you what.
Yo, even Nergis feared you, bro.
Imagine a woman calls me kafir and I give a fuck. Now back to the fucking topic, right? Yo.
He believes.
Imagine I let.
He doesn't care. Like he's not traditionalist. Okay.
It's not about traditionalist. This is not a traditionalist, bro. Bro, this is literally like that guy should be stoned right now. If you were to say this in front of me, I will grab stones. I will stone the shit out of you. You coward. You are a polytheist.
That's my
You're a kafir, bro.
No cop.
Yes. I will stone you.
Yeah. Already. Let me finish now. That's my point. You're a
Stupid face.
Everyone shut up. You're a fundamentalist. you're a piece of shit human who reads scriptures from his forefathers, who would stone me to death because of some shit your forefathers bribed. You're a piece of shit human being, bro. You can't think on your own. This Coptic is an enemy of Islam, isn't he, Noah? Everyone knows who Coptic is. He's big in this space. He has a name, and he hates Islam, and he dominates you. Why?
Yeah, because there's a Coptic Christian, right?
Coptic, I like you, by the way. No, Coptic, I like you.
Really quick, did you hear my argument before that Hamza ran away through? Because they're all getting it.
Shut the fuck up, Megatron. No, I will Decepticon your ass.
They're all talking about you getting here because one time, one person said subsistent relation of origin from another. That's the rational origin of begetting. You realize that how your God is saying the things that you guys are describing. Your God says he can't do.
Somebody fill me in. All right, so
Your God says he can't be nor can he be begotten. And yet you guys are talking about subsistence. You guys are talking about things being eternally generated from the origin, which is Allah's intrinsic nature.
That's a
which
fuck
you
up,
say
man. Okay,
is
fine.
his essence. So, Hamza, you did concede.
We're Catholic. Fine. I'm Catholic. Okay. Let me fill in Brock.
So again, right? Your horrible metaphysics is talking about you're still using.
I want to fill you in Brock when he's done.
The same metaphysical. You're still using the same metaphysical principles as the Trinity. Let's do it.
I will. Megatron, stop. Let me fill in Brock real quick for everyone. So Brock, this is the argument. I am a Shia philosopher mystic. That's what I'm classified as. Noah's a Salafi. He's like the terrorist. Yeah, I'm a Catholic.
You're a Catholic.
Once I said I'm a Catholic.
You curse the Imam Ali. Yeah, you don't believe in God.
I don't.
Yes, you
Rhetorically I do, but let me finish for Brock.
No,
Have some patience.
You're a Catholic, bro.
What is it about? Okay, I said I'm a Catholic. Let me finish for Brock. I'm trying to fill him in.
Yeah, you don't believe in God. A kafir is something that doesn't believe in God.
Brock, I'm trying to fill you in.
Bro, don't let him fill you in, bro. He's a kafir. He's gonna fill you in some kufr Shia bullshit.
I'm gonna give you, Shabahat. Look, Brock, I'm a regular Muslim.
You're not a Muslim. Don't say that.
Let me finish.
Let him give his WWE intro.
Okay, alright, okay. But he's not a Muslim. Just FYI to all the Christians and all the Jews here, that guy is not a Muslim. That guy is a kafir. He cursed the Imam Ali.
Nothing with his WWE intro. Please allow
Alright, okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead with your WWE.
Okay, Brock. So, besides everyone else's bullshit, right? Is Brock even here anymore? He left. Oh my god. How embarrassing on my part. Yeah, go. No, I'm not Catholic.
If you want to block here so we can get in just to see the room.
Who's Salah?
I mean, I guess you can knock it down.
I can't believe Salah.
I can't hear him.
MEIR.
Who's trying to get in?
MEIR.
Hamza should not have a problem with the way described or defined beget and begotten at all.
Yeah, it still has to deal with the verse in 112, though. I don't know how they explain it. He says Allah cannot beget or begotten.
Why can't you say on beget and begotten?
Every time you speak, fucking, is he holding to the Quran? I mean,
we don't have a
I don't.
defined it.
I have a problem with asking all the words for Allah. Oh, this is better. So you're abrogating the fuck up, bro. You don't know what you're abrogating it up.
Yeah, Hamza, you ran away from my debate, bro.
Are you saying you ran away because I was using the Coptic?
Alright, do you want to have a formal debate? No, you see, you literally said I'm gonna go take a break.
Yes.
And you said that I'm gonna go take a break, and then I'm gonna have Coptic.
I said yes.
Carry on from there.
I was trying to go because I talk too much and people get mad. I talk too much and people get mad. You want to have a formal debate with me? You're gonna get fucking ruined. Yes, I agree. Let's have a formal debate. I'm gonna own you on everything in life.
I mean, you couldn't get out of what I was.
Oh, someone kicks in, bro. We're trying to set up a debate.
Even Megatron cooks you, bro. On the beginning, the garden, whatever.
No, but we have no problem with
You're
that.
stupid, bro. You're stupid.
Yo, no,
Literally stupid.
I don't know why.
You know when you're losing? Hold on. No? Nuggets, hold on. Let me comment this guy. No, you know when you're fucking losing? When someone like Megatron agrees with you. That's when you know there's something off. Something's off.
Everybody laughs, guys. Everybody laughs.
Whatever you can say whatever you want. You just conceded. You couldn't handle it.
Megatron, you're retarded. Let's be real.
I mean, you couldn't handle it.
Agree that Noah's your best friend. Does that Noah's your best friend?
Personally, just.
I'm not.
Just shows it.
What are you on about? I'm not attacking you personally.
I don't care what you call me. You're basically.
I didn't call you anything, dumbass. I didn't call you anything.
A composite God.
Yeah, that's what Noah.
Yeah, that's what you believe, bro. You believe that. No, you believe. You believe your God is composite.
What a fucking liar. You do not.
Okay, hold on. Let me lay out the argument. Okay, shut up, Nervous. Okay, can you stop being? Can you stop? Bro, you don't know what is going on in here.
The one thing
I'm
sorry. Along with the cursing it was a non-competition of God.
Hold on,
This is something you guys have a problem with, man. You guys have a problem with God.
Why are women always speaking over liar?
Marcus, Daniel
What
wants
is it on like that?
No, I love you.
Stop it for the sketches, bro.
I got you in the DMs. In the DMs, man. Noah, go ahead. Give me that. Why am I a polytheist? No. Fuck.
I didn't say you're a polytheist. I said you're a
Good. You can't, you fucking idiot. Of course. Okay, why? That's polytheism, you fucking idiot.
Polytheism? What?
Isn't it? Isn't it?
It's not. What? That guy's lost. I swear to God.
Bro, everyone's jumping. Just me and you.
That guy's lost. I swear to God. Christians, have him, please. Tell him how Jesus was it, guys. Coptic, do preaching rules, please. For fuck's sake, that guy's lost for fuck's sake.
Don't fall into it.
Yo, what the fuck is that?
He's laughing because he loves me. Look, you know what? Unless Coptic, you're fucking up my game.
Hang on 1 second. Daniel wanted to say something. Oh, he left because he wanted to say something and I interrupted him last again. That's fine.
Fine. Yeah, no, if Allah's composite and he's comprised, because that's what composite means, of eternal beings, meaning that it's not conceptual, it's not some shit in my head, that he's actually composed of things that are real outside of my mind. That's fucking polytheism, bro.
Hamza, you're gonna face a very big problem. So Hamza, okay, let me ask you.
1 second, Coptic. We'll deal with that. The fuck this fucking polytheist stuff first, man. Then I'll get to whatever you're saying. No, don't you agree? If my God is comprised of 1 part, 2 part, 3 parts, but these 3 parts are eternal and they're technically independent, and I'll prove to you that in a second, even though you say they're dependent, which is a contradiction.
I'm not right. This guy is a Shia. He cannot call Muslim. You are Shia. You are rejected by all Muslims.
That's not.
That's based.
You have an argument?
You are Shia.
Hold on.
You are not a Muslim.
Hold on.
You cannot speak on our topics.
I got one.
If you want to ask any questions to any other
Who said that?
Of the Shia is not a Muslim.
SK. I'm fair enough.
A non-believer.
Fair enough.
Okay.
SK, let me reply. With respect. With respect. Right. I'm trying to respect. Let me respect. Okay, don't. Look, I'm trying to. Hold on. You asked me something.
Okay, let's go. Which one is more important? Which one is
more important? Hold on.
Okay, which one is more important? Him or your God? Okay, your God is more important. That guy's more important more than God? Yeah, I gave him a thumbs up. Are you mad about that?
Less than 1 minute, and I swear to God that.
Because you got mad with me thumping him up? Like, the fuck
Yeah,
is
well,
that, child?
so let me just address that.
Okay, no, okay. You can address him after the argument because I have to go. I have to go, man. Would you say anything?
Don't be like that. Okay, fine. Yo, SK, I'm about to book on your sister. Anyways, no, go ahead. Back to you. The argument.
Okay.
Are you gonna give my
Your polytheistic argument.
When I came to people in Afghanistan, when I came to people, I'm telling you.
Yeah, we know everyone in my family. I'm not gonna get offended, bro. No, I'm not gonna get offended. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine, man. You guys are such genius. You can come back after they're done.
Yeah, and I agree with them, by the way. I will take your whole family concubines. Anyway, Hamza, anything that is composite of parts depends on those parts and on their composition. Would you agree or disagree?
100% your God's composite.
Okay, so anything that depends on something else for its existence is contingent and not necessary, correct?
100%.
Okay, God, if he is the ultimate ground of all existence, must be necessary and not contingent, correct?
Correct.
Alright, if the universe were created from God's own substance, God would be composite of parts. Therefore, the universe was not created from God's substance, and God is not composite. Thank you, sir.
I disagree with the third premise. Wait, everyone shut the
You agreed to the third premise, you fucktard.
No, I didn't. I agreed. Hold on, don't be a bitch. I agree.
I'm not your mom, Hamza. Come on.
1 second. I agree that God's necessary and not contingent. Your third premise was that if God creates something contingent, yet it's himself, he becomes contingent. I need an argument for that fucking premise.
I didn't say that. And you accepted that argument. Hold on. Granted, you accepted the argument, you fucktard. You accepted the premise.
No, dumbass.
You accepted it.
Which premise?
Is that guy a
Which
philosopher?
premise?
Like, how have you not hit? How have hit by a car yet?
I'm trying to have you restate the premise. So
Like, did you pass the first grade, or like that was a little bit too hard for you, bro?
What
is wrong with your
you
shit?
fucking failed. What's the third premise? I'm gonna fucking own you. What's the third premise?
God, if he is the ultimate ground of all existence, must be necessary, non-contingent, correct?
First premise, I agree with.
That's not the first premise. Should I say the premises one more time?
Yes.
Okay, I wrote it down here.
Good. I don't have to. I memorized. Anyways, yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So anything that is composed of parts depends on those parts and on their composition, correct?
Is contingent. Can we have that?
Anything that is composed of parts depends on those parts and on their composition, correct?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Anything that depends on something else for its existence is contingent. Would you agree?
Agreed.
Okay. Premise 3. If God, if he is the ultimate ground of all existence, must be necessary and not contingent. Would you agree?
If God, yes, I agree.
Okay. If the universe were created from God's own substance, God would be composed of parts. Therefore, the universe was not created from God's substance, and God is not composite. Your God is composite because you said that we were created from God's substance. Should you bitch ass up?
I have a problem. I never said that. I have a problem. Look, now you have to look. If you're giving me an argument, I have a problem with. Don't interrupt. Don't interrupt. I have a problem with premise 4. Do you have an argument for premise 4? That the universe is created from Allah's substance.
You're the one who said that. You're the one who said that.
I never said that.
Okay, well, what are you saying? Where we come from?
I never said the universe is
Where we
created
come
from
from?
substance.
Yeah, where we come from?
From Allah.
I
Bro,
substance.
anyway.
No, you can't just give up now. You can't just give up.
Yo, that guy's retarded. I swear to God. Let's get back to Christians there.
You're fucking retarded. Give me
They're more fun. At least they said that God created the universe out of nothing. So just.
How fucking contradictory.
Bro, that's him, Nargis. Fight with him, not with me, Nargis. Are you stupid? Yeah, but alright. Okay, how we were created from God? How we were created from God?
Noah.
I do need your help, Nargis.
Noah,
Shut up, you whip.
Noah. Did you just give me? Noah, you just said.
Silla, he's the one that said that.
Lies.
Come on, I'm on your side. Silla,
He's the
Silla, I'm on your side. That guy thinks that God created the universe out of himself.
Noah, you gave me premise. Why the fuck is Salah cutting me off? 1 second.
Salah.
Noah.
Her name is Silla, bro.
Oh my God, don't run. You gave me premise 4. Do you have an argument for premise 4? That the universe is created from all the substance. Give me that argument.
Bro, you're the one who should be saying this. You're the one who said that we are that we're created from God.
God,
what
you said it, not me. You said it. You said it. You
okay,
said
how we were created from God. Okay, alright. Teach me. Educate me. Educate me. Okay. Educate me then. How we were created from God.
I'm trying.
Yeah, how we were created from God.
I'm trying to take this. You don't have to repeat the question. I heard you the first time. I'm trying with the Socratic method, so I'm re-asking you. You made the statement. Premise 4, the universe is created from Allah's substance. Do you have an argument for that?
Yes, I don't have an argument for that, but like you should explain. No. You should explain to me.
Stop.
Listen. Hamza, don't be an asshole. You're a grown man, right? You're not like 13 years old, right?
I'm a Catholic and I'm 12.
Yeah, I know you're a Catholic.
So give me the argument.
Alright, so, okay. How we were created from God.
The substance, you tell me. You made the fucking
Oh, see, he said substance.
Back up your claim.
Yo, what the fuck?
I'm gonna back up your claim. Nervous laughter. Noah, you made the claim. 1 second. Noah,
you are the one who's claiming that we were created out of God, you fucktard.
You gave me the fucking argument.
You are the one who said the argument. You are the one who's arguing. Okay, am I claiming, Hamza, that God?
Okay, fine. Let's move on. I don't want to repeat ourselves.
Yo,
1 second. Let me finish.
Yo, Hamza.
Let me finish.
The fuck?
1 second. I know, let me finish. Fuck everything you believe in. Let me finish. So now we know that you. Fair enough. You have no authority to claim that premise 4 is something real because you don't have an argument.
You said you just now said that we're created from God's substance, right? What the fuck, you fucking liar! You shit liar!
I never said that.
Liar, nigga. Say that. You just said it, Nargis. You just said it. You just said it.
Noah, you're running. You're censoring. Noah, you're not.
Hamza, you're saying. Okay, am I claiming, Hamza? Am I claiming that we're created out of God, or you're the one who's claiming that we're created out of God?
Let me answer.
Does it take that much time? What the fuck? Yo, which one is claiming that? Am I claiming that, or you're the one who's claiming that?
You're gonna have to repeat yourself. Let me finish now. You said premise 4 was that everything was created from the substance of God. You stated that, didn't you?
Yeah, I stated that according to your belief, yes.
Wrong. I don't believe everything's created from the substance of God. I don't believe God has a substance.
Okay, alright, so how we were created from God, go ahead.
Yeah. I don't believe Allah has a substance.
How?
They provide an argument.
Bro, 3 letters. W. How we were created from God, you fucktard. How?
How being created from God doesn't mean he has.
Oh my God.
Hold on.
He's not gonna answer the question. He's such a coward. Answer. Nergis. Silla, can you tell Nergis the word that I said to her? You cut me off. Silla. Please. That's better coming from a woman, I know. Hamza, you have to answer the question. How we were created from God. Go ahead.
Allah doesn't have a substance. Do you believe Allah has a substance?
Of course he does. He believes in 99 substances.
I know. Hold on. Let me get to that. Do you believe Allah has a substance?
How we were created from God.
Yes.
Yes, what, nigga?
Will is not one.
Silla, you don't really want to run that argument on me. I will cook you the same way Hamza and Nergis were cooked, right? Now he's not answering the question because he's cornered. He doesn't understand what the fuck he believes in. He doesn't know his God believes in. What do you mean by yes? How we were created from God, you fucktard? You speak English? You speak Arabic?
I said yes.
Okay, what? Yes for what? It's not a true dichotomy. It's not a true dichotomy, bro. It's not a true no. How? I'm asking you how. How?
You're starting to piss me off.
Can anyone ask him the question, guys?
How? Hold on.
Yes, thank you. So you don't know how we were created from God. The fuck?
Cut the fuck out for a second, bro. You're pissing me off. Let me finish. Are we created from God? Yes. How? The mechanism? Look how scared you are. He's making little voices. How? I don't know.
Yeah, Bila Kaif. Can you say Bila Kaif? We're created from God, Bila Kaif? Without harness? Without harness, right?
Yeah, I can say, no, not without. That's not what Bila Kaif means, dumb fuck. Is that what Bila Kaif means?
Yo, you're low tier. Hamza, you should mute your microphone. You're not representing anything right now.
Is that what Bila Kaif
You're literally low tier, bro. Yeah, you're ignorant, bro. You don't know anything.
Look how he censors me. Is that what Bila Kaif means?
I'm not censoring you.
Cause? Is that what it means without cause?
I said without harness, you fucktard. I didn't come in your ears.
So we don't
Listen,
know.
man. You have hearing problem.
No, I'm about to come in your mouth, right? So it means without not knowing, right? How? Don't go on me. No, I take it back. I take back what I said. I didn't do what I didn't. My bad. I apologize for that.
Oh, why this guy is still here? So, why are you always entertaining dumb fucks?
It means you don't know how. It means you don't know how. Say yes. Let's move on. Fuck. Bila Kaif means I don't know how. Right? I don't know
Is
how.
there anyone who's more intelligent, more than this guy to challenge the athletic creed?
No, fuck your athletic creed.
Silla.
I'm God believer.
Shut up. Hamza, shut up. Silla, do you think that I worship 99 gods?
Silla, you better say yes.
I was just kidding.
What do you know?
Oh, you were just reasoning out. Okay, alright.
Silla, so
I
you
just
think
wanted to do the 99 whatever.
he does believe in
You know that's a stupid argument, right?
You're Hamar. Shut up, Noah. Silla.
Humar, yeah. It's Humar, not Hamar. Hamar, it means redness. No, he said Hamar.
Not Ahmar. Ya Hamar, you're so dumb in your
I said redness.
I think that anyone that says that even
Silla, I swear to God, that guy's Haramzada.
somebody's being misrepresented.
That guy's Haramzada, I swear to God.
No, hold on. No one's being represented incorrectly.
No, what I'm saying is that anybody that's saying that any of us have more than one God is misrepresenting the other person.
Exactly. Thank you so much.
Yeah. You.
I never said you worship any other gods. So shut your bitch ass up.
You would team up with.
Yo, Jews, I swear to God, Jews are more monotheist more than you. You're not a muwahid, bro. You're not a muwahid. You're not a Muslim.
Your allies, Noah, your allies will always be women in this life. How about that?
Yeah, do you have a problem with that?
Yeah, I do have.
You don't like women? Wait. So you have a problem with Fatma?
No, I love her. You got
So now you love women. You fucked up.
only her, bro.
How about Nargis? How about not this Nargis? I'm talking about the other Nargis.
Which Nargis?
The other Nargis. He knows it since he's a full Shia pagan.
I love.
You love Nargis? Would you do muta with her? Yeah, would you do muta with her? Shut up, Nargis.
I would do. Hold on.
Are such a
Let me answer.
dimple in the fucking bed.
You shut. Ask the question again.
Who's that baby?
Everyone chill.
That bitch.
Ask again.
Palestinian.
1 second, baby.
Pagan.
Yo, Noah, ask the question again. Ask him, you're saying I would do muta with Nargis, right?
Yeah, would you do muta? Yeah, would you do it? Would you? No. I'm asking like genuinely. I'm asking.
I'm answering genuinely.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. With her, I wouldn't because I'm not like I don't believe because I'm a piece of shit human being. I don't believe I'm worthy of that. Right. But your mother, I totally.
Okay, but like now you believe you are God, right? Since you're created from God, you yourself are God. You yourself is God, right? You're God.
To your mother, I believe I am. To your mother, I believe I am.
All right.
Yeah, good. Shut your fucking mouth, bitch. You want to clown? I'll clown over and over. Your mother believes I'm God, so what's the problem, Noah? I'm your God, you fucking piece of shit. Good bitch. Stay silent. That's what I like. I like this. No, fuck that. No, he insulted people I revere. So I'm gonna insult
I didn't insult any people. Did I insult people you revere?
Shut your fucking mouth.
Did I insult anyone you revere? So, what did I say, bitch? Yeah, what did I say?
I'll tell you.
What did I say?
You said that already. I'm trying to tell you. You shut the fuck up. You thought I was worthy of doing muta with her, and I'm not. I'm only worthy of doing muta with your mother. Is that cool?
Whatever.
Good. Look how. I take it back. I don't mean offense. I like you, Noah. I take it back. We're good. Your mother's a good woman. I don't mean that.
Silla, can you, like, he insulted my mom, like, 100 times here. Can we do something about this child here? Like, this is, I think, for adults only.
Are you gonna ban me?
Silla, can you just move me down?
Because I fucked his mother?
In Islam, isn't jihad just enough?
Move me down, Salah. Wallah, you can move me down if you want. No, are you gonna attack him? Mother?
Or what if you just charge him jizya?
Your mother's my bitch, you fucking fag. I didn't fucking bring up any of your revered people, you fuck, so I'm gonna fuck your mother over and over again until I give a twin like you fuck. Piece of shit.
Oh my god. Guys.
Shut the fuck up, shit. I'm talking about fucking this guy's mother. So you give me a second, let me fuck his mother, then I'll get to you, shit. Noah, anything else after you attack the people I revere? I'm gonna fuck your mother over and over again until I reproduce a piece of shit like you. And you're gonna stay silent when I say this shit about your mother? You disrespectful scum. You don't even respect your own mother. You don't defend her after I talk about fucking her. Wow, such a bitch that you are in your life.
Look at the Shias, guys.
Yeah.
Look at the Shias. This is the morality of the
Shias.
Shias.
The Shias. Fuck your mother.
Yeah, look.
Don't ever talk about people I revere.
Bro, you're literally the glitch in the system, bro. Look at your fucking face. Your face is stupid as fuck.
I'm the glitch in
your bitch ass face is stupid as fuck, bitch. Like you're the cum stain on a theater. Yes.
I know that. I don't know why the fuck.
I don't know why the fuck we still having that guy.
Someone I revere.
You brought up fucking some girl that I.
So it's muta is something bad, right? So muta is something bad.
For me,
well, what?
I'm not.
Hold on. No. I didn't say that. So now you affirm that muta is something bad, right?
No, me.
Okay, what is okay? No. Is it allowed for you? Yeah, is it allowed for you?
For me, it's allowed. I'm not worthy of her.
Yeah, okay, so so you can have muta with this, bro.
Let me answer. That's like a commoner having muta with Queen Elizabeth. Like, how dare he ask for her hand? You know what I mean? That's the same.
Yeah, but you can't do that, right?
With your mother, I can. With your mother, I can.
Guys, come on, yo.
I'm done. I just wanted him to fucking. He brought it up. I like Noah until he brought it up. So I have to clown on him. So I have to put him in his place now. Don't bring up people you revere. I never brought up Aisha. I never brought up Abu Bakr. I never brought up Omar. I never brought up Uthman because you respect them. So I don't bring that shit up. But you brought up Nargis.
Yeah, I didn't say any bad thing about Nargis. You're the stupid one.
You think I'm worthy? You think I'm worthy of doing muta with Nargis? You've insulted her.
You said you're allowed to do it, right? Are you allowed or you're not allowed?
Yeah, but not with her. She's better than me.
Yeah, so you're allowed.
Better than me.
So you're allowed to do it with her.
Yeah, but not. No, she's way better than me. I don't deserve it. Yeah, my baby. Yeah.
I'm gonna go take a shower.
With your mother, I deserve time and time again. With her, not really. Idiots. Anyway, let's move on. Yeah, go on. Ask the question. I
was going to ask, like, what the type of dependence that there is, like, what type of dependence there is between the attributes and the attributes are not necessary. If he believes the attributes are necessary,
much into the
Just finishing the last section of my hair. Maybe you can entertain our guests till I get back.
or yeah.
Guess what didn't you understand about my argument? They're all talking about begetting. Every single thing that they're speaking of was forth from the law.
I grant you the beginning of God is based on your definition. That's actually like the metaphysics of also.
Yeah, but do you omit?
But they are literalist readers of the Quran, so your problem is with them. Like no one would have a problem with the argument.
Yeah, but what do you mean literalist words? So you omit verses that you don't like?
Who said I take the Quran?
Oh.
Who says it's a verbatim speech?
But so Hamza is gonna omit this verse?
Hamza doesn't take it either.
But then he's not a Muslim. Because how could you be a Muslim without the Quran?
Who says the Quran is verbatim speech about? They need to prove it first.
So then a scribe misunderstood beyond.
There's no, it's a faith claim about. So there's no evidence to prove that the historic Muhammad in the cave actually received that these are the exact words of the historic Muhammad. So they need to first prove that, bring forth evidence of that before they even make an argument for the Quran's truth argument. This is how you should debate, not preservation and stuff like that. These are points you need to ask. Because all religions come from, like, especially with scripture, come from a faith claim. So this is why I don't think anyone can point a finger at anyone else's scripture. They all are just faith claims. Also, like, you need to ask things like, does God have sound, etc. These are verbatim speech of God. Like, you know, the Quran would come into question. How is that? There shouldn't be any. This is a very lofty claim for which, like, evidence of a very solid kind must be provided. You know, and if both are eternal and both are like, in the speech of God is eternal, right? As they say, and Quran is that eternal speech. Therefore, there are two gods here. One is the Quran and one is Allah. Because he's not going to say God is his word, right? He's going to say the Quran is distinct from God because his speech is distinct from him. So there are two eternal beings here. One is the word, which is one God, and God, which is the other.
It's familiar.
Hey guys, happy New Year.
sure it's true.
I think you should go to another room because this is just a room full of savages that will only destroy your faith even further.
I don't know how anyone is interested in this topic right now, but what's going on in Iran is so engrossing.
Yeah, my dad is like sitting glued to the TV.
Me too. Me too.
What's going on? I have one.
Oh my gosh.
Anything to look at. Oh, she looks like a family, yeah.
What? I'm sorry.
I watched this last 2 weeks ago. She's there? No, she left 2 weeks ago. Okay. But all my family's there. You were there?
Your family's there?
Yeah, all my family's there.
Well, have you heard from them?
No, I don't know what's going on. I didn't
Oh
know
my
the news.
gosh. This day, the IRGC is standing down. They've got demonstrations in like cities all over the place. They're chasing the police down. They're freeing political prisoners. They're
All the
chanting.
stuff they show us is hyperbole. Every time my mom was there, even during like some of the other protests, I called her quite a few times. She's like, why getting so hyper? What's going on? She didn't
You
know.
should call her now. You should call her now.
She's not there now. She's in Germany.
Well, the other.
My aunt, yeah.
Yeah. Can you call them?
I can. What time is it?
Yeah. It's they're chanting for Holiday to come back. He's got a big plan for detailed plan. Reza Holiday for Crown Prince. I know everybody laughs at that.
He's so dumb. He lives behind me, actually.
Yeah, he's in LA, Southern California. Yeah, but there's a group of them that have a plan for transition. It's very detailed, and people on the street, the last few days have started chanting his name. It didn't start out like that.
Every other day there's a protest, like in France, so in Iran. Like it's such an intrinsic part of like the culture.
Oh my God! You don't think that this regime could ever be overthrown?
No, not for now.
When could it be?
It just needs they're too powerful now.
I don't know. You gotta watch some news outside of regular news stations. Have you watched this Goldie girl?
No.
Sailor?
They've been under sanctions forever. So what you guys do is you destroy people's economy, terrorize them financially. They're like, well, they're so bad. They need regime change. That's the problem.
Yeah. The problem with us is sanctions.
Let people do their thing, man. Stop interfering.
Yeah, the problem can't possibly be the corruption and that.
Let them be corrupt. Don't put sanctions. That would be corrupt. Let them stay corrupt. Don't say they're doing good. It's the regime's fault. I think I know what is going on in Iran, guys. It's very easy to understand, which is
definite involvement. It's always been their involvement.
Do you guys agree with communist China? Of course not. We don't dare put sanctions on them.
We don't agree with Connie. We don't put sanctions on a country for freaking years. Especially such a freaking creative and productive lot of people. No.
Bunch of hypocrites in this country.
And the bastards. These are just people hungry people. That's what you're seeing. It's the sanctions. Fill up bellies, everyone's quiet.
I'd love to hear if you call one of your relatives to see what they say.
Every time I do, they ignore me. Because this is quite a common threat for them.
Yeah. Just to have some information.
It's freaking, it's trying to attack Iran. And I call them, they'll
So now
It was bought 2 streets down, by the way. They have bought 2 streets. It is used to that.
and,
No one feels that. No
you
one.
worry more
You
about
have to
them.
fucking call me like, blast. I was like, what's going on? Oh my god, did you die? He was like, no, these fuckers blasted us 2 streets down. Fucking motherfucker. This is why I don't even bother calling anymore. Just doing their own thing. They're like, if it falls, it falls. And that's okay. Have they ever tolerated the protesters the way they are right now? I've been in a few of those protests. Like, I've seen that even from my childhood. They are, the ones we're seeing nowadays are a little overdone. It's not for the media, to be honest. But I mean, a lot of this could also have some sadness involvement. Iran is not just it doesn't have its enemies within, right? It has enemies from outside. So it's a very complex politics.
Yeah. Michaela, the people, the guy that was in the night, they've changed. There's a propaganda going out trying to say that they've changed. I think they're trying to show that they've changed. So.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, and I listened. I listened to some videos actually of Pallavi being interviewed by this someone about 8 months ago, and he referred to that kind of, what do you call them, the reformers. That's how they label themselves, reformers. And he was saying it's too late for that. Pallavi saying it's too late for that. They gotta. I didn't know who this group was, what they were called, reformers.
They're reformers. They're the other ones. What are those called, Stella? Those weird ones who wear uniforms and march. The Marxist kind of Iranians. What are they called? Stella? Yeah. When I came to study in Bushan, they have like a uniform they all wear. Which they have. Yeah. So the then there's the Sahyoni, there's communist Iranian, there's all kinds of branching outside.
Nargis, we rarely get to see him at LSF. We haven't seen him in like a year and a half, and you're not even saying hi to him. We also have a communist Christian. A communist Christian on the stage who says in his profile, the Catholic, polytheist, Muslim, atheist, free grace, Trinitarian, Hebrew, Israelite, Calvinist, Eastern Orthodox, original sin, Christian still sin, butcher. Jesus was a communist who promoted socialism under the gospel. If you do not convert to the communist gospel, you will burn for eternity. I am a communist Christian on stage.
All right.
So, yeah, I think they should both be greeted and appreciated. LSF includes
Doctors.
communist. What's up, Armand?
Does he have the doctor's letter that allows him to be? Not the case.
Well, communist, how are you doing, sir? Would you like to say hello? Communist. Okay. Well, that wasn't his name before. It was RPG Ministries, but he's apparently had a change. What's been going on with you, LSF?
Hey, Dave. Yeah, I've been away for a while, so yeah, I'm back with a vengeance.
Well, I'm happy to see you, my friend.
Yeah, it's
been a long time.
Yeah, it's been a year.
Yeah, I think that's right. Have you been on the Discord streets?
I have, yeah.
Yeah, how's that going over there?
Usual shit, sir.
Did you run into that guy named Jonathan over there? He's in the Calvinist room a lot, or at least sometimes. Jonathan, I don't know, but he's kind of like he's a Christian nationalist.
Yeah. He's in PNR.
Yeah, PNR, that's right. PNR. Interesting character.
Yeah, it's a few interesting characters over there.
Yeah, but what have you been up against, my friend? Michaela's here, she's a Christian, so Selah, Megatron. What's been happening?
Yeah, well, I'm leaning towards the Gnostic point of view.
Wow, okay.
You like Pagels. mythological standpoint. It's not the kind of mythology of the cosmology, the general kind of model.
So are you saying that you're gearing away from Christ rising from the dead physically?
Yeah, I think it's more likely a spiritual resurrection. So I think all that was really required was Peter, Paul, they're the only two people that need to touch the encounter, which they could have done in Christians. And the gospel verses then elaborated somewhat on this truth.
Do you affirm the Trinity, Elisab? I forget. Are you Trinitarian? No. Okay. Okay. Why aren't you a Muslim? Just curious.
Because I don't think anything about this. I think it just took Christianity and bastardized it.
Alright.
Not entirely convinced there was even a marriage.
Wow. What'd you say, Noah? Oh, your volume's way down. No. Yeah, I mean, it's super.
How about now?
That better.
Yes, but
Okay. So I was asking, did you really ask him if he was why he's not a Muslim?
I did. Yeah.
Okay, why you're not a Muslim, Elisab?
because I don't believe I have a secret revelation.
You didn't what?
I believe Muhammad ever encountered the angel of oil.
Listen, I'm not gonna go into an argument because I'm done. But like, let me ask you a question. Like, would you as LSF give away your life and be influenced by a guy who is not receiving the revelation? Like the disciples, for example, they were ready to give away their lives, right? They took.
Several people that burned with what's that guy called Waco guy?
So how can we?
What's his name?
Green Crush, yeah. And Jim Jones' group.
Yeah. So why would where do you think that influence of the people that followed him come from?
You just need a charismatic guy with a story.
But it's not like what do you mean charismatic guy with a good story? Can you elaborate on that? Yeah, what do you mean?
A charismatic guy with a good story. People will follow it.
Charismatic guy with a good story. Okay. So that will be easily influencing people. If you're charismatic and you have a good story.
Well, yeah, that's the possibility of doing that.
A possibility, but not people be giving away their lives for him, right?
Yeah, just like David Koreshi's group gave them a sword. So Jim Jones.
All of them were like false ones, right? They didn't receive actual revelation, but by the way, they were witnesses of revelations. There were people that witnessed Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, getting the revelation.
Like his wife, right?
Yeah, Aisha, was one of them.
According to the story.
It's not a story. It's we have evidences that happened from multiple people, not from one person only.
Suppose it's like witness statements.
Yeah, eyewitness testimony of eyewitnesses.
Do you believe people get abducted by aliens? Experimental.
Sorry?
Do you believe people are abducted by aliens and experimental?
No.
There are 10,000 people on Earth, eyewitnesses, claim
because they are lacking the historical method of authenticating whether something is true or whether something is false. Right? Hold on, LSF. You don't know who are those people, you don't know their community, you don't know what the people are like saying about them, know their memory, for example. They are hold on, LSF. If we're gonna go with this argument, then we're gonna have to disregard Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. There will be no God, no religions, and that is gonna be a different story, LSF.
So your religion's true essence.
Yes.
How do you work that out?
There is only one religion. I don't believe in a religion called Jude or a religion called Christianity. The only religion is Islam. It's the religion of Abraham. He was not a Jew, neither was a Christian. He was just a monotheist.
In Hebrew, Genesis 14:13.
Mom, can you check the DMs whenever you can? I just sent an info.
Good book. Anyway, so that's the thing, brother. There's only one religion. And that's why we say about the Jews and the Christians, they are the people of the book, right? Why would they lie even? Like, if people who witnessed their revelation lie, other people, anyone who will lie or say anything bad about the prophet, he will be caught. Or he say something about the prophet that he didn't say, he will be caught. And the hadith will be weak, not authenticated. There were people that literally after these narrations to know whether they are authentic or not authentic.
How do you know that people that after are reliable?
Wait, what? Do you know Imam Ahmad Coptic?
Yeah.
Ahmad ibn Hanbal. He had a Musnad, right? That was before Bukhari and Muslim. Right? Listen, this is very important. Before Bukhari, before Muslim, there was a guy called Ahmad Hanbal. He's a major scholar in Islam. He's the scholar that I follow his school of thought, right? That person spent his life literally collecting hadith, collecting narrations from Yemen, from Hijaz, from everywhere around Arabia, gathering all these hadiths, and he puts it in his Musnad. So it's not we have only Bukhari and Muslim and Tirmidhi. No. We have.
I was saying because you were saying that you have scholars who went out to see the reliability of the narrators, right? Like, how do you know about these scholars that went out to see if the narrators are themselves reliable?
Because other people are saying that about them.
But it's gonna be like an infantry. It's gonna be like a readers.
No, it's not going to be the same way, right? Because you have, for example, a narration. People of Hijaz are saying one narration. They are saying, for example, none of you shall slap his brother on the face, for example. That's a hadith about the Prophet, right? So the people of Yemen are exactly the same thing. The people of what the city name is, right? So you would ask them, how did you know this? I learned from them, from X learned from Z, Z learned from Y, all the way up to the Prophet, right? So we'll be asking about those people in the narration, whether it's narration from the Hijaz, because you can have the same hadith from different narrators. This is very important. So that's why you can have two narrations. Both of them are authentic. One of them is weak and one of them is authentic. Why? Because the people who have narrated this one are more reliable than the other ones. You know what I mean? And you do not take from them, you take from the other ones. So those people from the Salaf and the Khalaf and the Tabi'in and Atba' Tabi'in, those who followed the earliest people that followed the Prophet Muhammad, they have this chain of narration, and it was compiled also by Imam Tabari has Jami' al-Bayan في تفسير القرآن. He was an interpreter of the Quran, exegesis of the Quran. He was also gathering around all the different narrations. All the different narrations about a verse. So, for example, قُلْ هُوَ اللَّهُ أَحَدٌ, the very first verse. He will gather all the ahadith that the Prophet said about that specific verse. And then the people who are specialized in the hadith, like who authenticates the hadith, they would verify or falsify. So this method was a given back then. It was not something that was came hundreds of years after. These hadiths were already narrated between them. However, it was not compiled because of
really no. Do you need to the whole idea of the science of hadith, right, is to see if a narration is authentic in the sense that you can use it for halal and haram, right? But for the seerah and the tafsir, right, you can still have weak hadith. These weak hadiths can be accepted because they're not for halal and haram.
Yeah, if it's unrelated for halal and haram. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and if that's the weak hadiths in seerah are accepted.
In Seerah Nabawiyya?
Yeah.
No, you have to add here. What about like the Seerah before the revelation or after the revelation?
The Seerah before or after? Weren't they all written after?
No. And yeah, they all written after, but like there are some things that you can't take from before. However, it's really authentic. Like there are difference of opinions about it, right? And it's very crucial to get the seerah. Most of the, for example, the sealed next, you can say 80% of it is authentic, and that's like the clue we can do, right? Implications and stuff. Yeah. So, ever heard about the witnesses of the revelation of this stuff?
How long after Muhammad died did they write down this?
The hadiths were not written down; they were like orally preserved.
They stopped writing them around the 1500s. That's when they stopped writing them.
Well, the first seerah was in the Ashab, right? The one that was survived.
I don't know if you said in this house.
So after the Quran was standardized in the 1100s is when they didn't have an official codex.
1100.
In other words, they didn't have an official codex until
1100s.
So in other words, they built their standardization, and then they created a manuscript codex. So it's not like the New Testament where the text was codified and standardized before it was being mass transmitted. They had it the other way around. They needed to standardize their text first so it's understood, and then it was because when we look at all the Qurans like before 1900, there's like 5 or 6 variations. So it's only until after that time where they codified the Quran. Before that, we have them, and you guys can check. We have them in France, Germany, Italy, Great Britain. We have them all out there for you guys to see that there's tons of textual variants before the 10th century.
Yeah, please give me the textual variants.
Yeah, you can look in the museums. They have the examples inside of every single museum, and there's plenty of German scholars that know about your language more than you.
Okay, give me the sources, please.
It's not my fault that you guys don't want to read this stuff.
Give me the source. Stop
You want me to give
crying.
you more explanations? Okay.
No, I need the source, not the explanation, not your.
Of the libraries and museums that they're in. I'll list the ones that have it there.
Bro, which hole did you get this out of? Anyway, so
this is all
okay,
public knowledge. I mean,
so Anas ibn Malik.
Little personal attacks.
So Anas ibn Malik reported that 4 had.
Okay.
So Anas ibn Malik reported that 4 men from the Ansar are the people who are in the Medina. You know, like the Prophet migrated from Mecca to Medina, right, Alyssa?
Yeah. I've heard stories, dude.
Okay, so you know about it. Do you know how the Quran was like preserved or like they collected the collection of the Quran? Huh?
Yeah, I know the story.
Okay, so I don't have to say.
The story of Othman when he collected all, like the.
No, not this one.
Oh,
No. This is before Othman collected this one.
So you've got 200 years of oral transmission before the Hadith were written down.
Yes, just like the Quran.
Wait, but no, I think it is fair for us to kind of give them a little bit more of a background on the Sahifa.
The Quran.
Well, the Quran we have manuscripts of, as well as the Sahifa Imam ibn Abid, right? So oftentimes we think that these weren't written down until after the time of the Prophet, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. But we've actually discovered evidences, right, that point in the opposite direction. So, as you all know, Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, had companions, right? And then they had their companions, right? And their disciples. So, one of the companions of the Prophet, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, was Abu Hurairah. Abu Hurairah came very late into the life of the Prophet, but we have the most number of hadith being transmitted from Abu Hurairah himself, right? So he had a disciple by the name of Hammam, and he wrote down about 160 hadiths in this thing called Sahifa. A Sahifa was like, think of it like it's like your book, your own notepad, right? And what had happened was when the Crusades or the Crusaders took over the land, when the Crusades happened, much of the relics that they found, they took back with them to their own lands, right? So the Sahifa, or this notepad, was actually discovered in a museum about 150 some years ago. And they carbon dated the Sahifa, right? And it goes back, they determined that it doesn't goes back to right around the time of the Prophet, maybe 20, 30 years after him, maybe 40 years after him, but not that far after him, right? And they found 160 hadith in this little notepad. Now, all 160 of those are present in Sahih al-Bukhari today, right? Which is the most prominent collection of hadith that we have, right? That's like the biggest hadith corpus, like the biggest book of our hadith corpus. So when we find 160 and those have been carbon dated to go back, right? It tells us that no, those were actually written down by the Sahaba themselves. We just don't have evidence left, right? Because they either got taken away. I mean, they might still be in existence, but we just don't have a copy other than this. So if anybody wants to know what it is, feel free to Google. I'm sure you can find a copy.
Yes. So you see the 4 codexes? These are 4 codex Qurans before the Uthmanic Quran. So these 4 codexes, and I'll tell you where they are, where they're located today, because they're not owned by a Muslim country. These codexes include like Surah 1, Surah 113 or 114. There's different wording in many verses, different verse counts. Widely used in Iraq for decades before the Quran. Islamic sources admit that Ibn Dawood and Aleph, I don't want to butcher these words. This proves, just this one alone proves that there's more than one Quran. Then we have the other one, which was in Syrian Quran, which is from 630 to 655. This contains 2 additional supplementary surahs. Surah Al-Had, and I don't know, I'll put it in the chat. There's different surah orders, different verse numbering, treated as authority by many companions. And this is also recorded by Ibn Abu Dawood, that records this Al-Tabari. They're quoting this actual codex. This is how they know that they had different versions of the Quran early on before the Islamic Codex, because a lot of these verses, they're not in the Quran that we have today. They're quoting hadiths are quoting these codexes with these understanding of the text.
First of all, that's not true, right? Because
Yeah, I can prove that. I can prove that.
While you pull that up, I think the issue with the argument is that you're saying that because there are these other manuscripts that exist, now the Quran, there must be different copies of it, right? I think what you're overlooking is that the manuscripts that you are talking about are not complete versions of the Quran, right? But more so think of it as like excerpts that people have taken and written down. So just because if you find an excerpt of something and say, hey, look, there's a manuscript that existed before the one that you have in your hands, right? That does not mean that both of the things can exist at the same time, right? But I think the manuscript that you're talking about, can you find me any sort of a contradiction in that manuscript? If so, what is the name of that manuscript? And if you don't mind linking it, because I haven't heard this argument from any historian.
I put the 4 codexes in there. And then after this codex is going to be the Uthmanic Codex, which is the official Quran the way it is right now. That's from 650. So all the ones are from 1630s, 1650s, and 1630s. Yeah. So all 4 of these are from that before the Uthmanic Codexes. So we have these. And there's different sequences, there's different wording. I mean, I didn't even go into the son of Palamas yet, but they're saying that there is a sunnah, which they're going to say is a non-Uthmanic manuscript. The non-Uthmanic manuscript is going to be what's underneath the lower text of the Solid Palaces. So there's different wording, different verses sequence, different surah structures, erased and overwritten with the standardized text. So this is a hard manuscript to prove another Quran did exist. It's going to be difficult for you to say there wasn't another Quran when you have a lower text that's another Quran. And this is not even included in the first 4. This would be fine.
Can I tackle this real quick?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Chuck.
I'm
sorry, Chuck. Megatron, do you know?
And this is all post the standardization in pre-10th century. So they codified it and standardized the text after the 10th century. You have these variants before the standardization. And this is proof in history. You guys can look this up with the Vatican and every other organization that's in love with the Quran, just like the rest of the world is, and they preserve it for you guys because they had means of preserving them.
All right, let's talk about it then. Let's
don't own most manuscripts.
You guys derailed. LSF wasn't interested in Islam. He was questioning.
Sorry, dear. Sorry.
It was Megatron.
But these guys,
Michaela,
book is directly from God.
Michaela, blame Megatron.
We know that it's not directly from God.
Michaela, blame
I should not. But these guys think they know how they book it.
All right.
Hey, can I speak? Someone says, why don't you believe Islam? Tell them. And then they just go on a big coat and try and.
Yeah, I spoke with you, and she didn't have a problem with that. Only after Megatron started speaking, then she had a problem. So
no,
she didn't have a problem.
Listening, and then I came back in.
Okay, no problem then. Yeah, I just want to say one last thing about the Sana manuscript because that's just a retarded argument. The Sana manuscript has 926 parchment, right? 925 parchment of the Sana manuscript are accurate 100% of the current Quran that we have right now, right? That's number 1. Now, where actually the real variants come from? From the 926 parchment 926, which Megatron is referring to. The variants are not actual variants. You can see if you were to take a look at it, you will see that do not say it's actually from the Tawbah, my favorite surah and your favorite surah, Megatron, chapter 9 of the Quran. In chapter 9, this surah is very special because we do not say in the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. The most compassionate or the most merciful. Right? So it says in the beginning, do not say Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
I know nothing about this.
No problem. So it says there in the parchment, do not say in the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. So, and there are also other things like corrections inside of it. Not changing the way it's recited, there are other ways of saying it. So it's most likely, first, we don't have to accept it, right? Second, because we don't know who owned it. Like, we don't know which parchment does that refer to. Second, it's accurate 100% with the Quran. With the 925, only that one page is not like accurate with the Quran. Why? Because it's more likely that someone was learning or trying to memorize the Quran, and that's why he's correcting himself, because the variants are not in the words itself. However, it's above it and underneath it, and before and after it. It's not in the actual words.
Okay.
So try another game.
No.
I'm gonna go to eat, guys.
Yeah,
Have a
go
great
eat.
day.
That's fine. So in
Yeah.
600 CE, which is 7th century, right? They're saying that they have this, this extensive library in which they don't. They have some of their precious manuscripts not even in their possession, like the Sana manuscript, the Birmingham, and there's fragments from others, right? This is in the Hajjaz script. Now, the Kufa script emerges in the 700s, right? There's only 70 to 100 manuscripts. The year before was only like 30, and many fragments. Then in the 9th century, so we're talking about 100 years, they only have now in this, this is like in, they have like 200 to 300 manuscripts in this time, the Abbasid period, throughout the whole 9th century. And remember, there's no standardization yet. The standardization happens after the 900 CE. So collectively, before 900 CE, they probably had 2,000, not even 2,000 manuscripts. We have within the first, by the 2nd century, we have 5,000 in just the Latin alone. They don't even have this in like the one language. We already have it in multiple languages. This is the difference between when we talk about preservation and when they talk about preservation. They started to preserve the text after the standardization. Before the standardization, there was different scripts it was written in, different versions it was written in. There was no consistency with the verse numbers or even the way the verses were pronounced or even sung the way they were talking about recent. There was none of that. And all this evidence is all over the world in every place to see. I don't know why they just deny this. Why do they do this? It's weird. There's no public knowledge, man. It's like it's out there. They have Wikipedias with this shit.
Okay. Great. If God was that worried about the minutiae that we all sit on Discord and Clubhouse arguing about, he would have revealed it now, not 2,000 years ago, when nobody could read, nobody could write, or hardly anybody could. And it was just oral stories. A clear message. Jesus Christ had a great message. It just gets completely lost in all these silly little arguments.
Well, this is why Sicario and his people created Islam to punish Christianity. To punish us. This is a pure punishment from God. Islam is a punishment from God to the Christians for all the things we've done. I'm a huge believer in this.
Yeah, also forget petty arguments about genealogy, the law, etc., because they're not productive.
this agnostic tendency you have now. What do you mean by that?
That's mainly to do with models of how things come around. So I believe God creates things that emanate from God, runs their existence.
Oh, we call God the creator and sustainer. How is that different from emanation?
Big different.
Creation is something outside of God.
He believes in the Sophia,
Okay.
in the demiurge, all those things. You know about that stuff?
I know about the demiurge.
You know about the Sophia? You know about Sophia?
No. Is that what he believes in?
It's the Sophia. Well, something like it. Not maybe something in that direction. That's what I was asking.
But Plato doesn't, whatever he's looking back to, Plato, I think, doesn't have a demiurge, does he?
Yeah, they do. Demiurge.
They do? Plato does?
It's not placed to the times.
Neoplaton. Oh, okay. So that's where the Gnostics got that from?
No, it's a basic thing. The Gnostics have been around since the very beginning.
Beginning of what? They were there before Christianity, right?
Yeah.
They were.
Right.
Demiurge is before Christianity.
No.
The term demiurge is just Greek, but I'm talking about not in the same way that the Gnostics believed it. Gnostics didn't actually use the word demiurge. We just used that word for what they refer to as the creator. This demiurge just means creator in Greek.
Right, but there's something above the demiurge, right? There's a god, the one god above the demiurge.
According to the Gnostics, yeah. According to Plotinus, I don't think so. Not 100% sure about that, but it's not the same. That's what I'm trying to say.
Marcion was one of the early ones. He could reconcile with Jesus, the light of the God of the Old Testament. The God of the Old Testament was evil, and Jesus was evil. So he thought that the God of the Old Testament created God. World is like a spiritual prison.
Can you explain how you come to that conclusion? What's your evidence?
Personal revelation.
How about genocide? Ordering genocide? Sounds pretty evil. I don't know.
Are you thinking about the Amalekites?
Genocide is not. Well, that was Moses.
The command to genocide came from God.
What did the Amalekites do to get to that position?
Well, we can read. Let's read the verse.
Okay, yeah, sure. So you kill their kids and their babies and their sucklings and their animals.
Wait. That's what God said.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Let's go to the verse.
Sure.
Go to the verse.
Sure. What is it? 2 Samuel something. 15, I think.
Because now we have golden feet for the fire.
I think it's on my Exodus. I mean, Moses. I'm talking about 2 Samuel. Okay. I don't know.
I think it was 2 Samuel. I forgot.
You know, this is Jesus revealing this to them, right?
Well, that's the claim, right?
No, that's the truth. That's what we believe. We're
talking about what the Gnostics say about that.
Right. It says, now go and strike Amalek and declare to destruction all that they have. Do not spare them. Kill both the men and the women, children and infant, ox and sheep, camel and donkey. First Samuel 15:3. God ordering them to kill.
Yeah, you gotta read that verse. You gotta read some verses before and after that.
Well, yeah, but sorry, you can't have an evil baby. Baby's not evil. They're capable of doing anything wrong because they can't walk or talk.
Can you read a couple of verses before and after? Why that response was necessary? Or why that response was called for?
It's never ever necessary to kill babies. Sorry.
Right. What did these Amalekites do that provoked that reaction?
Whatever they made
What did babies do?
Right, to kill their babies. That's what we're trying to say. And by
by the way, a lot of church fathers believe this. This is why many of the, especially Alexandrian church fathers, they took this metaphorically. The way that they understood this was to strike out evil. So, like Amalekites was like a representation of evil, and adults and like men and women would be like an evil that is complete, whereas the children or the kin would be like evil in progress or sin in progress, and the animals, so like white-tailed the animals as well, they would be like the supporters of the evil, like triggers towards evil. So like this is blotting out evil or sin from your mind, basically. This is how a lot of the early church fathers believed it, because they could not reconcile a God that was the God of love ordering a genocide.
Can I add to this?
Yeah, they were pussies then. They shouldn't be considered Christian then. They're
also
they can't reconcile. They can't reconcile. Yeah, that's how you're representing them. I think you're misrepresenting them. The way you're representing them, if this is true, then that's what you're saying about them. I don't think this is what you're talking about. I don't think you're reading it. I think you use a very Orientalist way of looking at things.
Yes, this is an Oriental faith.
Yeah. Or what you're talking about is.
Yeah. No. Like this whole religion started in the Orient.
Well, also another thing. How come do we see the Amalekites a little bit later on?
The Mitzrayim.
If they're wiped out.
Yeah.
We see the Amalekites later on.
Yeah. So that just means that the Jews didn't genocide all of them. But that doesn't mean that the order was to genocide all. Like the Jews always do God's command to its entirety, right? But the command was still to genocide them if you take it literally.
I love how atheists take that a little snippet and just run with it. And then when you present the evidence, they just quiet down.
Yeah, but like you understand what I'm saying. Just because the Jews didn't slaughter all of them, that doesn't mean that the command was to slaughter all of them.
What sect of Jehovah's Witness are you part of, Benny?
Saying what type of sect, because Jehovah's Witnesses don't get into politics. They'll probably view as political, saying what type of sect that they're in.
There's also other stuff too. So like if you consider interest to be immoral, like evil in a sin, which early Christians absolutely did. Why is it in the Old Testament that the Israelites are commanded to not charge interest to their fellow Israelites, but charge interest to non-Jews?
That's why we gave them. That's why the kings and the queens of those times gave that permission to the Jews to do that. They couldn't do anything else. Don't you understand? That's all they wanted them to do was finance.
That's the kings and queens of Europe much later. I'm saying, why is it in the Bible, God said, right, that you can charge interest to not to the goy, but not to your fellow, brethren?
Yeah, that's the reason why the kings and the queens didn't borrow money to other Christians. They let the Jews broker it.
I understand that. I'm asking, why did God give that command?
What's wrong with that?
Because is it interest wrong? Is it a sin?
If you love someone, you're not going to take advantage.
Not if the Jews lend them the money.
No, according to our principles as Christians, this is why in Christianity,
You gotta look up the history.
we're not allowed for a
You're not gonna take my word for it. You have to look up the history and the Torah laws in the banking system. I'm answering the question.
No, you're not.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Is it a sin? It's usually a sin.
No.
No, it's not a sin according to the church.
The sin if we do it to each other. It's not a sin if you allow someone else outside you to borrow the money.
No, that's not true. Not according to the church.
That's what. Then you don't know what you're talking about.
No, not according to the church. The church says it's a sin. That's like saying you can't kill your fellow Christian, but you can kill some non-Christian. That's not a problem.
I'll post the Wikipedia for you, my brother.
That completely destroys objective morality.
Exactly.
Chinese people define it as like intestine first. But this is why for centuries, over 1,000 years actually, in the Christian world and in the Muslim world, there was no trust.
Put the Wikipedia link in the chat there, Benny Allen, and you can look back to see how long these things have been reported, right? And they have these ancient laws that they applied even till today, right? And this is the framework that they've used throughout the banking system. So
Yeah, and he says
he's saying it's immoral. No. It's not immoral. You don't understand. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You should read up on this little stuff. I don't even know where to start. I wouldn't even know where to start.
According to the church.
Because you're still a Muslim.
Why
This is Muslim shit.
According to the church. How am I still a Muslim?
Listen, basically a farm. Listen, if you have a farm,
the apostolic churches is interest a sin. It's not a sin.
To one another.
Only to one another. So I can go.
Well, if we're at war,
that's not a sin.
unless there's rules of engagement.
Yeah, I can go to like I don't know, in India and just start slaughtering people. That's not a sin.
I know we did it when we discovered America.
Was that right?
I'm not saying it is.
Okay,
But were they being charged for murder?
Objectively.
Were they being charged for murder?
Objectively.
No, they weren't.
Were or were not.
They looted. They did everything not to the right people.
Was it or was it not a sin according to the church? Yes, according to the church, killing people, whether they are Christian or non-Christian, right, is a sin. Raping
But you
people
feel uncomfortable with the history.
Right?
You feel uncomfortable with the history.
No,
of the
I'm
church.
not uncomfortable.
Yeah,
You're
I
not
understand.
uncomfortable. You're trying to justify.
I'm not justifying it.
Yeah,
I'm telling you the rules.
You are saying we can charge interest to non-Christians. We can't charge interest to Christians. Why? Because it's immoral to do it to Christians. But I do the same thing about rape, murder, any adultery, anything like that. No.
Did they try all the pirates that went that discovered America? Did they charge them with rape and pillaging? They didn't, right?
They could have. Did they commit
Well,
sin?
they weren't. You know why? Because they weren't representing the church. They weren't representing the church. That's number one. Number two, that's far beyond the bounds of what we did during that discovery time. They weren't Christians out there. Don't be upset. Own up to it, bro. Own up to it, Benny. Own up to it. Just a stranger.
We're all gone. Own it. Come on.
We're not Mormon.
Okay, bye. Happy New Year. Get a bye.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year.
How do you find?
Bye.
Yeah, Benny, you're just making excuses. Like you're still acting like a Muslim. Like you're trying to do tequila over here. I'm trying to tell you. You want to be Christian, you have to accept that there are a lot of things that happen under the Christian rules. And that's it. Like the Pope went to Canada, apologized to the natives, even though it wasn't directly his fault. There were some heretics out there saying they were representing the church. And abusing children, and they found a bunch of dead bodies underneath this church. It was really
Why would he apologize if it wasn't wrong?
Apologize because it is wrong.
Exactly my point. So it is wrong to do these things to people that are not Christian. Would you not apply the same interest charging usury? Is charging interest wrong to any or just to charge interest to Christians?
Christians.
Okay, so you can charge interest to non-Christians.
Correct.
Find me anything from a church saying this.
We worked around it. Jews lend us.
Well, again, find me anything from an
What money were they using?
apostolic
They were using Christian
find
money.
me any decision from an
Just look up the history.
to say
How
you can
how
charge
the Jews
interest
got
or not
into banking
but
system.
you cannot charge interest to a Christian.
Just look at the banking system that was created. It was the Christian kings and queens. And it was the Christian countries that had the money, and they used the Jews as brokers, and that's how they made the loophole, and they worked around. And you see, you borrowed money from the Jews, you're not borrowing from the kings and the queens who were also Christian. They worked their way around it, and it didn't look like you actually borrowed the money from them.
Okay.
That's the
They
loophole.
did that loophole because you are not allowed to charge interest. Period.
In your own.
No.
Why couldn't we borrow the money from the Jews then?
We weren't supposed to. That was not.
Well, that was the reason why it was given to them.
No. We weren't supposed to do that either. That
You have to reconcile with your church fathers.
No. That's according to the church. You're not supposed to be borrowing money on interest.
With your Eastern, church fathers.
No, this is not a matter of East or West. This is Christianity as a whole.
What about Muslim financing? How about that?
What about it?
That somehow they don't have charge interest, but the service charge matches their interest rate.
Yeah, I think it's bullshit. Like modern day Muslim financing is complete bullshit. The service charge will fluctuate.
It's the same thing, Benny.
Yeah,
You're making the same argument.
Are the golden standard. I'm saying that it's immoral. That God said that our understanding is that usury is immoral. It is a sin. So why is it in the Old Testament God commands that you can commit this sin to a non-Jew, but you cannot commit this sin to a Jew? That would be like God saying you are allowed to rape a non-Jew, but you cannot rape a Jew.
The Jews said that's actually that's probably in the Old Testament too. Not the Talmud, but I'm just saying I don't think you're allowed to rape, period. It doesn't matter whether
That's the point. Because it's a sin.
Yeah.
Yes. So it's usury.
No, that's different.
Did you just compare rape to a loan?
Yeah, you did. Yeah, it's weird.
I don't know what kind of interest rates you're getting, my brother.
Yeah. That's kind of weird.
It's been going to like 200%. Like, we're really fucking up here.
Okay, but all right. So if you're a farm, right? You need money early season to get the crops going. You're not going to sell them until possibly the middle to the end. But you have to borrow money from somebody, right? So this is always been the case, especially with farms. So how do you work your way around that? Like you're gonna borrow money from somebody. Okay, see that's why you're just being ridiculous.
No, I'm not being ridiculous. It's very clear. Christian teachings have for thousands of years taught us that usury.
Not Christian.
Yeah,
not Christian. No, they get this from the Torah.
Oh my God.
They get this from ancient, like the Aramaic, like this just says all words Muslim into the game.
Said the opposite. Every opposite has said universally that usury is a sin. You cannot charge interest. This has always been the case for almost 2,000 years.
The verse you're talking about is Ezekiel 18:13 to 17.
Happy New Year's, everyone.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
So who's the person that gave us Happy New Year's?
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year's.
Yeah.
When Messiah.
Who's that?
And and then people get puzzled if they blaspheme.
Well, we've got somebody here that's struggling with his faith, he said. And that's LSF. And he never really got to exactly what he was saying there. He's taking more of a Gnostic view, though.
Stuff, Andrew.
What kind of... Oh, hey, how's it going, Rob?
Hey, Rob.
Wait, is that Rob the Christian?
No, I'm not Christian. I just finished watching.
Oh yeah, this is the other Rob. Yeah, he's okay.
I just finished watching the Da Vinci Code. If only that were true. That would have been beautiful. Well, there we go.
So, what if I told you he was a Christian?
Who? Da Vinci?
Yeah, what if I told you he was a Christian?
Oh, perfect. Where did he go? Oh, he left? Oh, they said he came too late.
Well,
Then he was crying about no interest loans in the Bible.
Did you
Who
hear
was?
Benny Adam.
What do you mean crying about no interest loans?
Like saying that it's against the rules, that you're not allowed to charge interest, and how like the Christians interpreted this, but just telling them that they still lend money out. They just let the Jews do it with amongst Christians. He's saying that you're not allowed to charge interest at all.
Right. That was never the model. It was charging interest to the poor. The idea is like if someone was begging for food and you promised them a hamburger in exchange for two, to use an old economics example, that's the primary sin.
Andrew, if you're there, you went around against Arabia. You listening at all?
Yeah, I did. I heard quite a bit.
With the whole atonement and that guy Nicholas went off on the sort of side tangent and stuff like that. I don't know how much you read of that stuff.
Yeah, Trump there, I think he was saying some stuff. The thing about always telling the truth, he shouldn't have said that. And then the atonement, I don't know. He was saying some stuff that's kind of a little bit odd.
He's only been a Christian for 2 years.
Yeah,
I don't remember the exact thing that he said, but he said something that immediately I sort of questioned how long you've been in Christianity, because he just said something so almost un-Christian, if you like, or typically un-Christian. And I was like, oh, you've been Christian. There's something about God. And I was like, Christian. To my mind, I was like, Christians don't say that. How long has this guy been a Christian? Is he just making stuff up, or did you just do it like recently or something? It's not remember the exact thing because it went on with different people, didn't it? And Euro was there as well. So, yeah, to my mind, I've not heard of Christian yet. They're going to justify this atonement business is necessary for all people. Even if I granted it was necessary for some, even if I did grant that, which I'm still not entirely sure, but I'll just be agnostic on that. The whole that it's necessary for everybody business. Nobody this today, I thought this should be a good response to that.
She didn't say anything to that? She on stage, she's a Christian. To the atonement necessary.
We can't hear you.
You're breaking up, Chief.
Can you get a better signal there or something?
How is it now?
Yeah, it's better now.
Yes, it's completely necessary. Otherwise, how else would you get to heaven? Would you go below 0 people in a ladder and try to climb to heaven?
my side of the fence then. Andrew, what do you think now?
That's a little bit of a
Another
stretch, my friend.
Christian who doesn't think the atonement is necessary.
I truly think it's necessary. It's not by my strength that I'm saved.
Oh, well, I thought you said it wasn't necessary.
It is necessary.
You just said that if as long as you get forgiven by God and you accept it, etc.
This is the repentance and forgiveness.
Yes, we can repent and forgive. The atonement still isn't necessary. I can repent for my sins, or somebody can.
Hey, if a non-believer,
Make an argument for the atonement, you make an argument for not atonement. That's what I'm talking.
hey, if a non-believer believed in God today, would it change anything?
Well, yeah, they believe in God, and if God existed, they'd probably get something.
Think about the thief on the cross.
The point is that the atonement seems unnecessary, at least not for everybody.
Well, if it's not for everyone, then I don't know what to say, because it says, "For he so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that he shall ever believe shall receive everlasting life." It doesn't say a particular people or particular gender or just says he who shall believe.
Yes, but that doesn't mean that you need the atonement, right? As long as you believe in Him, then the atonement isn't necessary, which is the point I'm making. The atonement isn't necessary.
He is the atonement.
That's right.
Now, but the atonement here, we mean He dying on the cross and all that business.
The atonement is the shed of blood.
Yeah, but that's not necessary. That's the point.
Well, how do you come to that conclusion?
Because God can forgive you and can say, hey, your sins are forgiven. If you want a relationship with me, the door is open.
Amazing. By your perspective, that should work. But the
Yes,
perspective,
why wouldn't it work if He's an unconditionally all loving God?
but the reason why it doesn't work is you're not the creator of the universe. You're not just in the way that God is just.
Or you're just not following it.
I'm giving reasons to think that it's not necessary.
But that's not the steps that God. That's not the steps that God told you to do that though.
No, but we want to say that it's necessary, which if you say it's unnecessary, then that's going to put shade on God, because presumably you don't think God does unnecessary stuff, especially if He wants a relationship with people.
But atonement is not unnecessary.
Well, that's what you have to argue for, and I'm saying it is unnecessary, at least for some people.
So sin.
Why is it necessary without repeating a claim that it's necessary? You have to justify. I had this whole discussion for 3 hours this morning. Nobody could do it.
So the first problem is you're treated like free will. You decide you don't have free will, but yet you make terrible choices, and then you want somebody else to be accountable for those choices.
What's free will got to do with anything? Even if I grant free will, you can still choose God without the atonement.
Sin equals death. So in order for sin to be forgiven, it has to be put.
Yeah, that's again just God's arbitrary rule. Not all sin needs to be required death. That's just God.
What is sin from your understanding?
Well, doing something God's nature, wishes, desires, commands.
So even the smallest or greatest of sins, no matter how big, how small, it is the attempt of something outside of God. So even how small it is, that it separates them from God.
Yeah, but that's only because God wants it that way, not because the sinner necessarily wants it that way.
Then why does He give people
set
free
up
will?
strict rules, but then don't expect it to sound good to somebody when you set up strict rules and then make yourself the only way to overcome that. So I'm saying that's not necessary.
Then when you have the choice for the free will, did God point a gun to Adam and Eve's head in the garden and say, "Eat this apple and I'm going to kick you out"?
And I think, Shake, you've got to pay attention here because I'm granting free will. So free will is not a problem here. The people that are going to have a relationship with God are only those who freely come to Him, right? He's not going to force people. That's not going to be a loving relationship, right? So people have to willingly come to them. So if you believe God exists, you believe that you do sins, you believe sins are wrong, and you ask for forgiveness, what prevents God from opening the door to heaven? And if all of that's the case, the atonement of dying on the cross.
It's the people's choice. They want something good. They want peace. They want love. They want all the abundant, amazing things. That is God. If they don't like any of that, they go their own way.
Do you think you're responding to my critique now, or are you just saying something else?
No, I'm responding to it. Maybe it's not
My critique is
responding
something specific, because what you said has got nothing, doesn't even approach my critique.
You say free will has nothing to do with it. But guess what?
I'm granting you free will.
Yes, you said you granted it, but the thing you do with the free will, that's what is the major factor. You can either go to God or not go to God.
Let's see if I can break this down for you very simply. Let me ask you something to see your perspective on this, Sheikh. If it's the case that somebody freely believes God exists, does the best they can to follow God's commands, occasionally stumbles and falls, recognizes that they've done so, recognizes that it's wrong, and asks forgiveness, and they do this all of their own free will because they want a relationship with God, why is that not sufficient to have an everlasting relationship with God in heaven?
What do you mean that's not sufficient?
I'm asking, why is it not sufficient?
That's what Christianity is. People are going to stumble. People are going to fall short. It even says in Scripture, blessed are those that hunger and thirst for righteousness and fall. You know, they recognize it. They strive for God. They recognize, hey, I've fallen. You know, this is sin separate from me, God. Please, I want to follow you, and then it makes it right because God.
But then you don't need the atonement, though. Sheikh, you don't need the atonement then.
Jesus, the atonement was done with
on the cross, right?
the atonement was done with Jesus.
If you don't need the atonement, then why even argue? It's not like when people are lost and get a ladder and try to climb up.
Is there anybody else that can respond to me? Because
You need the atonement with Jesus. You need to shed blood for sin. Jesus.
make the argument why it's necessary. Can you do that?
Because that's what God acquires death for sin. It's an act of repentance.
Hey, that's the way God sets it up. That's not a defense, my friend.
What are you looking for? What are you looking for?
A justification for why it's necessary. Not that God says, because I said
Because
so.
God says so. It doesn't matter because God says so. That's what it is.
Christianity does to some human minds. Whatever God says, that's the justification because God said so.
Because God, it's the blood purifies. It's God's. That's why He had white blood all over the walls. God, some with God in blood. Some with God in blood.
Tell me why He can't forgive people who freely want forgiveness. And He exists on one
God wouldn't be just then because the fact that there's you got three people. Let's say I went to you and I broke your television. And I go to someone else and I say, hey.
Didn't you try this morning?
No, somebody else did. But I want to do it my way.
You're going to repeat it yourself again?
No. Check it out. And then I go to Jesus after I broke your TV. Jesus, can you forgive me? Yeah, no problem. But guess what? Your television's still broke. How are you going to be happy? With the sacrifice of Jesus, it's like the television was never broke. You didn't even notice anything being broke because the television is never even broken in that aspect. That's how great the love and forgiveness is.
Well, hang on a minute. If the television's not broke, then what's the problem? If He forgives you, what's the problem?
So if that television smashed in a million pieces and Jesus forgives me and I walk up and everything's all good and but you're going to be mad because your television's broke. Nobody has made it right. With the atonement, everything is made whole.
Let me just make sure I'm understanding your analogy here. Your analogy is, let's say you and I break your TV, and then I go to Jesus for forgiveness. Is this your analogy?
Yes, you go to Jesus. Jesus forgives
So I'm not asking
you.
forgiveness from you. I'm going to Jesus for forgiveness. And even though I broke your TV. Is that right? Sheikh, are you there?
Yes,
guys, I want to understand I want to make sure I understand your analogy. I broke your TV, but instead of asking forgiveness from you, I don't say anything to you. I go to Jesus and ask him. Is that correct?
Well, it's aspect. You ask forgiveness for God, but you also ask forgiveness from the other person.
specific
those
cases,
who
yeah.
judge arrogantly, then they're gonna say, I'm wrong. Sorry, not to interject.
Okay, please don't interject. If you're sorry, that's not an excuse.
But this is just a question. The debt that's here on the that's being paid for is a debt that you can't even pay back because you dug yourself so much of a hole.
There's two scenarios. One is I sin against another human being. The other is apparently I sin against God and no other human being. So which one of your two, with your analogy is I'm sinning against another human being, right? That's what your analogy is analogous with. I sin against another human being, right?
Well, when you're sinning against another human being, you're also sinning against God because it's God's law and God's decree that keeps everything perfect. And when you're going against God's rule and to affect someone, congratulations, you sinned against both parties.
All right, so the scenario is actually I'm sinning against another human being and God, or I'm just sinning against God. Is that's the two scenarios? Yes?
So another example is like if I don't
I'm
follow
just
the
asking
law.
those are the two scenarios where I commit sin, apparently.
Like for example, another example is if I don't
give me
follow
other
the law
examples, Shaq.
and I stole your TV, I went against the law of the United States of America.
Shaq, please don't just ramble on. I asked you a very clear question. Is the only two scenarios in which we sin against another human God simultaneously, and we sin against God alone and no other human being?
Sometimes it's not even that we sin against another human being. Sometimes
that's the God only case.
We put ourselves in the sin when we're doing debaucherous things.
Who are we committing a sin against in that case?
You're getting a sin against God's law, something that separates you from God.
All right, so there's only two scenarios. This is according to you. Yes?
No, there's
you agree with what I'm saying, and now we're going to go through the atonement and see how well this works. Scenario number one, I sin against you and God. Scenario number two, I only sin against God. Those are the only two scenarios, yes?
There might even be a person, there might be other things, you know? There might be like,
what are you talking about?
Let's say, let's say you did like let's say you're moon maxing profusely and it destroyed your health, and it says to take care of yourself and treat your body as a temple. You're smoking cigarettes and moon maxing all the time.
Okay, so that's like the equivalent. So that's the third option, which is sinning against yourself. Apparently, you can sin against yourself. Is that correct? And against God simultaneously.
Well, yeah, because it's God's law. God's law is put in position.
Right. So we've got three scenarios, yes? Scenario number one.
There's more.
We're gonna go through them and see if this atonement business actually helps you or hinders you. So scenario number one, I sin against you and God. If I ask your forgiveness and you provide it to me, and I ask God's forgiveness and He provides it to me, are we all settled now? Are we all settled, or is there something still outstanding there?
And then once you get God's forgiveness, it is blessed. It's good. Then you're good to go.
Right, so we don't need the atonement scenario, yes?
No, you definitely need that atonement.
Why is that necessary? I just asked you, if you ask forgiveness, are we all settled? You said yes.
Because in the archives or the history books of heaven, when you're going to be writing down, it does evil type of stuff.
Yes, but I asked forgiveness, and I meant it.
And you meant it.
Yes, obviously.
Then you have then maybe your heart turned from stone to flesh because Jesus changed you, and then you made it right. By the mercy of God.
Yes. Why is the atonement necessary? That's not.
You definitely needed that atonement because
why?
you're
Why?
Because you, in the first place, when you repented and you saw how evil you were, it was by God's mercy that you were convicted, and then you changed the ways.
Right, but again, the atonement isn't necessary. I keep going back to that. You keep telling me it's necessary, and every time you try to explain it, you explain it where it's not necessary.
Atonement is because sin is not free. Forgiveness is not free.
Why not? You see how difficult this is for you guys. You're struggling, man. You're struggling mightily here. To try
Your problem is,
necessary. Even in the
you
first
have,
place, when
you
you don't
have,
have
you have free will, and no matter if you go left or right, and if you go left, you want the results that go right. But if you go right, you want the results that go left. You want to be able to put up the right at the same time.
Is this you like desperately trying to cope?
I'm not going to.
See, trying to cope to me because free will, it's got nothing to do with it. We're already granted free will. You see how difficult it is for us. Our family just after watching the defensive code. And I said to them, these Christians have this idea. I wish that it was actually true. The world would probably be a better place, right? If it was in fact Mary Magdalene was married to Jesus and there was a bloodline and blah blah blah, that whole story probably would have been a better world. I said to this atonement business, and they sort of looked at me with wide eyes. When I explained the atonement, they were like baffled why the atonement is. And I said, I speak to people online all the time. People can't explain this atonement, why it's necessary. They battle like hell to do so. All loving God, it's a relationship. And now it comes to
not pretend.
Nobody can seem to
Atonement is because so you can't pretend the sin didn't happen. That's what atonement. So you cannot pretend it didn't happen.
Nobody's pretending it didn't happen. In fact, you acknowledge that it did happen, and you.
That's why you argue atonement. Act like some people that just repent, act like it didn't happen. It's dead. It's part of justice.
His justice has been done.
If you do wrong, justice has to be served. So the atonement is part of getting justice. You being forgiven is not free, bro. Those blood sacrifices were valued back then. Those offerings, sin offerings, and burnt offerings, those were money. That's how they traded. So you have to pay your debt for what you did.
People doesn't mean that that's a good thing. Because they did it.
That's the big
Doesn't mean that's good. By the way, I'm imputing God, not ignorant people 2,000 years ago. They were just ignorant, you know.
But atonement wasn't for God, it was for the people. It wasn't for God, it was for people.
Yes, but God can just forgive us, what I'm telling you. You guys say, no, the atonement is necessary. I say, why is it necessary?
Yes,
you can't
God can. I just told you because the debt, because there's a moral debt after sin you have to pay. Like you pay fines.
Why is there a debt that needs to be paid apart from forgiven? Come on. I'm waiting on. You're the one that wants to jump in.
So you cannot pretend it didn't happen.
Why is it the case?
So you cannot keep acting like wrongdoing didn't happen. You can't make it that easy for humans just to be forgiven because they're going to keep doing what you're doing.
That doesn't follow. That doesn't follow at all. That's a non sequitur. It doesn't follow that if the atonement people would continue sinning. That doesn't follow whatsoever. In fact,
no, it's not about continuing sinning. It wouldn't acknowledge. This is about acknowledging it.
If the atonement happens, that gives people free license to keep doing it. They go, look, my sins are forgiven. I can keep doing it. So in fact, the atonement can do exactly what you're saying. The absence of the atonement doesn't entail that would happen. Maybe some people would. It doesn't entail it. But certainly it can also happen with the atonement.
So you like so you think because when you pay a fine, when you pay a fine, you can just to continue to do it again.
Listen to the example. I just think you're not following. If I do something to you and you forgive me, and you say that's all that's needed, what's the problem there?
What's all that's needed?
Your forgiveness.
Atonement wasn't all that's needed.
I did something and asking your forgiveness, and you give me forgiveness. What's the problem with that? What else is necessary there? And why?
It's there. It depends. Different levels, different stuff. It's just you can't just say some things that can be forgiven. Yeah, that can be forgiven. But when there's laws broken, things like that, you have to come forward with your sacrifice, your offering, and do the ritual.
No, you don't. Because if the victim forgives them and they don't ask for any sacrifice or any further anything else other than forgiveness, justice is done, everything's cool.
Yeah, you can say that, but that's not how it was back then. Now it's like that now, but that's not how it was back then.
Yes, but again, you're talking about
no, but okay, in the beginning, God was working with these people, having to do things, bringing things into the earth. So that's how it was at the time. It's not like that anymore.
You're saying it was worse then than it is now.
Not necessarily now, but it was only back then.
After Jesus did what he did, you don't need blood no more. It's already done. We're into this time.
What I'm saying is unnecessary. You keep claiming that it's necessary. What for the people at the time?
It was necessary for them back then.
Why?
They didn't have money, bro. They didn't have dollars and cents.
God's forgiveness. What's more powerful than God's forgiveness? Is there anything in this world that's more powerful than God's forgiveness?
Do you know how God is setting up his government, how he's setting up this nation, how he's training these people to be his people?
I ask a probing question and you don't answer it.
It was their part of their ritual. You every time you answer, you answer the question with that answer. And you try to say somebody don't have an answer. I keep giving you an answer. You say that's not right.
That's more powerful than God's forgiveness.
What do you mean what's more powerful than forgiveness?
Am I speaking a different language? Is that question unclear?
He's asking you for the atonement. They go together. His forgiveness and atonement go together. It's all God. What are you talking about?
I asked you what's more powerful than God's forgiveness. He says, I forgive you.
Okay, so if he tells you you being obedient is more powerful. Because you not breaking laws more powerful than forgiving you. How about being obedient? That's I just gave you an answer. That's more powerful. Your obedience is more powerful than forgiving you.
Oh, really? The obedience that no human being can actually give in their entire lifetime. That's the impossible standard. That's more powerful, is it?
Your obedience is more better than his forgiveness.
See how difficult this is, Andrew? It's been like this for days. I haven't yet found a good Christian.
Well, you making circles with yourself. If somebody gives you an answer, you want an impossible answer.
See how tricky this is? Maybe you should invite
Let me ask you, why did your grandma cook chicken? Why did your grandma need seasoning for her chicken, bro? Why did your grandma need seasoning for her chicken?
This is difficult, isn't it, Andrew?
Well, you don't have an argument.
Okay, that tells me all I need to know about you. Thank you.
You don't have an argument why God needs atonement.
Yes, yeah. Have you a Christian, right?
No.
Why is the Christian? Why is the sorry? You are or you aren't?
I am not. Thank you.
Okay, even though they was asking for forgiveness,
that's fine. My question wouldn't apply to you if you're not a Christian. So, I thought you were.
Well, he understands the Old Testament, though. Rob, he might have something to say about the animal sacrifice.
No, I was talking about that, the atonement, right? Do you believe the atonement happened? If you do, you think it's like necessary for all people?
The atonement is that Jesus sacrificed himself on the cross.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my rejection of Christianity. So no.
Oh, okay, cool. All right. So this wouldn't apply to you. All right, that's fair.
I believe Jesus is crucified.
How are you going to ask in the beginning? How are you going to ask for forgiveness for something they don't know?
Stop talking, please.
Rob, could I say something? He keep on saying how they're gonna ask for forgiveness for something that they have an offense. When God gave Moses the laws and commandments and statutes, they were in sin. So that is why he gave the animal sacrifice for, their way of atoning for when they were sinning. Accidental sins, there's different kind of sins, and depending on those sins, it will be based on what kind of sacrifice you should give. If it's animal, grain, or your first, that's offering. That's not sacrifice. But yeah, So yeah, it's
Well, I
because
wasn't talking about animal sacrifice, but if you want to, we can talk about that. I think that's also problematic. Killing an innocent animal. If you ask forgiveness, again, I'll ask you the same question I asked the other Christians, right? If you ask forgiveness for a sin, particularly a smaller sin, but if you ask forgiveness for a sin, why is it that God not forgiving you? Perhaps any sacrifice. Why is that? Why is the sacrifice necessary? Why can't He just forgive you? Because you and I would forgive other people who quite sin against us, especially if it's a smaller sin, right?
What if I told you all atheists are gay?
But hang on.
So then, Rob, if I asked you for forgiveness, what would you require from me?
Hang on. I did ask Jay to respond. So we could use the animals, but I think that's also problematic, right? Jesus died.
I think because the culture was based on what do you call it? Agriculture farming, right? Animal and agriculture farming and
agriculture. Yeah.
Thank you, Rob. Thank you. Because the culture was based on that, right? That was a way of like indebting themselves or giving up something that God knew. This is what I'm thinking why they use animal. God knew that was a big effect on them. He knew if you gave up a bull, you knew that you probably been paying or rearing this bull for like a long time, and it probably cost you a lot of money to even get one bull. So that's my idea, or why I think God possibly use animal because our culture is based around animal, nature, farming, fruit, stuff like that. That's my assumption. I don't know.
Okay, so just to be clear, if I summarize your position, I think what you're saying, if I can steal that, is that God asked them to sacrifice because they're taking something from them that they value, and that's like they're paying the price. Is that the idea? So not only do they have to ask forgiveness, but they have to pay the price by one of the things they own that's valuable being taken from them. Is that the idea?
Right. You learn from your mistake with consequences, and your consequences is lost of your works, if that makes sense. So I don't know if you know in other parts of the book, it talks about how when you ask for forgiveness and turn back to God and follow His laws and commandments, He'll give back all of your fortunes, right? So yes, I do think that His punishment is to take away from you the things that you've worked for, the things that you've inherited.
What's the purpose of that?
What's the purpose of what?
What insisting that you kill an innocent animal? What's the purpose according to you?
Of killing an innocent animal? I don't know if there's a reason to kill one.
It's a personal cost to you, so it's like a fine. It's like paying a fine. So you won't.
It's like paying a fine. You know, you're indebted to God that you could say that you've seen your wrong, and that is His way. He said that is a pleasant odor to Him. That's what He says. That when He burns, yes, it's for Him. It's our way of showing Him back love. That's what He said is pleasant to Him. I don't know, but that's what God said. Smelling the frankincense, smelling the grains, smelling the animal. He says it's a pleasant combination that is pleasant to Him. I don't know how it works.
But I don't either. That's a big mystery. But here's the thing. So in this particular case, right, we're not talking about where you sin against somebody else. But you say, is this animal sacrifice business for sinning against people or sinning against God? Or what? Which one?
Repeat your question, sorry.
Is this a sacrifice of animals? So you've done something wrong, right? In one case you do it to God, in one case you do it to human beings. Are both of those cases covered by sacrificing innocent animals? Because you obviously
No.
Because if you hang on 1 second, let me finish the question. Because if you've got to ask for forgiveness, yes. Because if you sacrifice and you don't ask for forgiveness, then you're not forgiven, yes. So if you said, I don't think I did anything wrong, or I'm not asking forgiveness.
aware of what that thing is. You don't just give sacrifices, right? So you have to know and be aware of what your sin is or what you're atoning for. Sorry. When you flip it on a man, that is not onto you. So
then why do you need to sacrifice? You don't need to sacrifice an animal then, right?
Depending, I'm not totally sure of all the laws, but I know that if you've caused a death or you've caused loss of animal or something, that you have to compensate back for it. Like you have to give the person back the money for whatever it is that you've killed or what it is that you've lost.
If you beat them, what now?
If someone beats you,
you beat them.
I beat them.
Yeah.
And it was on purpose to like kill them, or it was because we were arguing. What's the reason? Okay, depending on what's the reason why I'm doing it, the judges can.
Just not like him. He's an unpleasant person. So beat him up.
Okay, and if it does result in him potentially dying or something like this, or it results in him not being able. Okay, he did not die. The judges may say, depending on the reason or how it went back and forth in regards to how the story went, they may judge to say that they should also be afflicted with punches or with whatever it is too, because it says an eye for an eye, and so.
I get it, but then no animal sacrifice is necessary. Then, yes. So
No.
sacrifice is necessary when you sin against God.
Right. Most times out of none. That's what it's for. Most time out of none is when your sin is against the commandments that it's for God, yes.
Okay, but let me ask you something, Jay. If it's the case that you sin against God and it wasn't a major sin, and He simply forgave you but did not ask you to sacrifice an innocent animal, would there be a problem with that?
If that's what God asks, that's what God asks, you know.
Okay, so there's no reason that He has to include the law. He doesn't have to.
But that's what He chose. He could choose whatever He wants. It's not for me to tell Him what He chooses and what He finds pleasing to Him, because He said that's the way how we show love to Him. He's telling us, if you wanna follow me, right, and you wanna me to keep on blessing you, because this is the reason why they're also following it, right? Showing love, and you know, if you want to keep on getting blessed and your fortune that comes with your inheritance that's been given to your forefathers, these are the things that you have to do forever, ever, and for generation upon generation, and you have to teach it to your children. So that's what God chose.
That loving to me. Why is that loving? I don't want to sacrifice an innocent animal. If I've done a minor sin, all I'm expecting is to, if I genuinely recognize it's sin and I'm genuinely asking forgiveness, I'm expecting the sin to be forgiven against God. I'm not expecting to sin an innocent animal. And I don't think that's a loving thing to do. In fact, I think that's a bloodthirsty thing that's going to tell me that I'm actually dealing with like a sort of a bloodthirsty dictator, not an all-loving God.
I don't know if you know the stories. He is a very merciful God, because the numerous times that we've sinned against Him, took on other nations' custom, He could have just wiped us out. However, the reason why He hadn't wiped us out is because He made a covenant with Noah that He would never do again. Do you understand?
Bloodthirsty once, and then he was mistaken.
No, he wiped out what he has. That's to be honest, that's still a continuance in
that's
his
a different story. That's also problematic.
It's still right. I'm saying it's still a trait that he maintains, because even he told the army to go into another nation to wipe them out too. So it's not. It's just that he just said that he's not going to do it to us again, like to his people, to the Israelites again. But he still has that trait to say that when there's evil among you, like, you know, it could be the nation that's inflicting you or whatever, that you can go in there, wipe out the evil, so that doesn't infiltrate to you, the Israelite. So it's still a trait of God. It's just that he doesn't say that he's going to inflict it on the Israelites again.
Okay, well, this is a separate point, right? All I'm bringing up is the animal sacrifice. I don't know why you went to all of that stuff. That stuff is also problematic. You just bring up more problems. But I don't want you to bring up more problems. I want you to deal
hold on, I had a question. So.
Yes, I said to you that if I did a minor sin, and I recognize I obviously believe God exists. 2, I recognize that I've done a sin, and I ask forgiveness, then I'm expecting to be forgiven without sacrificing an innocent animal. And if I am told to sacrifice an innocent animal, and then I'm told that that's the loving thing to do, I'm going to think it's not a loving thing. I'm going to think I'm involved with a bloodthirsty dictator who wants to see blood of innocent animals spilled, seemingly for no good reason, especially when I'm doing minor sins. Because I wouldn't ask that of anybody else. So why the hell would God ask me to do it for him?
The things that are committed, I don't know if you say they're minor, but that's what God chose. God never. I don't know who told you God is. One second. I don't know who told you God is only a loving God. God has many traits within the Bible. A God of war, a God of mercy, a God of forgiveness.
Bloodthirsty, one of those traits.
I don't know. You in your perspective, you could say that it is he could be perceived as bloodthirsty because the
animals nailed to the cross.
No, that is not the God in the Old Testament. That is the Christians saying that that is the same God that
You're not a Christian.
I am not, sir.
Oh, okay. So you're just trying to defend the slaughter of innocent animals.
No, not defend. I'm just explaining. There's nothing to defend because I'm not the one that created it. I just do and believe in it. You know,
yes,
there's nothing to defend.
I'm questioning whether it's a morally good thing, and I'm questioning why you believe this and why it's shooting anybody else, and why you think this is loving to kill innocent animals.
This thing kill them, they hate them too.
I never claimed it to be loving, Rob.
They use those as for a feast though. Wasn't about being. They consume this. I mean, that's like you calling the meat butchers like killing innocent animals.
Please. Right. Here's my question. It's a hypothetical. If God's rules were you have to sacrifice your child to keep things as they are, would you do that?
Sorry, it was background noise. I apologize. Just say that again.
But if God's instruction was to sacrifice your child to me, would you do that?
No, but not without like an exceptionally good reason. The chance of me doing that is like close to zero, but it would have to be like an extraordinary reason, unbelievable reason.
Yeah, I'm just wondering where they draw the line.
Like I said, I don't imagine a reason. Maybe something like that, as if everybody else would be tortured to the point of madness for as long as they live. Maybe then, even then, it would be like super hard for me to do. But absent that, I can't imagine something else where I would do that. So maybe to save like 7 billion people from like 100 years of moment-to-moment torture, that's like barely, they can barely survive or something. Maybe. But other than that, I wouldn't sacrifice. And if you ask me to do so, I immediately think that I'm not speaking to all loving people. But if somebody like Jay just acknowledges not all loving, right, then I just don't think it's God anyway. So now I've got good reason to fear this and not to worship it. Or if I am worshiping it, I'm only doing it because I'm scared of the consequences. Right? And that's what we call a malevolent dictator.
So as
Rob, God requires you to fear him. I don't know what you're talking about. Maybe you love God and what you believe. 1 second, maybe what? No, he does. And that's the reason why I'm saying it's not about my perspective, but God requires it. And it's a sense of fair. Because if you don't fear nothing, you're going to overrule what you don't fear. Because he did not want to huh?
The way Kim Jong-un rules North Korea is right. He's following God's command. Yes, the North Koreans to fear him.
So that,
unless you're trying to say the North Korean guy, he's God.
No, but he's essentially God in North Korea, and he's following God's thing. They all fear him. So he's obviously doing something right according to you.
And so look, as a non-believer, right? if God came to you, listen, if God came to you,
my friend, just stop doing this. I'm speaking to this other lady. Why do you keep jumping in here? We already finished with you. You didn't get very far. The lady wants to speak here. Let's allow that, please. Yes, but I'm saying to you, Jay, that's exactly what Kim Jong-un does. He has his entire, North Koreans, all of them fear him.
Yeah, but you can't equate human
The wages
to
of
God.
sin in North Korea is death. Does that sound familiar?
You can't, no. That's Christian. I keep repeating that to you. The wages of sin in the Old Testament is not death all the time. You know what I'm saying?
Right. At least some of the time.
The wages of sin, you know, saying for it to equal to death, it has to be is it like adultery or something like that? Like you sleep with another man's wife or something like that. That's how you become deaf, or something that's outlandish. Because obviously, I think what did they say is like you brought impurities to the community or something like, and they want to take that out, right? So, but you cannot equate man to God. God even says that himself. To say that for he's not like man, because God told you what he is. He said he's not like man. He doesn't have the heart of man. His heart is wicked.
No, but man can emulate what God does. If it's the case that you ought to fear God, well, that's exactly what the North Koreans do with Kim Jong-un. They fear him. So he's doing something godly. He's following God's footsteps, right? He's modeling God.
That put me. That's really because they try to do that. They try to do that with the Babylon Tower. They try to be equal with God. That's why they're trying to reach up to the sky. What did God do? God punished all of them. Poof. God killed all of them.
Why are you saying that? I mean, I don't know why you brought that up.
What is the evidence that the people of North Korea fear Jim, whatever the hell his name is? What evidence do you have that they do fear him?
The reports coming out of there from people who have escaped, people have gone to visit them, people that have been killed when they step out of line. There's overwhelming evidence that the North Koreans are like in fear of Kim Jong-un. They'll jump out there and do all kinds of things. Do you know anything about this place?
Yes, I do. I know enough about it. Have you seen millions and millions of people who come out to celebrate him?
Yes, they come out. They're forced to come out.
Fear of millions of people to come out.
Fear, my friend. That's how you do it. You fear. You know how he does it? What happens is when somebody steps out of line, number one, either they're executed or sent to the gulag. But
It's your protection from your
what he does
Western mind,
is he punishes
and
their
you're
entire
projecting that
family
on
as
North
well.
Korea.
Please don't speak over me.
Look, in North Korea,
Please don't speak over me. Okay? I'm telling you what he does. So he punishes that person, and then he punishes their entire family. That sends a fear message to the entire population. If you step out of line,
the whole thing.
if you step out of line, okay, this guy, never mind. Carry on, Jack.
let me ask you something. Let me ask you. So look, if as an unbeliever, God appeared himself to you. Listen, bro, if God appeared himself to you, and he made it, and it was known that he was real, and he asked you for your forgiveness, and he wanted you to sacrifice your kid to get into heaven. If not, you're going to hell. Would you do it?
No, I think he's a moral monster. And if I had the power to stop him, I would. If I couldn't, I still think he's a moral monster. If somebody else would stop him, I wish they would.
But when you look at the world,
legitimately asking you a question. I wish you would have let me know. I just asked for evidence.
Don't talk over me when I'm speaking. I gave you evidence.
You just been talking about nothing.
My name and God. Oh, God is a bit baffled for me though.
So Jay, my point here is that we have our preconceived notion about certain things that are not in the text itself, right? So, yeah, you should fear God because He is the Creator.
There you go. Well, that's exactly what North Korea is doing.
So, but you don't compare it to some man, a fat guy. Well, let me finish, please. You don't compare it to a man. Like God is. This is the the problem with this type of thinking. You comparing some freaking native fat alcohol drinking man to God. It's ridiculous.
What do you think I'm comparing to God?
It's not the same level of comparison.
What do you think I'm comparing to God?
You're attributing a human emotions such as fear that man can put on other men to what God, that ultimate creator.
You think that when people fear God, it's a good thing. So if they fear another human being, what's wrong with that? Do people fear Jesus? Probably yes.
You should fear God because He is the creator.
Because He's going to hurt you if you don't, yes? That's exactly what
you will be punished for your actions. You will be punished for your actions.
Yeah, there we go. Kim Jong-un does the same.
You know what? You got it wrong because you're not understanding. You can't compare God to a man.
I sure can, and
you have to understand.
I can do it, and I'm doing it now very successfully.
Remember, Robin did operate from the idea that God is all loving. So if you don't fall within those paradigms, then that's where the problem is. I don't really understand why you think that. If you
because God is the greatest conceivable being. And He's not all loving, then He's not God, right?
All loving has to do with your like being raised, and then the problem that you had, and then why you kind of like left the church or denied what you were raised to believe. That doesn't necessarily mean that that's what's happening, because when you look out at the world, there isn't an all loving world. Some of it's loving, some of it's destructive, some of it's love, some of it's good.
If you don't punish your kids, they're going to be spoiled.
Why are you talking about that?
It's common sense. If you don't punish your kids,
stop talking. There's too many people who are randomly butting in here. I don't have to stop putting people in the audience. Stop this now.
Bro, because you're questioning God with non.
Carry on, God. I'm going to have little patience with people who keep interrupting. Your point is, God, that there's not all love in the world. I agree with you. That doesn't mean that God can't be all loving.
Well,
what point are you trying to make here?
You're saying that doesn't mean that God can't be. You're not actually proving that God is. And that you're kind of saying,
I need to prove to you that God is all loving. Is that what I need to do? Why am I obligated?
No, I'm just saying in the observation, there's no need. I'm just saying that in the observation of this conversation, what you are not doing. What you are not doing is providing any argument that God is all loving. I understand that some people think about that, and they think that God is the loving one, and the devil is the bad one, and they like to separate it because they don't want to give God any of the glory of the negative stuff. They only want to give him the glory of the good stuff. I mean, we've been in these rooms. I don't know why you're recycling kind of the same argument, other than that's what you believe. You think that God is supposed to be the God you don't believe in. It's supposed to be all good.
That's correct.
Meaning no bad involved. So I'm saying, when you out into the world, there isn't all good. So where this idea, in my opinion, this incorrect idea that any God is
Christians are
all good.
Two things. I'll tell you two things. One, from inferring it from the Bible, and number two, the philosophical idea that God is the greatest being, of which there is no greater, which entails that He maximizes all of the virtues, and one virtue is that He's loving. And it's better to be all loving than partially loving. If you were partially loving, you wouldn't be the greatest being. If you were all loving, you would have maximized that loving attribute, which is one of the virtues. So now you see two reasons to think that He's all loving. Both the Bible and the philosophical idea of the greatest conceivable being.
Well, that goes against what you were saying to the woman, because you were pointing out the parts of the Bible where it shows that God is not that. So which one is it? What are you inferring from the Bible specifically? That God is all good, or that God does all these terrible things that you say is also bad?
But were you not following what was going on? How long have you been?
I was, and now I'm asking you a very specific question. Are you saying that what you infer from the Bible is that God is all good, or that God does some bad?
No, I infer from the Bible that, and this is what other Christians also say, that He's the greatest conceivable being. And one of the great making problems is that He's all good.
Okay, so you personally infer from the Bible that God is all good. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Okay, so God, what He does these negative things to people, like the woman who's bringing up, and then you were also bringing up, like He did this to people individually, specifically. You're saying that none of those things that God does in the Bible are bad, right?
No, I'm saying some of them are bad. So there's a tension, there's a conflict between an all good God and bad things.
So what are you inferring from the Bible?
can tell you're very confused. I can tell you're very confused. Most
Because
other
you're
Christians
saying
are not
two different-
confused about this. They understand exactly
No,
what's
Rob,
going on.
I'm with
Why
you
are you
right
confused?
now. I'm not talking about other Christians. I'm asking you simple questions, which you seem to be giving me two different answers. What do you infer from the Bible?
I'm
That God
explaining
told-
to you again. I knew
You
you did
did,
once,
and
but
now
I'm
you're
not
saying
going to go through this for a long time yet, because this is basic stuff that basically Christians understand. So if I've got to bring you up to speed with them, I'll get once and
We're
once.
not going to do the
If you still
deviation where
remain
you start talking
confused,
down.
I'm not going to
We're
put
not
a lot
going
of
to do the
fuel trying to
deviation.
explain
Just
it to
answer
you.
the question. You're not explaining it. You're saying two
Okay,
different
no
things.
problem. That's fine, no problem.
You
You
don't
can
think
remain
you're saying-
confused, that's all right.
You don't think you're saying two different things because you're being
That's fine,
dismissive right now.
you can remain confused, that's all right.
Okay, so which
I'm not
one are you
going to
saying?
burn a lot
So
of
I'm
fuel
not
with you.
confused. Which one
No,
are you saying?
it's
So
all
I'm
right.
not confused.
I'm actually okay.
Why are you running from the conversation?
I'll
now?
speak to somebody who's not confused, because I don't want to bring a lot of
When I
fuel.
ask you, you say A or B, and then you say A.
That's fine, it's all right. I think you can be confused. Other Christians are not confused about this.
I'm asking for clarification. It's very simple.
That's
Are you
okay.
saying-
Well, I'm not going to give it to you. How about that?
Okay, so then you don't want to have a conversation
No, I
about
don't want
God
to have a
and
conversation with you. I want to speak to people who understand this, that I don't have to spoon feed them this. They already
You
understand
are
this.
saying two different things at the same
That's,
time.
I'm sure you
Now
believe
you're
that.
running
That's
away.
okay. Yes, I'm
Whether
sure
he
you
counts
believe
or
that.
not, he doesn't want to
Yeah, we're not going to continue with you.
keep him
So you keep believing that, I
I
don't
mean,
care.
like, we're having an open dialogue. Why not?
Whether or not you believe that God is all good, because that's the basis of your
You're
argument.
going to keep pushing, aren't you?
And now you won't even stay on the side.
He's on side. He doesn't want to get to it.
Let's move on. I don't have this problem of Andrew.
Divine, leave it, because I understand what you're saying, Divine. Don't worry, leave it alone.
He's doing two different things.
Yeah, he is. Don't worry. Let's leave it alone. It's their rules. They can go like that.
You're incapable. You're incapable of understanding mutual exclusivity. Rob is saying the Bible seems to be teaching that God's all good, and it seems to be teaching that He does things that Rob thinks are bad. So the Bible's not true. You think that means that they're contradictory statements.
That's not what he said. That's not what I asked him.
Rob,
You and Andrew understand this, right? It's like basic stuff.
Divine's
He
incapable.
said that he inferred.
You have
I
to
asked
speak
him
for
about
somebody.
his opinion, not about what you explained it as. About his expression, how he saw it.
You
And he
said, do you
I
think that the God of the Bible is all loving? They're all good.
The Bible infers, and he said that God is all good. That was the beginning thing. And I said, okay, what about the bad things that you just brought up? And he said, oh, well, no, those are bad things also. So then I said,
Right.
so is God all loving, or is he also capable of bad things? And he said, well, both. And then when I
Yeah,
pressed him, he said, oh, you don't get it, you're confused.
Yeah, he thinks there's a contradiction in the Bible. That God's supposed to be all
The
good.
Bible is what he infers from it. What does he get from it?
You know, what he infers from the Bible, you ask.
Right.
I asked him for what he got from the Bible.
Okay. Once again.
Good, incapable of evil. He said yes. Then I said also incapable of the evil that you just brought up. He said yes. That is a contradictory statement.
No, it's not. It's showing that he thinks there's a contradiction in the Bible.
He's not talking about that. I asked him what he infers from it, what he believes. He's not a Christian. And he keeps on bringing up, I don't understand.
Right. Because he talk about the biblical way of viewing it too. He didn't talk about religion. He said, converse, he said two things. He said in the Bible it talks about all loving. Then he talks about like socially, the Almighty God has the concept or the trait of being all loving too. So he said, how come now in the Bible with these like trait that he was asking me about, he's saying that there's
I know, I heard all this.
Right.
He just said, well, he asked Rob, do you think that the Bible's teaching this all-loving God, right? He says that he thinks the Bible is teaching an all-loving God, or all-good God, sorry. And then he said, but doesn't it seem to teach that he does bad things, right? That can't you infer from the Bible that he does bad things? And Rob says, yes. That's not contradictory if you're not a Christian, right? You can think the Bible's saying two things that are contradictory.
It's true. He's pointing out a contradiction.
But the bad things God do is out of love, though. It's hard to people punish their children out of love.
Right, discipline.
That wouldn't be a bad thing if you don't think, if you say you should do that?
I mean, but you can be all loving and still do bad things.
I said it wouldn't be a bad thing.
Help these people.
No, I mean, I think we need to. I think we need to have an exodus.
I didn't get
Mass exodus.
You're mixing. I think the Rob.
If you know God uses our pain as lessons. He uses the bad things to teach us. So we learn.
I think Rob is possibly using. I don't know if in the New Testament it talks about God being unloving, right?
It didn't say unloving, it's not good.
All good. Maybe.
God is love. Say
I
God is love.
1 second, so I just love to drop because the conversation was between me and him. I think possibly he's talking about in the New Testament that it talks about God being all good. I do not know because I haven't read the New Testament in full entirety, so I don't know. However, the God in the Old Testament, the one that is talked about that reigns over the Israelites, and he says those are his people and his children or whatever, right? That God, in the concept of how human perceives good and bad, he is not all good. He's not. He will ask you to kill people. He asks you to what's it called? You could say discriminate, against certain nation.
So
He asks you to.
So Rob, can I answer your question? Yeah. So I just joined, so I haven't been following. I've only listened to like a minute, but I already think I understand what was said. It sounds to me like you were simply pointing out that for those that take the position that God is all good, you show examples in the Bible where he wasn't good, according to an apparent contradiction. Is that basically what happened?
Kind of, sort of, but it was more around the atonement. So it started with the Jesus thing, which we talked about this morning, but then this lady Jay wanted to talk about like the sacrifice of an animal. And I was asking the same sort of question I was asking this morning. So that's kind of where we were with this, right? Because she thinks that it's a good thing, or when God says, "Hey, sacrifice an animal," because he finds the odor of the burning flesh or whatever else.
And you're pointing out.
Hang on a moment. What prevents you from simply forgiving the sin without you slaughtering an innocent animal? She said, "This is the loving thing to do." I went, "Whoa, hang on a moment. I definitely don't think that's the loving thing to do." So that's where it kind of originally sparked from.
Okay, good. So I mean, this is pretty straightforward for people to understand.
Don't you remember?
No, you're representing me incorrectly. I never said that God was right by killing no animals. I said that's what God finds pleasing to him. So I do what God asks of me. In because he said that was the way of showing him the love. Because he said that he presented to me.
Was it pleasing to him?
Money.
And what Rob said.
Yeah, so
clear.
So it sounds like what you're
Rob
saying is
presented
it's
me to
pleasing
say
to
that
him, but not necessarily good. And Rob was saying that these things aren't necessarily good. So it sounds like, if anything, you're in agreement.
He said, what's the point of atonement? Why do he need blood? Why does he need the atonement?
He's saying that it doesn't serve any purpose except that it pleases him.
It wasn't bad.
He specifically said it's not necessarily good.
But he said that I did say it is necessary humanly. Human world. I said it was good. I never said it was good.
The argument was about why can't people go straight to God?
I'm defending my own self, please, so that you can hear what I'm saying.
Look, y'all be serious. Let me talk, but y'all get to say.
Sir, you don't have to be here. You really don't. Anyway, what I was saying, right? Yeah, what I was saying, right, was obviously you presented today that I find that what God does is humanly with morals is a good thing. And I'm saying I never said it was a good thing. What I answered was that God finds it pleasing, so I do it because I want to obey God. God said that to do, so I do it. I don't put my human morals or views on it. I just do what God tells me to do. God don't care about how I view it. God cares about are you doing it, yes or no. fundamentally incorrect.
You're just writing me that God is a dictator. He's not a good being. You don't worship him because he's good. You worship him because you fear him. And he's a dictator. And I just said to you, Kim Jong-un, and then you got upset about that. I said, but Kim Jong-un is following God's thing. So what's the problem with that?
Like when there are words that were added or conclusions or opinions, how to distinguish your own bias. Even if you don't think.
If Gaza does not belong to the Jews, then why is it called the West Bank?
What? Gaza and West Bank for totally
Are you the truck driver? Shit.
Yes.
Awesome, bro.
How you been?
Sure.
Is this a new account for you, or?
Yeah, that's a new. Change my account every like 3 months.
I did that.
You know what's funny is Chewy has Michael, Sarah, or what's his face, McLovin, and he's a Jewish activist in your podcast.
I know that guy.
Yeah.
That's a hilarious movie. I haven't watched movies in a long fucking time. I'm really depressed, bro. Why do I have to why is my Instagram full of fucking Nick Fuentes videos on all these fucking people speaking on that politics? I love myself.
I think even if the people don't like Nick Fuentes, they showed up to him because those people, I can't resist to go in the comments and write something like, F those people that watch Nick Fuentes or something.
In Instagram right now, you can see your algorithm, right? So I went to the algorithm. I know all of it, like body lifting, whatever, soccer, all that. Then there's one that says, so I went there and see, and there is a videos of Nick Fuentes was saying, I'm gonna go in a war with Iran, like he's gonna fight for Iran. That was kind of funny movie, video. He said that he's gonna fight for Iran, and he's gonna go to Tel Aviv, but he was gonna control Tel Aviv. Go on, watch the way he would say, Soleimani.
The other one I seen was like, no disrespect to the Muslims, but he goes like, there'll be a situation happening, and then the Muslim will be like, the Quran says, woolly, woolly, wally, woolly, 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 wally. I'm like, what the? And then I think I used it like 2 times like that in style on Clubhouse, and it pissed off a lot of people. I loved it.
Yeah, this is the guy that records rooms here in the audience. I don't know why either, but yeah. Correct that line of thinking that you left in Rob's mind. You can point them to Psalms 51, verse 16 to 17, where he says, where it said, you don't delight in sacrifice, or will bring it. You do not take pleasure in burnt offering. The sacrifice of God is a broken spirit, a broken and contritious heart. Oh God, you will not despise. So there's many verses in the Psalms and different part of the Bible where God doesn't say he takes pleasure in burnt sacrifice. It's something that was written in one of the Levitical codes that the priestly did in order to atone for their sin. But more likely, what God would like you to do is not sin, right? And not worry about having to. As I was pointing out, Ms. Day has said multiple times now, she can't correct Rob on this point because she is in agreement with Rob. They're both maintaining the position that this is not necessarily good. She's stated it now at least 5 or 6 times.
So I don't know why people are trying to force her into a position that she doesn't want to take.
No, it's not about forcing her to take that position. It's more like I've heard what the dialogue is. She's sticking to her point of view when she necessarily could refute him by just simply, saying what the verse
She
says.
can't refute him when she's in agreement with him. They agree on the same point. You seem to be thinking they're in opposition. They're both saying the same thing.
Right. I don't think God is all loving.
I didn't say anything about loving him. I'm saying on the point about whether his actions are necessarily good. And they gave a specific example involving sacrificed animals. And you said very clearly many times, you're not saying that that's necessarily good.
And we wasted a whole hour about nothing.
No, we didn't.
No,
So I
you
looked
didn't.
at the critique of the atonement, and then this lady, and now I didn't know this ahead of time, but this lady essentially doesn't believe in God. She believes in a malevolent dictator who's transactional at best and at worst will punish her badly if she doesn't do what she says.
I don't think she understands what she believes.
Yeah, but I don't know you have to phrase it like that. Why don't we just simply say what you say?
Doesn't believe in God.
She believes that. She's using the term God. She believes in a God that isn't necessarily good.
No, that she said multiple times, but she also thinks she's arguing with Rob, and they're not. So I don't think she's fully understanding it.
I'm not arguing with Rob. Who is making this assumption?
She gave me 100% when I said they were in agreement, and she did it 3 separate times. So she's not saying that. No, I keep.
Who are arguing with me?
So you understand, you're agreeing with an atheist, right? Just so you understand. Not just an atheist, but a strong atheist.
What's wrong with
agreeing
with an atheist?
He presents, right? Because his viewpoint, right? He's saying the God that I believe in is not all loving. He's saying the God that I believe in is not this. And I agree. My God is not all loving. My God is a God of war. I believe that my God is a God that will ask you to go into a nation and kill people. I do believe that he can ask you to do those things. So if Rob is saying that your God doesn't have good morals and values, okay. Why am I going to fight him over that? If he believes that, there's nothing to fight over. That's his opinion. Doesn't have to be my opinion.
Yeah, Jay's position is very clear. I don't know why people keep trying to distort it.
And I think the implication of the position is that she doesn't actually believe in God. So now she's got a very weird definition of God, which is essentially a malevolent dictator. And I think not just Rob the atheist, but just about every other atheist. Most Christians, and I'm going to say most people on the planet, won't recognize this as God. In fact, they probably think that she's being hoodwinked by Satan. That's probably what they're going to think. And I would too. So if her coming along and saying, I believe in God, she's got this idea of, hey, she essentially said, I believe in Satan, but it's God. That's what she's doing. So I just want to expand out the implications of her position. This is why Christians and Muslims fight to nail, to never say that God is in any way bad. Because once you do that, you just give up this divine notion of God.
I never said God is bad. We were talking about we were talking about the things that he do, his actions, or the things that he gives permission or allowance for, right? And I was saying that morally, or how we view morals in God's humans, I will not say that it aligns with anything that will connotate to being good. That's what I said. I never said that God himself is not good. I never said that. That's not what I said. And that's what I was interrupting about. But however, we can agree in that I did say is that what's a call that's contrasting to you is that I don't think God is just loving. He has his ways to punish you, and he has his ways that to also kill and also to make you harm.
That's what I mean, that she doesn't understand the implication of what she said.
Maybe I'm saying something wrong.
You're falling for a trap, right? You're falling for a trap. When in fact, like, the point of evil, what God has given us is free will, right? Evil is created by man's act of evil, per se, right? So evil exists when there's absence of good, right? But evil is not something that that's not the intention of God when He created Adam and Eve and gave us the garden to live in the garden of evil. Adam and Eve chose to do evil, right? So the point, Euro, is that evil is man's creation, not God's creation. That's the point, Euro.
I didn't say anything about who created evil.
No, this is where Jay. No, I get it, but Jay keeps thinking that God is causing the evil. It's man causing.
Whatever she thinks is her beliefs. I don't know where I like.
No, that's not what I believe. So if
I know you don't believe that.
That's not what I believe.
Jay, I know you don't. I've stated several times what you believe. You indicated several times that I'm reporting it accurately. I'm saying I don't understand why people can't just accept what you actually said, and instead of trying to change your beliefs, reason.
Wait, 1 second. No, remember what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. I said in human perspective of what is good and bad. Remember, that's what I said. In the human perspective of what is good and bad, what was morally correct or wrong, you will perceive God as not being all loving. That's what I said originally. So please listen to my words. I am not saying that I view God as not loving. That's not what I'm saying. Please listen to my words.
Yeah, but then you say that at the same time, Jay, you agree with Rob 100%.
No, I agree with what you already said. Oh my goodness. I agree with what you already said. What did you already say? I don't agree with what Rob fully said. What did you already say?
What you said was that you agree with Rob.
Yeah. So you're not in agreement with Rob.
No.
It's not. Rob? You've moved away. At every conversation, you're moving away from Rob's in agreement with Rob. I just explained, now you're saying that's human perspective. So Rob doesn't think that, right? So so let me re-ask the question that you asked. Are you in 100% agreement with Rob?
I never made that claim.
I never thought he did as well. I never thought that he made that me and Rob agree. I thought he was presenting that the God that I believe in is different than what Christians believe in. God was saying that God is all loving, and he was saying, well, okay, he understands that I don't believe it, and Christians and Muslims would think that I'm believing in Satan. Isn't that no? And I'm saying, okay, I get that point. And then also, you were also presented to say that from a human perspective and how I may view as a human and how I view morals and values as a human on a human basis, right? And how society-wise we view morals, I could say possibly, yeah, who morally thinks that it's okay as a human to say, oh, we should go around killing people? No. However, that's what God allows people to do, and he may tell us to go and kill people. And I said, that's what God do, and I just follow the book. I don't put my human feelings or emotions in it. That's what I said.
If God sends man, not say like a good man like Euro, to kill evil, do you think Euro is doing evil or he's doing good?
Wait, say it again, sorry.
So if God sent Euro to go slaughter evil men that are molesting kids and doing all kind of wicked things, right? Is Euro doing evil or good?
Euro is incapable of evil.
Why he's incapable of evil?
I mean, that's the opposite of the reward. That case, you know.
Jay, I actually think I'm getting a little bit more from your picture here. Tell me whether I'm understanding this correctly. Because you talk about from a human perspective. So one thing is how humans perceive things. Do you think we can accurately, at least to some degree, ascertain whether God is doing something actually evil or actually good? Do you think we can do that?
No, we don't understand the full picture, and that's not from my perspective.
Okay. That's what I thought you might be saying. That is like a massive problem for you, a huge problem for you, because what this means is that two things. One, God's moral intentions is unintelligible to you, and number two, it puts you in a skeptical scenario. You can never tell whether God is doing something good or bad. You can never tell. So if he tells you he's good, in fact, he could be bad. This this for you is like a every problem. I think you should reconsider this problem. It's like really bad. This is why the Christians, another reason why the Christians don't want this. This puts you in a moral skeptical position where now you don't know that God's good. If he tells you he's good, you can't even trust that.
No. Rob, that's not what I said. I said I follow what it says in the book. If God says he's not mad, I believe it. If God says he's all good, I believe it. If God says what's it called, that we should go in this nation, okay, go, I believe it. That's what the people that did in the book. However, my personal view, I say how human try to comprehend something, right? I would say that I don't fully understand the full totality of God. I'm still rebuilding my own faith, and I don't think God ever aimed for us to fully understand Him.
God wants us to understand Him, so that we can trust Him when He says good things and He says, "I'm good." He wants us to trust Him because actually, there's no way to actually prove it beyond a doubt. Right? Because in this case, he's more powerful than you. He could be malevolent, and there's no way you would ever know. But what he wants to do is have you trust that he's good. So he does want us to understand, because if he doesn't want us to understand, we should rightly be skeptical. Whatever he says, we have to do because he's like powerful, but now we've got good reasons to think that he's not all good. Right? And what the Christians must face that he is all good, so that we can trust his word.
Rob, you know what I do? You know what I do, and I think what I know other Christians are other people that are outside of my beliefs too. They try to put their human feelings in their decision making when it comes to God, or their relationship when it comes to God. If you do that, right, because our human emotions keep on fluctuating, you'll never be concrete when it comes to your relationship with God. Because if you're basing it on your emotion of how you view things, and if you think it's wrong and right, then when you feel like God potentially could be letting you down with these emotions that we have in humans, right? You're going to turn your back on God. That's what you're going to do. So that's the reason why that's what I take from a abstract view. And don't take it from my emotion as a human. I just say, God says I should do this. He says I should turn right. And I don't evaluate to say, oh, is this a right turn or is this a wrong turn? No. I blindly, you could say, to some degree, why is that problematic? If I have full, because remember you're saying that what's problematic is if I don't, if there's unknowing. But I'm saying that I have knowing that God knows better than me, and I fully trust that God knows better than me, that whatever He commands of me to do, that I am okay with making that step, even when I think that there is fear, there is unknowing of what's to come after that wall, there is the comprehension when it comes to human awareness is not there. I'm okay with making those steps because I believe that my God is almighty and more powerful than me, more knowing than me. That He knows better.
How can you trust what He tells you is good?
How can I trust when He tells me
that He's good, or that anything that He says is good? How can you trust that?
How can I trust?
Maybe he's lying to you. Maybe he doesn't know everything. How do you know any of these things?
No, because he told me he's straight. One second, Rob. Because he told me that's not what he do. He told me he does not lie.
That's exactly what a lying God would do as well.
No. He told me, and this is what it is. One second. There's certain attributes about God that has been listed, right? There's certain attributes, and that is one of them. That he says that he does not lie and he doesn't change, right? And that he doesn't have the heart of a human heart, because the human heart is wicked. That's what he said, right?
I understand that, but the problem with your position that the other Christians don't have the same problem is that you're in a skeptical scenario. You should be doubtful that that's true, and the reason that you should be doubtful is because you already think that God is unintelligible. We can't understand whether something is good or bad, so we can only understand from a human's perspective. Now the Christians are going to say, no, it's true that we don't understand all of God's, everything about God or whatever, but we do understand when He tells us to do something, it is good. And one of the main reasons is because He is all good, which means He won't lie. Now in your case, you can't say that because you think that the good is unintelligible. We just can't even understand whether it's good because his ways are not our ways. The Christians don't see it that way. So the problem for you is you're in a skeptical scenario. So when he tells you all these things and you trust it, you are doing so blindly and ignorantly because you cannot justify in any way that in fact what is being said is true. The same problem.
No, that is not true. That is not true. No, that is not true. You know why that is not true? I cannot confidently I'm believing with factual sense is because if we from the position I'm in, right? Because I remember I'm telling you I'm basing my faith on that in the book and saying that the things that are in the book has already been done. So I'm not blindly believing because I've tried to say, okay, these things have been done. So whatever is in the book, there were people that believe.
Have you know they've been done and he's not lying to you?
Because it's in history. And they're not being.
I'm not talking about historical facts because that you can use history for. I'm talking about things that are not historical. When he tells you this is good or do this or do that, why would you think that it's something you should follow? Maybe he's lying to you. Maybe the test is you shouldn't follow it.
Because in the book it says that he doesn't lie.
Jay, that's what a liar would say to you, Jay. I'm not a liar. Do what I tell you. I'm not a liar. I'm an honest person. That's exactly what a liar would do. The Christians have an answer for this. You do not have an answer for this. That's what I'm telling you. That's why your position is much worse than the Christians. Much worse.
And that's the reason why the Christians choose to do that, because they need a certainty when it comes to their emotions. They're based on emotions. They make the decision based on what makes them good. No, Rob, this is my opinion. I'm not saying you to agree, because you've been saying a lot of things about me. Rob, you've been saying a lot of things about me, and I don't agree, and then I have to shut down. So just allow me to say my point, and then you can say, because that's what we've been doing. I haven't,
But please don't go to the emotional thing. That's just your opinion. That's not interesting to anyone.
Well, I think it's your opinion when you were saying that I believe in a
I was giving you reasoning. It wasn't just an opinion. I'm giving you reasons why.
That is your opinion. That is the reason or perspective that you have is your opinion. It's your opinion, sir. It's no fact. It's not matter of fact. Where is that matter of fact? You can't even be sure of the matter of fact because it's not something that you can see with your own eyes. Come on, let's be genuine. We're going to talk about human perspective. Come on.
Okay, I've just run out of patience with you now. Jesus Christ. Sorry, everybody else. I just run out of patience there. I don't know if anybody else was listening. I've explained why her problem is she's problematic. Then she pivots over to the Christians, and they're all emotional. This is just, why are people doing this tonight and today? I don't know, you've been here the whole day. It's driving me.
What is upsetting about her position? It's upsetting her.
She's in a skeptical position. I point this out to her and I say, here's why it's skeptical, and it's not the same for the Christians. And she just ignores this. It's like I'm not even saying anything here. Then she pivots to, well, the Christians just want an all-loving God because they're emotional. I mean, I've never heard such drivel, and I critique the Christians regularly. There's people like Caleb and Andrew here who are sort of knowledgeable Christians. I don't think that they're doing anything emotionally. They're thinking about this and going, hey, I want to defend this, and I want to defend an all-loving God. And there's reasons why. And what she's got there is a reason that opens up like this massive skeptical scenario against that view. Which
what does it bother you? Is your atheism anti-Christian or is it just anti-religious?
What difference is that going to make? What bothers my friend is when somebody can't follow a line of reasoning and then they pivot over and start talking about Christians or
emotion. What I'm noticing with your doing, Robin, is simply only assuming that atheism is against Christianity or only religion.
Atheism is the view that God doesn't exist. I mean, come on now.
Right. So remember that she may have a different perspective, right? And that's fine.
I'm telling her the problem with it, and she's just going, nah, but look at these Christians.
Maybe she doesn't see it as a problem, Rob.
I'm explaining it like I would explain this to somebody that's like very young as well. I'm not doing something like super complicated here. And after a while, it gets frustrating that the person keeps just either ignoring it or pivoting to the Christians, and the Christians do not have the same problem.
Well, maybe that's the way she's analyzing her belief system, against, because she probably comes from Christianity, right? So she's seen the wrongs of their perspective, and she's in that level right now. Like, but there's nothing wrong with having a dialogue.
Yes, there is something wrong with it, my friend. You can say there's nothing wrong with it. I'm saying there is something wrong with it. Okay?
In what ways is she wrong? Like, what is wrong with it? Like, can you explain that?
I've just explained it. I don't want to do it again. It's late for me. I don't want to have to keep repeating it. I just told you what was wrong with it.
No,
It's like you weren't listening either.
No, I'm listening, but I don't.
No, you weren't. Because otherwise you tell me what I said was wrong with it then.
Well, I didn't hear every part of it.
No, you didn't hear any of it, did you?
No, I heard.
I just said it like less than a minute ago. Sorry.
I was just I'm just thinking about like why she would have this conception of God rather than the Christians, but I don't know, maybe it's like the combination of like having this kind of skepticism plus God not being all good. Maybe she's sort of taking into account, taking very seriously like considerations of like evil, suffering.
Did you hear her position, Elliot? Did you hear her position?
She said that God is not all good. I don't recall all the stuff.
People jumped on us for that, Elliot. People jumped on us. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying from a human perspective, we can say these are evil. But in fact, when God says that it's good. And then she went on from that and said, but we can't even understand words to the effect of we can't even understand God's goodness or whatever. She didn't use those words, but it's essentially like God's goodness is unintelligible to us. We can say this is all evil, but God says it's good. But she's got no way to, it's like she's not even saying that we should be in alignment with God. It's like whatever God says is unintelligible. I think it's wrong, but God thinks that it's right, so he's all right. Like he's all good, apparently, but in some unintelligible way. It's like shooting herself in the foot. And I said, well, how do you know he's all good? And then she starts appealing to the book. Oh, because he said so in the book. That's exactly what a liar would tell you. Now, if you are telling me that it's bad, the Christians don't think that it's bad. At worst, they're going to say it's like an instrumental idea and there's a greater good. She never said any of that. She was clear that going around killing people is bad from a human point of view. But God somehow is good. Right, so she basically gave the skeptical scenario. It's like God's goodness is unintelligible. When he does that, I don't even know if it's good. I can't tell because I think it's bad. He thinks it's good. Now there's a complete mismatch between me and God.
It is a problem. I think one of the problems that comes from this is called like the problem of language within religion. That's like about us trying to use our quote unquote limited kind of language to describe the aspects or the nature of God. But like if you can't if we can't give like we can't assign like a determinate nature to God, like think of classical theism, like God is triune and self-contained and aseity and perfect goodness and this kind of stuff. These are determinate properties. These are properties of God, and like from these properties you can generate predictions and expectations and that kind of stuff. But if you can't clearly define what a thing is, how can you what sort of explanatory power does it provide? I don't think it does. It sort of becomes, like you said, unintelligible. It sort of risks becoming incoherent. This is really problematic.
And it also puts you into moral skepticism, right? Anything he says, you should be doubtful of. Or at the very least, you can't show that it's good. Now, the Christian is going to say, hey, God is the greatest conceivable being. So one way I can know that it's true is because he never lies. Why is this the case? Because he's the greatest conceivable being. She and other people like her, there's been a couple of others on the stage tonight, at least my time tonight, have also given us this idea. This guy God and there was somebody else here who seemed to be like more of this, I believe in the Torah or the Tanakh or whatever the case. They're just giving up that God is all good. And this just puts them in a skeptical scenario, right? How do they trust that anything he's saying is true? Because the liar will be indistinguishable from the true person, at least if he's like good at it. And God is obviously very good at doing this stuff. So if he's going to be malevolent, there's no way that they can tell. And so now they should be skeptical. So just throws a skeptical scenario that the Christians go, no, but he's all good. Therefore, one of the things we can do is trust that the scripture is accurate and then he never lies. But these people are throwing away the all goodness. So they are just, they don't realize this, of course, and so they're just attracting like the skeptical scenario. Now maybe, and that's what I said, but you actually believe in something that's akin to Satan. And she was like, no, but that's what Rob said, and people jumped on me. But actually, no, she wanted to get out of that. She didn't want to claim that she believed in something akin to Satan. She wanted to believe that she believes in something good. How does she know it's good? It's unintelligible to her. I mean, it's just, I don't know if people realize it, and I'll try to explain it to them. But then she pivoted over to the Christians. Hey, the reason the Christians want to believe in all goodness is because they're just emotional. Because she's got some interpretation of the Bible that says that basically either God does something evil, or it certainly appears to humans that it's evil. She's granting that it appears to humans as evil, whereas the Christians are going to say, no, it's not actual evil. It's not intrinsic evil. At best, it's instrumental evil, and that there's a greater good that comes from it. They're never going to say that God does something actually evil.
I was kind of listening to the exchange. I didn't really necessarily get that from her. It sounds like what she was saying was, well, first she answered your questions. It sounds like she said she had faith, right? And then, and I'm a Christian, and I do understand. I'm sorry.
When she said I have faith, what was she answering there?
To believe in whether or not God is good and what He does is everything He does is good.
But to say the word faith doesn't get you out of the skeptical scenario. In fact, you just acknowledge that you are skeptical, right? And you just now don't have a good reason to believe it, so you're going to believe it anyway. That's what faith cashes out to in that answer, isn't it? That's like a terrible answer.
No. Faith doesn't mean you're skeptical. Faith actually is antithesis. The antithesis of skeptical. Because if you're saying I have faith in something, right? You're taking it to a level where, it's faith and it's belief in things I haven't seen or felt or experienced or anything like that. So you can't be skeptical, right? You're believing in something.
We're on the same page. When you say faith in that scenario, you don't have a good reason to believe it, correct? She doesn't have a good reason. So when she said the word faith, it's absolute good reasons, because I gave her the skeptical scenario. She didn't have a response, so that the retreat was, I believe it on faith. That's the way she used it, yes? According to you.
No, the way you surmised it, I don't believe that she was using it like that. The way you just said, I can agree with you, but I think she's just saying, and I guess I'm saying as from a Christian myself, I think you said she kind of don't align with Christians, but I'm just saying, again, in any concept of faith, right? I mean, I don't see how you can be skeptical if you have faith in something, if you have belief in something.
Yeah, but what is faith? Define faith.
I just told you. I'm gonna tell you again. It's a belief in something I felt, experienced, seen, heard, right? But you have faith that it's gonna happen. Okay, so.
That's not a good reason, yes.
Okay, that's your interpretation.
If I give you a skeptical scenario, counter. If I say to you, hey, I'm offering you a skeptical scenario, how do you know X, right? And you're like wondering how you can justify it. You're not going to tell me who's
determining as being skeptical.
I bring up a skeptical model. So in this case with her, I say to her, how do you know that what God is telling you is true or good? And her response can't be, I have faith, right? She can't be saying that. That's not a response. How is that a response? What we're looking for is a justification for how you can get out of the skeptical scenario. You're breaking up.
That's because you see it as being skeptical.
What do you think you need to do to answer a skeptical scenario, Counter?
That's because I keep telling you, because you think it's skeptical. I'm listening to the conversation. I don't think it's skeptical.
Do you know what a skeptical scenario is, though?
Yes, I do know what a skeptical scenario is. But the thing is which again, that's subjective. Okay, especially in this kind of conversation that we're having, it's based on opinion. You know where trust fall is?
It's not based on opinion. I'm giving a that she should be skeptical that this being is all good or all trustworthy.
Do you think she should be? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay, that's your thing.
I'm giving the reason why she should be, because she knows that in the world It's not just an opinion, but don't do the same thing as other people. I'm also going to get frustrated with you.
It doesn't matter. See, this is the problem. You guys create these forums, right? And then when someone comes in and challenges you, you can't really answer to it. You just want to kick the person off, just like you did this lady that was checking you. But again, you have the issue. That's why I asked you a question. Do you know what a trust fall is?
A trust fall?
Trust fall, yes.
Are you pronouncing that? I don't know what that is. If whatever you're talking about.
Maybe I'm saying. Okay. So basically, you turn your. Okay, well, I'm about to tell you. So when you turn your back on a person, right, and that person says, "I'm going to catch you."
Oh, I know. You don't know that now. Okay, I understand. Okay. Yes, and you close your eyes and you trust they're going to catch you. That's different from faith, my friend. That's different.
No. That's definitely faith. How do you know they're going to catch you?
Why does somebody? Why do they use the word faith instead?
You call it faith or trust. They're all synonymous with each other.
Okay, do you think it's synonymous? Let me ask you this. If I present you with a skeptical scenario, you say, listen to me, if I present you with a skeptical scenario and your response is, I just trust, do you think you've given me an adequate answer to the skeptical scenario?
Okay, so you asked me that question 3 times, and I'm going to tell you again. You are the one determining that it's skeptical. All right. If I don't feel it's skeptical, it's something that I feel is kind of shaky, right? Then obviously, well, what is skeptical? I'm talking about not scenario, just skeptical. You're presenting a scenario that you feel, right, is on shaky ground. Okay?
That you should doubt.
That I should doubt, or you should doubt.
The person that I'm presenting it to, obviously.
Right. Okay. So let me try that if I can align with you. If it's something that I don't feel confident in, right? But I haven't experienced it. I don't know anything about it, and I'm not confident in it. Okay, that's skeptical. That's a skeptical scenario. Okay, fine. I'm not going to say it.
That's not what I mean.
Okay. All right. Well, what do you mean by a skeptical scenario?
I'm giving you reason to doubt, in this case, that you should trust God's word or that he's good. You think that he is good and that you trust it, and I'm giving you a reason not to. You can't then just say, but I trust it. Because I'm giving you the reason why you shouldn't trust it. So your response cannot be, but I trust it. That's not the response after I give you a skeptical scenario.
Right. I understand your point, and then I'm saying that's based on your interpretation. Okay, let me give you another example. See, what she was saying was, from the human mind and our carnal mind, this is another issue I have a lot of times with these kind of conversations, because see, then we have to determine who's right, who's wrong. Because anybody that does anything can justify why they did it, right? And so that's on a human level, right? So when we're talking about from a human standpoint, you see something some way, I see something some way. What makes what I'm saying greater than what you're saying, or what you're good reasons?
I'm afraid good reasons.
But again, Rob, reasons. What you're saying, that is subjective. That is subjective. That's not objective.
That is not subjective according to you.
Oh, sure. 1 + 1 is 2. Okay, you can use neither you nor I can argue something like that. I'm sorry?
You can't really be saying this. I hope I'm misunderstanding. I really hope
you know what? I actually think you intentionally want to misunderstand, and that's the problem. Because again, I think she eloquently laid out her case. You know, and I'm talking
what case do you think she laid out?
The case that she has belief that everything God says and does is good, 1, and 2, when you come back with, well, I know and prove it and all that stuff like that, right? And she's saying, well, I understand your point based on maybe something that you and I might look at from a human carnal mind, but that doesn't. But she still has faith that everything.
How else can you look at it other than a human mind?
I don't need any other way.
Or a God's mind or somebody else's mind.
That's where the faith comes in. That's where the belief comes in. That's where the trust.
Now you're just going back to the word faith again.
A reasoning.
It's not going to be
I mean, like I said, okay. Well, like I said, I think she did a great job as a Christian.
I can
And it sounds like I don't.
It's a great job. I can tell.
Well, I mean, I understand. Are you an atheist, Rob?
Yes, I'm an atheist.
And there you go.
There you go. Captain, let me can I ask you
The whole time.
Captain, let me ask you something. So like, I mean, that's like a really common thing that theists say. You know, that it sort of feels like intuitively right. I think for them to say, well, you know, we just have like creaturely and fallible minds, and God has none of these limitations. So it's just really hard for us to understand like who God is or why He does what He does. This kind of stuff. It's a very common view among theists, but like that does present like some problems, like with how we conceptualize these kinds of things. Like, you know, like we may not be able to like clearly understand like the nature of God, like in its completeness or entirety, but people often like, you know, and Aquinas very famously did this. Like he started like, you know, he tried to tackle this by like describing God in terms of like metaphor and analogy, you know, and metaphors and analogies, and that's how like we can understand the nature of God. But it turns out like if you don't you know, like in order for something to be an analogy, there has to be, you have like two situations, and you have at least one sort of property that's common between that is shared by both of them. And if you're just skeptical of these things, then, you know, like how is it that you can build an analogy in the first place? You understand what I mean here?
But again, I think you were starting off on the false premise that the person that you're speaking to, the person that believes in God, is skeptical or should be skeptical because you're skeptical. That's why I think we part ways.
When you ask other Christians, why do you think God is good? They don't simply say because the Bible says so. Or if they do, you say, but why do you agree with the Bible? They might say, because He's all good. She specifically either thinks He's all good or gave it up. She was like very adamant in the beginning. He's not all good. Rob, how dare you say He's either not all good or He's not all loving? One of the two. How dare you say that? Where the Christians fight hard for this, because if they do have that, then they don't fall prey to the skeptical scenarios in the same way as she does or other people do. And of course, they think He's the greatest conceivable being. Right? So there's advantages to having this great making property being. And okay, there's disadvantages because they're going to defend against it. But when you give this up, I mean, I think you just don't believe in God anymore. But then you're in the scenario that you can't trust it. And when I say, hey, how can you trust it? And the person just says, well, I trust it. Nobody who's rational or reasonable is going to think that that's the answer to the question. What you're looking for is a justification. The Christians will say, because He's all good, we can trust that His revelation is true and that He never lies. But she can't do that. That's a problem, right? Because now she said, but I trusted Him. Why are you trusting it? You're being irrational. You're just trusting with no good reasons. In fact, I'm giving you a reason not to do it, and you just hand wave it away and say, well, I trust it anyway. And I'm expecting that's a good answer.
We trust that it's our best intentions. He loves us. So He might lie to you on purpose. Now, I'm not sure if He can. Does He say He never lies?
Yes, but somebody who's a liar will tell you they don't lie. Right? If they're going to deceive you, they're going to tell you the truth. But in fact, they're a liar.
Yeah. I think that's a false equivalency there. I mean, what if I'm telling the truth? And I am telling the truth.
How do you know whether you're telling the truth?
Well, how
do you know that the other person, in this case, God is, or the powerful being, is telling the truth? How do you know?
Okay, well, I mean, if you believe in the Bible, I'm talking from a Christian standpoint, you believe in the Bible, and I believe that everything in the Bible is true, and then I believe that everything God has said He was going to do up to this point has been done. So then that would, but again, we're talking about, you know, things that hasn't been done yet, which is where the trust and faith come in and all that other stuff. But I guess if I can come and answer it in a different way, but it has to be me.
Do you think God is all good and all loving?
Absolutely, yes.
She doesn't. Okay, she does not.
Yeah. That I would disagree with. But I think listening to what she was saying,
I could understand because she was saying from the standpoint of a human, and certain things that we can say God has done, right? From a human standpoint, our carnal mind.
We can only evaluate it from a human standard, hardly. So saying from a human standard is irrelevant. We can only evaluate it from a human standpoint. Now, either we have a reliable, accurate way to evaluate that, or we don't. And in her case, apparently we do not have an accurate way, which means that whatever God says, he could in fact be lying about everything, almost everything, not everything, but almost.
So I guess, okay, so I can finish my point before you cut me off. Again, I think that she was trying to just speak in general. I mean, listen, I'm not going to, defend her too much more because, I need to be starting to pay for this, but just let me just say this. Just listen to her. It sounded like she was just talking about in general. I'll give you another example, another analogy. When you have a child, right, and let's say that child is about to stick their hand in the socket, and I don't know, for the people that don't agree with popping, you pop the child in the hand. Don't do that, or you're a little stern with the child. Don't do that. Whatever you do to get that child not to do what that child is about to do, and that child looks at you, and that child starts crying like you did that child wrong, right? That child genuinely believes that you did that child wrong, right? That doesn't mean that the child was done wrong. That's just the child believes.
Does the child know whether it's been done wrong or not?
If the child is crying, that's because the child feels that you did something.
I understand that. And you are saying that, in fact, the adult didn't do something wrong, correct?
Right.
How does the child know that the adult didn't do something wrong?
They don't.
That's a skeptical scenario, my friend. That is a textbook definition of a skeptical scenario. What the child wants to know is that, in fact, the adult is either they're wrong or the adult is wrong. What they want to get is that level of understanding which is the case. And now you're telling me they can't. That's exactly the problem that she has with God.
Right. But I'm not talking about the problem that she has with God. Again, just from listening to what she was saying, I think it would talking more in general, and the point being is that again, that's a skeptical scenario as far as I'm concerned and you're concerned. But the child, that's not skeptical, right? She just didn't. Mom or dad just screamed at me. Mom or dad just hit me. That's not skeptical to that child, right?
What that means, though, Kanta, is that the adult is now bad.
To the child,
if the child is correct, the adult is bad. Now, either it's the child is incorrect.
I did not say anything about who's correct and who's not. This is perception, okay? So from the child's perception, right? The person that chastised them is wrong. Because in that child's mind is not qualified enough to understand what was just done to them as far as the punishment that was levied against them, which was really to save their life. And it's much like when you're talking about with a human being, in our mind, we see certain things that God can do. I'm just talking about in general, right? And say, hey, I was wrong. I don't agree with that. It's the same concept, brother.
When you say it's wrong and you don't agree with it, are you right about that?
No, there is no. In general, I'm just saying it's subjected to the person thinking that. That's all. See, again, you want me to answer that in absolutes, and I'm trying to tell you that you cannot.
Are we systematically deceived when we think something is wrong in the world?
Are we systematically deceived when we see something is wrong in the world?
Yeah.
Okay. If you feel that something is wrong, right? Then you feel something is wrong, brother. I don't know how.
That's not a response. Come on, man.
It is. Because
you feel something is wrong. You think that's
you're acting right. And exactly. Feel. And everybody's feeling is different.
My question was, are you systematically deceived about what you think or feel or not?
and I'm answering yes, based on that person. Somebody else may not see it the same way. Rob, I don't know how you can't figure this out. I mean, the fact that you and I are having this back and forth right now is two different opinions. You don't see something the same way that I see it. And as well as everybody in this chat that's listening to this conversation.
It's not about that. I don't know why you keep going to that. In your scenario with the child thinks that the parent did something wrong. Now, whether it's the case that the child is correct about their assessment or they're incorrect.
Does the child think that they're correct?
Presumably, yes. If they have no other evidence, they're going to think they're correct.
Exactly.
Are they in fact correct?
Well, in our opinion, in my opinion, of course they're not correct. But again,
how do they know they're not correct?
In their opinion, they felt that it was wrong.
Ask about their opinion. We already know their opinion.
You are asking their opinion. That's all it is, an opinion. It is not an absolute. It can never be an absolute.
Great. Now
it's an opinion. It cannot be. It's not. No. It's brother. Listen. When we are talking,
is that correct, Captain?
No, it's not. All we have is opinions. Is in this particular scenario and what we're talking about, right? Like you asked me. Another question, and my answer was 1 + 1 is 2. That's objective. You can't argue with that. Water is wet. You can't argue with that, right? That's not an opinion.
I'm not asking you about descriptive facts. I'm asking you about prescriptive facts.
Right. And the problem is, and again, just listening, it really boils down to you feeling a certain way, and if someone else doesn't feel that way, feel it. Feel. That's the key. Feel. Because I'm telling you right now, I don't agree with what I'm hearing you say. And I can do that because that's my opinion.
Why would I care about your opinion? Why would I care about your opinion?
Well, the fact that you spent the last, I'm having this conversation with you, the person before me had a conversation with you, and you actually kicked the woman off. Right?
Why would I care about your opinion on its own, though? Why?
Well, you're definitely invested in it if you saw fit to take time out of your video to have this conversation.
About it, I'm asking you.
Are you having a conversation?
We start. What happened? Like someone
this guy just thinks that every moral perception is just an opinion.
That's definitely what it is. Absolutely what it is.
Skepticism.
Okay. So fight back on that.
He gave a scenario of the child and the parent. The child thinks when it's being beaten that something bad has happened. The parent thinks that something's good happened. I asked him, how does is the child correct? Is the child ultimately correct? He said, well, but from the child's perspective, they are correct. In other words, that something bad happened. But did something in fact bad actually happen, or are they deceived? Initially he said, well, the child can never know. And I said, well, thank you very much. That's the textbook definition of a skeptical scenario. The child will keep having its opinion that it's something bad, and if it carries on having that opinion, then there's no reason for it to have any other opinion about this, unless there was some reason to show the child that they were wrong. And then they go, actually, I thought it was bad, but in fact, it was a good thing that happened to me. I just didn't realize it. But according to Countdown, the child doesn't know this or can't know this. So that's the skeptical scenario. So when this other lady says that it's bad, then we should agree with her that it's bad. Now we should be skeptical of this being. And then she says, but the being is good. Well, why should we think the being is good? You just told me that this thing is bad. Now we've got this mismatch. Now we have a skeptical scenario. The human thinks it's good. Apparently God thinks the human thinks it's bad. God thinks it's good. But now we justify and think it's bad. So now we should reject God as saying anything good. This is the textbook definition of a skeptical scenario. I don't know why this is difficult to understand.
And Countdown, you said this isn't quote unquote a skeptical scenario? Or is he strawmanning your point?
He's saying it's an opinion.
I didn't ask you.
He's not responding, right?
Countdown, are you there? there, I remember you said one thing I thought was kind of interesting. You said, I should be getting paid for this. You said, I should be getting paid for this. So I want to ask, do you consider yourself possibly it sounded like a wandering self-sort, or you're actually
Hell yeah.
Two failed jokes back to back that's fucking cringe.
I know they're horrible. I already know what you're gonna say. They're horrible.
Love.
Moral of this story, you've got to try and stick to God is all good. Otherwise, you plunged into the skeptical scenario. Obviously, thinking that God is all good is going to open you up to the evidential or logical problem of evil or those sort of things. But I don't think there's a no-win scenario for a Christian. I mean, I think you have to defend them. That's what most of the literature does. That's what very people do. They try to defend your good God. Giving that up is just like,
there is no problem of evil, Rob.
I don't think you know what it is. To say there's no evil obviously tells me you don't know what it is.
I know what the problem of evil is.
What is
Well,
it?
then how can you say there's not a problem?
It's not.
Why?
Because there's 3 ways to approach it, right? Depending on where you want to attack it. It's needed, right? It is needed to sort of strengthen or train the individual. Free will is the second point. Free will exists, therefore evil happens due to free will, right? We were taken away from what? The Garden of Eden or whatever, right? So it's a punishment that it happens. Or we could say we just don't know why things happen, but at the end of the day, they happen for a reason. And if God is all good, right, there is a better reason.
That's the worst answer you can give of the 3. That's like the worst answer.
No, I'm not.
Now you're also in a skeptical scenario. So you don't want to do that.
No, I just said
you can try the other 2.
All good. I said premise 1 is, so I said if premise 1 is true, right, we can actually say, what?
I heard what you said. You gave 3 answers you thought were right. You have a soul-building theology. You've got free will, and then you're talking about skeptical theism. I said to you, skeptical theism is the worst one. You definitely don't want that. That's the one you want to reject at the end. You want to try and defend the other 2.
Right. Is that the least what?
That's the worst response, because that entails moral skepticism. Then you're in the same boat as the other people when you go down that route. You don't want to do that. Plus, it's deeply unsatisfying for a Christian anyway, but maybe you don't care about that. But the philosophical answer against it is at least moral skepticism. Then you're in the same boat as the other people. So you just don't want to go down this whole business of skeptical theism.
Rob, do you accept that evil needs to exist, Rob? Do you accept?
Of course not. But that's not presenting it to the Christians.
So what's evil to you? Is death evil?
Yeah, well, death is a suffering. So yeah, death would be evil. Unless somebody wants to die, that would be different. But if they're dying, it's their own free will.
You do know that biological, bioorganisms need these evil, bad experiences so as to evolve. They need to
Rob, you should probably be more specific and say unnecessary suffering.
Well, no, I could just say any suffering, but I could do unnecessary as well. I typically do unnecessary.
So you would plug yourself into a pleasure machine?
Really? I think heaven is a place where there's no suffering.
Sure. But unnecessary suffering is the bad thing. Maybe you can.
Even suffering, but I can argue suffering. Any suffering is bad.
Why?
You wouldn't because you can have a place where there's no suffering and nothing's lost. Right? Heaven is such a place.
No. Let me. Can I just answer?
I'm sorry, bro.
In the biological sense, you need suffering. You need to be able
to detect a thorn, so that the next time around you don't go walking around in thorny areas that are going to get splinters in your leg and give you bad health.
No, you don't.
So
not in the God world, you don't. No.
Not in a
yes, but not in the God world. No, my friend.
No, in the God world, we're not in the God world. We, if you follow, we're not in the God world. We're in a projection from
do you believe in God?
Yes.
Okay, so are you arguing from your perspective or somebody else's?
From my perspective, obviously, I am
correct. Well, then, in your view, God can make it such that thorns never hurt you, so you don't need to feel any pain at all.
Well, we're not in
we're not into those things, yes?
We're not in
have a problem with pain and suffering with thorns or anything.
No, that would be a state where you're in the state with God. But right now, we have been projected into this cosmos, into this universe, and there's a certain laws that have to go through, and some of that include suffering, necessary suffering.
You don't think that
and that's the only way life can exist without this.
Prove that that's the only way life can exist. Go ahead. You can't think that's
used to preach evolution.
He's making a case that you've got to have this. Why must you have it?
Well, he gave you an example, huh?
I mean, he gave you an example. I want to know why it's the case that it has to be. Because I responded to your example right with the thought. I said,
you're saying if God could basically give you all the knowledge that you need instantly, right, without you needing
to have about that. I'm asking this guy to justify why you're going to have the suffering.
Yeah, so like I was trying to explain, if you think about the origin of matter, of organisms on Earth, if you look at the primordial theory, it says that there were certain organic compounds that somehow, formed in the oceans millions or billions of years ago, and they were in inhabitable states. But these molecules then started adapting and changing until they were able to overcome these harsh forces at the beginning of the Earth, and slowly evolved into unicellular and multicellular organisms, conquering mountains and ice sheets and everything. And this whole evolution cannot happen without this necessary suffering. That it cannot, because that's how it DNA forms and transforms. Yeah.
I think so. So God can set it up. God can set it up a different way, right, Andy? He doesn't have to set it up only one way. Yes.
What are you saying? I didn't hear you.
I'm saying that if you think that that's the way God set it up, He could have set it up a different way. Yes.
Well, the fact that
how many Christians, or at least some Christians and many Muslims, think that he did it, that there was no organisms or any of this evolution crap, that he magicked Adam and Eve from nothing, or maybe from a blood clot in the case of Muslims or whatever, right? He performed magic. There was no progenitors.
Okay, so I believe in theistic evolution. So I don't take the...
Yes, but what I'm saying is it doesn't have to be that way. And many Christians, and at least I would say some Christians and many Muslims for sure, think that it's the case that this theistic evolution is
that's the understanding.
So there's another alternative, is what I'm saying to you. Yes.
Yeah, that's the understanding. It's the understanding of ancient people, because they regarded a physical phenomenon that were not explainable with the science of the time. They regarded that to be a miracle, and so they talk about spontaneous creation of Adam and Eve and so on and so forth. But in our times, we can describe these physical phenomena using science and understand. And so our description of creation, for example, in this time and age will be different. Both Muslims and and Christians, although most of them right now on the fringe, are starting to, introduce this concept of theistic evolution into
Maybe, I don't know why you're going down this route. Is it possible that God can do it some other way? That's not theistic evolution.
Yeah, it's possible.
Great. Okay. So telling me a long story about the theistic evolution, I'm just going to say, well, God doesn't have to do it that way. So now I'm eliminating this idea that the pain and suffering is necessary to evolve, because you don't need to evolve. You don't, and many believers don't think you evolved, but in fact you were created as you are, or at least you were created as they were, right?
But you see, if you understand it from at least the Neoplatonian way, is that we are created by the necessary being to experience this for his own pleasure. And we experience this life which has all this good and evil, and then we go back to it. We go back to the necessary being.
Your position? Why are you arguing other positions? Tell me. Why are you arguing somebody else's position?
Listen, and maybe in union to the necessary being, in that state can we live without unnecessary suffering.
Are you going to give me other people's points of view again? Why are you doing this? I'm just critiquing the God, the all good God, and if you're a Christian, you think that God is all good, and you want to make the argument that an all good God, that suffering is necessary.
Yeah.
And now you give me theistic evolution. I said God doesn't have to do it that way. And now you tell me about something.
It doesn't matter if he doesn't have to do it that way, but he's done it this way, and we're here on earth because of millions and billions.
But then I'm just saying suffering isn't necessary. You say, why is it necessary? Because he made it this way. This is not an argument. You understand that, yes? You're not making an argument now.
I have a quick question. Rob, how do you know that he didn't have to do it this way?
Because he's all powerful and he has options to do other things.
Right, so how do you still know that this wasn't the only way? How do you know that? What if there isn't in fact a reason why it had to be done this way?
And that's what I'm looking for. That's what the Christian has to present, right?
Yeah, no, but you're making an assumption that it didn't have to be this way. It very well could have had to have been this way.
Yeah, that's what you have to
demonstrate. No, you have to demonstrate why it didn't have to be this way.
Because he's all powerful.
No, he has options like needed. No, see, for us, it is this way. So because it is this way, it had to be this way. Why do
That's what you have to justify that.
No, you justify why it doesn't have to be this way.
Well, just like he can say that we can imagine.
No,
he can say that we can conceive. He's saying that we can imagine a world where God did it in a different way. There seems to be no contradiction or problem with that world. So he's saying God has the ability to do that world. Why should we?
Exactly. If you're an all-knowing God, and we're assuming, right, that the God is good, then it needed to be this way, and you can't just say it didn't need to be this way. How do you know?
Because it seems like we can imagine worlds where that isn't the case.
Just because you're able to imagine a world that isn't the case, that does not. Whoever's talking over me needs to stop, please.
It's horrible.
Okay.
What goes on?
What I'm trying to say is that
you're a fucking snitch, by the way.
Just because you can imagine a different world does not necessitate that it could have been done this way, or like what I'm trying to say is that it would have been a better way to do it. Obviously, whatever needs to be achieved, or whatever outcome is there's a goal in mind, or something that needs to happen. Like, why does a diamond have to go under pressure? Why does olive oil have to be pressed to get oil? There is a reason, and this is the best way to go about it. And you can't just say there could have been a better way. How do you know?
So say the problem with that, though, I think, is that this is the same move that the atheists could pull on the other side, right? We're talking about, why does the universe exist? Why do we have these laws? They could just say, well, look, Caleb, just because you can imagine that the universe could have been different ways, maybe it has to be this way, and we don't have to ask those questions, right? So in the same way that the theists could say, well, look, we can imagine a world where there's different laws, and there's good reason to ask why we have this particular world, right? And then you could say that's evidence for God. In the same way, they can say, well, look, we can imagine that there's different worlds where there's not this amount of suffering that's necessary. And so if that's the case, it seems like unless we can establish that there's a problem with it, we should think that those possibilities are possible. It would be the burden on the person saying it's not possible. Because logical possibilities are very,
I'm not saying that other probabilities aren't possible. I'm not saying that it's not possible particular outcome in mind. First of all, you don't know what the outcome is in mind, and you don't know if it could be better because you don't have the ability to compute at that level. Is that anything different?
Yeah, I mean, look, you're right. I don't know. We don't know for certain, right? Because the divine skepticism position. We grant that you could very possibly be right. It might be the case that there is a good reason, but the point is very unlikely because although you could say that that's hypothetically true, right? We need good reason to think that it is justified. And I think what Rob and atheists would say is that that's going to open you up otherwise to skepticism, right? Like if you and I say we were walking and we saw a drowning child, and you go to save it, say, no, Sailor, wait a minute, God might have a really good reason for letting this child drown and die. You wouldn't say, Caleb, come on, like, Sailor, we can't know God's reasons. God might, in fact, do it so we don't know we don't know if we should help the child or not. No, of course not. You would say that that's ridiculous, and you say that we should stop that from happening, right? So we don't usually use that reasoning in most other cases with suffering.
Well, to continue, I just want to say Happy New Year's, Caleb.
You too. Rob, do you agree with that in terms of the skepticism issue and that there's something?
Yeah, pretty much.
You mute up. Thank you.
Because we're talking about this. And so if somebody was kicking a puppy and it was screaming out loud, you're not going to go, well. And the person said, you're not going to go, well, I'm sure there's a good reason. And if they don't tell you the reason, you're going to be highly skeptical that in fact there is a good reason, but they just keep kicking the puppy. So what we're looking for is the reason here. And absent that, we could in fact have, and what we hopefully say that you are the same. I don't know if she's on the phone.
No, I can
hopefully you could hear me. You're not like the other people, or at least the other lady who thinks that God's goodness it basically cashes out as unintelligible. She doesn't even know. You think that we can understand God. So when God does things, we do something similar. We're made in the image of God. Hopefully you think that. And so when God does something, in many cases we're very much aligned with God. And that's how we can assess, but I would do this. Oh, I see God would do it too. That gives me a reason to think that my moral, my morality is in line with God's. I'm doing the right thing in many cases, right?
Well,
you do think that, don't you?
The thing is that it's like we take the position that and we look from our perspective, right? We look at it from the humanistic perspective, and that's helpful in many ways. But sometimes I think it's not. In this way, if you have a child, right, and you don't want them to put their hand on a hot stove, sometimes you might let them touch something hot, but not enough to really cause them permanent damage, right? So, let's say my teacup, the outside of it is a little bit hot, but not enough to cause permanent damage. I may let the child touch that and say hot, so they can understand a level of hot. Now for us, right, what we're experiencing, how do we know that there's not a level of evil and depravity that we can't even fathom? How do we know that our experience on earth here, tasting and sampling what evil looks like, is not merely to prevent us from a permanent damage? Like we think it's a permanent damage because we live in this finite, we live in a particular paradigm where we think that this is it, right? And from our perspective, it's that way. But what if we found out that actually this was, because we have very limited perspective, this was equivalent to touching something that was nothing in comparison to a permanent evil depravity that could be. This is just us getting an understanding of what we do not want forever and ever and ever. This is just understanding to say, you know what? I know what is good now, and I know what is evil, and I do not want that. Thanks, but no thanks. I freely want to live in unity. I freely want to live in love, and I freely want to do good things.
Do you think we have to experience that, though? Or can we know it without the experience?
I think that there is something particular that occurs through experience. I think that there's one level of understanding by being taught, but it's like learning Taekwondo in the library. Yeah, but I'm gonna get my ass kicked if I try to go to the Olympics with it. You know what I mean?
I'm not sure how that's analogous.
Well, it's analogous to like an eagle trying to work its way out of an egg. If you help it, it's gonna get its ass kicked also. So there's some kind of perseverance, endurance, or something that I can't comprehend that this life and its experience grants me that I just don't quite comprehend, but I think that it is necessary. And we couldn't have gone about it differently. Because if we could have gone about it differently, then we would have gone about it differently if it was the better way.
But I think, look, Taylor, if you ask most people, they want to avoid pain and suffering as much as possible. Now, it's true to say that some people won't learn and they might need pain and suffering. But I think most people want to avoid it. And, if you ask people, it's like, think of the Matrix, right? Neo plugs in, they plug Neo's head in, and in like 10 minutes, he learns to be a Kung Fu master, right? Now, you could say to somebody, how many rational people say, do you know what? I'm going to go through the sweat, blood, and tears of 20 years of learning to be a Kung Fu master. Or you can plug me in and I'll learn to be a Kung Fu master. And of course, my muscles in the 10 minutes, move up, become as powerful as if it took me 20 years. The whole thing happens in 10 minutes. How many people are going to go
my love, how you once again you're looking through your human experience. How do you know that in the lens of infinity, this isn't the 10 minutes plugged up to the Kung Fu machine? When we're dealing with a time that is ongoing forever, how do you know that this isn't the 10 minutes in equivalently?
Because I can feel it. I can feel it for a prolonged period of time.
No, it's so wet, but comparatively to infinite, this could be a drop in the sand. This could be the 10 minutes in the movie. Like listen, you're using the 10 minutes to say that it's quick, okay? You're using the 10 minutes in the movie to say that it could be a quick download. And what I'm saying is that from your human perspective, you think it is not quick. But what if you have the revelation of eternity? All of a sudden, this could be nothing more than a 10-minute.
I can't even conceive of eternity. I can conceive of the notation about it. I can't even conceive of that idea. But this stuff is very real. And so when you say that, I think that it's easy to say here, like abstractly, but somebody that's going through suffering, and you say to them, hang on a moment, if they go through like months of it or even years of it, say, not a problem, don't worry about it, but tap them on the head, say, it's only for a short amount of time. I think it's easy to say in the abstract, it's not so easy when it's happening. We're feeling like really bad. I wouldn't want to do it because I feel it's like a bit bad, but I would say that's not a problem. It's only for a short time.
You were okay with the 10-minute simulation.
Think about eternity.
A minute ago, you were okay with the 10-minute simulation, with Morpheus kicking your ass to learn Taekwondo, but now in your frame of mind, it's 80 years, right? Which is probably like 2 minutes in a mind frame of eons, perhaps. I don't know. It's just that your perspective, you're always trying to, and I understand the inclination to do so, but if we expand out the scope of things, if we're making a lot of assumptions. And what happens when you make assumptions? I'm just kidding. Listen, hold on. I have to tell you something that I want you to be very happy. I went to a thrift store, y'all, and I just found a painting that I'm like walking around the house smiling. That's all I gotta say. It is the most magnificent painting, and it is like so Persian. I'm gonna take a picture of it. Does anybody like appreciate art, or am I just like?
Not really. I would appreciate a lot of art.
Forget.
I love art. I appreciate art.
You seem to be saying, how can we say that this sort of stuff isn't necessary, or that this is like a really short time? I've only got my perspective. Human beings have only got our perspective. I don't think we can even imagine what an eternity is like. But I can imagine like half an hour or an hour or days of abject pain and suffering. I can imagine that. I've been through some of it, not like as bad as other people. And other people tell me their experience. It's like you want to avoid it at all costs. You'd give $1 billion to avoid it. People often say, would you like to have $1 billion or would you prefer to be dead? One of my mentors used to say that. There's like nobody goes, well, maybe somebody might try and do like the instrumental thing, hey, look at what this buddy would do, and I'm okay to be dead. But most people would rather be alive. So this idea that this suffering it's just a small amount of thing. When you're involved in it, it's not that small. And we only have our human perspective to do so. So if I say I'm suffering and I want to avoid it, and most human beings do, to kind of minimize it, say, it's just a short period of time compared to eternity. That's not going to faze me at all. I'm not going to go, wow, no, I shouldn't think it's suffering or I should embrace this or something else. No, I want to avoid it.
You already conceded that the 10-minute, download with Morpheus would be acceptable, and I'm saying that comparative to an extreme long period of time, this could be 10 minutes. It is from your perspective that you think it is terribly long. When we're dealing with that much amount of time in comparison, this could in fact be just a droplet.
Yes, but that's like
I feel like I kicked your ass. There's nothing you can do about it. Now, pull to refresh everybody that likes art.
What? You think you kick Rob's ass? How?
Yes, I totally obliterated him. This was like,
so you want something at the moment. I do like you, but are you like, or like extra coffee today?
this is how happy I am about my painting, people.
So
Did you paint it?
No, I found it at a thrift store. It's like,
awesome.
It's like the
Sarah found out. Sarah found out that her house is made of chocolate. So I was like really ecstatic.
Oh yeah.
So I hope it never happens to you, but please don't minimize suffering and say, but it's just a short thing. Don't worry about it. Look, if you try and conceive of eternity, then you shouldn't worry about it. This is like over-rationalization.
Neil asked for just a 10-minute simulation. Why were you okay with that?
Because
you were okay
10
with
minutes of the
because there was virtually no suffering.
Broski, what is 70, 80 years in a time that never
It's the
happened?
entire life of the human
right.
being.
Yeah, okay, but that's from your perspective.
Whose other perspective am I supposed to look at it from?
I mean, in a perspective that nothing ever, you're not going to stop having an
Some
experience.
perspective that I can't even grasp. I should take it from some other
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
From your perspective, though, you believe it's going to continue on your experience, but you don't know for certain, right?
Be happy.
So, like, Rob gives a good example. Your painting's awesome. Rob gives a great example of the drop in the bucket in our lifetime to that 10 minutes of suffering to learn Kung Fu in the Matrix, right? So it's awesome.
It's because there we have a perception, right? That's right. Like an accurate perception of it. This whole thing of like 80 years, I agree, 80 years, if I just think of it like abstractly, conceptually, 80 years is nothing compared to reality. But 80 years is the only perspective I've got. Reality I can't even perceive. So when you do this like basically almost inhuman perception comparison thing, why would this move me in any way? Should I go, wow, let me just make as much suffering as I can because it's only going to be 80 years.
There's ideas out there that were in a simulation. If it were so like a simulation, then it very well would work that we're in that training program that you presume is very long. And if, right, we're in a simulation and time is not the way that you understand it, then this is just...
Well, I think it's not the case. In the Matrix, time seemed to work the same way. Right? When Neo was fighting Matrix, they were watching from the outside.
You're making a presumption that after you die, you see presumption that after I die, we don't. And from the lens of don't, this is what I'm saying. Now, does anybody else want to take time to appreciate the painting that I sported at the thrift store today? Anybody?
How much did it cost you?
Dude, $29.99, guys.
Wicked.
Yeah, can I say something on this topic?
Yeah, go ahead. Please don't talk about paintings.
Okay, fine.
I just wanted to add, like, the point you guys mentioned earlier, are we saying is the suffering necessary or the evil is necessary? Because when we're talking about the suffering that the deer goes through when the deer is stuck inside, like, say, a cave or something, that suffering, it's somehow the inevitable part of this nature, whatever, right? But when we're talking about the evil is described as an intentional harming of something else. That's different from suffering. Now, the suffering can be part of the evil, but for the suffering to exist, evil is not necessary. So we cannot say that evil is absolutely necessary for the existence of suffering.
I'm just using them interchangeably here, okay? Is that a problem?
No, yeah, but what I'm saying is there's a definition between evil and there's a difference between evil and suffering.
I'm just talking about it because where there is evil and suffering.
Can I finish my point, please?
So you haven't finished your point.
No, I haven't. I was still speaking.
You said there's a differentiation between the two of them.
Yeah, there is evil and suffering. If there's no differentiation, why are they two different words?
Because in some cases, they are the same.
Fuck you. There's moral evil and natural evil. Right.
To the guy who said that, I'm just talking about the case where the suffering and the evil are interchangeable.
No, I understand that, but I was talking about Sella's point. Like Sella was mentioning how evil was necessary. And all I'm saying is, yeah, suffering might be necessary in this life. We may not be able to avoid the internal suffering that is the human condition, right? But evil is a concept that happens with intention. I don't think evil is the part of our true nature.
Well, I mean, the Christians think it's part of our nature.
Well, that's where they got it wrong as well.
Well, I agree, but you're going to have to convince them that it's perfect.
I don't even know who that is. It's like, okay, when people say suffering and evil, they should mean it's bad. Right? Like, suffering is bad.
Yeah, you want to avoid it. So if you could, you would not have it happen to yourself and try to avoid it for others. Huh? Most of us, if we saw somebody suffering, unless they said, no, don't help me. I've got this like greater reason we're going to try and move to avoid it, right? In like higher order animals and other human beings, typically. We're not going to just watch it. We're not going to go and add to the suffering.
I think that it's not necessary. Like, it's not necessarily that evil. Like, we have. It's more that, like Aristotle said something about like it's in our nature to want to know. Like, well, what the heck did he say? Yeah, all men by nature desire to know. That's right. And I think that's true. And that's exactly why we wanted to know, from the knowledge of good and evil, right? We're designed to want to know. And we wanted to know and we wanted to have this experience. And that makes it even more necessary.
How? Why does it make it necessary?
I mean, ask Aristotle.
Just presupposing that we wanted to suffer.
I guess Aristotle agrees with all of it. I mean, ask Aristotle what he thinks by design.
That's what he says. I mean, why would I care about that?
Why would you care about
He's just
Aristotle?
wildly speculating about something.
Aristotle's wildly speculating about something. I think it's a good speculation.
Why? No, that part's fine. I'm fine with that bit. It's the suffering bit.
I mean, even the statement that it says like all like human beings have the inherent curiosity, like the desire to know. It doesn't say inherent element of that desire is to know the evil. So like if I wanted to discover, oh shit, let's see how far I can shift with evil. I want to know, I want to understand the science of evil. Right? If somebody goes through that exploration, Hitler happens. If somebody
Do you think it's true that some knowledge requires evil?
Now, if somebody thinks, like, let me try what evil looks like, if somebody tries it, they understand it. That's also part of human condition, right? We're curious, we test it out, and then we understand it. Now, the next following part of that would be whatever you understood from that experimentation of toying with the evil, you bring that wisdom into your next part, which is maybe I understood the lesson, and maybe I should not be doing the evil. So that part is what I'm saying. Is that
you're trying to justify evil? That there must be evil so you can learn from it. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not trying to justify evil. What I'm saying is when we say evil is an inherent part of our life, that is a wrong statement. Evil is what we make of when we don't understand suffering.
I don't know what the definition of evil is.
Ignorance versus enlightenment. Just disregard everything he says. He's a...
Yeah, that sounded like
a bullshit necessarily. What his definition of suffering is, but also.
But do you not think, Rob, that evil is required for some knowledge, and that evil experiences and suffering in themselves are their own unique knowledge?
No, I mean, if God didn't need evil, then
I didn't say
in principle,
no one's saying there's necessity. That's not. Or someone saying that? Maybe. Yeah,
That's crazy.
I'm not
No. That's true because it's true that we're curious and God fulfills our curiosity by letting us understand evil. So you're correct in that, but that doesn't mean it's necessary. It's only necessary relative to the knowledge of existence. Right. Yeah. So that's the answer.
And that is what suffering is.
No. What? What are you saying? No, it's not. Or maybe confused. What are you saying suffering is?
So what I was trying to say, the necessary process that we go. Harville, can you please not interrupt? Thank you. So the process that we all go through, right, where we somehow have to go through a little bit of evil-ish kind of suffering, where we have to do something that doesn't feel right. But that little bit part that we cannot change. For example, if I want to eat, I have to climb the tree. I have to pick my hands, pick my legs, and I have to literally exert my muscles, and it's gonna hurt a little bit.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I see what you. Yeah. Then that's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah, that it would be suffering. You're right. Do you believe in evil, moral, or you think it's all from God?
Now, do I believe in evil? As in, do I see it? Do I see people experience it? Yes.
No, I mean, okay. Is evil something which God is in accordance with, or is evil in no way and in no respect in accordance with God?
I think evil is what happens when we don't understand God.
Okay, so is that doesn't even make sense. I don't.
So what I'm trying to say is like the nature of the universe and the nature of the human beings and the nature of plant, the nature of water, all these things, they all have somehow some connection, right? Now, in these connections, there are certain elements in life where we see as suffering in terms of biological sentient things, right? The only perspective we have towards the door of the suffering to the evil is our eyes, our senses.
Okay, so you're saying outside of our senses and our faulty experiences, there is no occurrence of evil. The occurrence of evil is only a confusion of our experience.
Outside of the experiences of the conscious beings, I don't think, I don't know if evil exists because
Okay, so when a baby gets raped, independent of experiences, is that evil or good?
If a baby gets raped, there's another conscious being involved. Now, if that person is intentionally raping the baby, that action is evil. Like what's?
Yeah, but okay, you're saying it's evil in virtue of the person's lack of understanding, right?
Say that again.
You're saying it's evil in virtue of the person's lack of understanding, meaning it's evil only in respect to their understanding. In reality, independent of their understanding, even if their understanding exists, you can still speak epistemically distinct about what they're understanding, not the understand. You know what I'm saying?
So, can I interest?
Yeah, please.
Yes.
So you're Muslim, or you not?
No, I'll get.
To give like a perspective, like let's move it historically, like the ancient civilizations that were, amazing, and reached phenomenal technological advancement, social advancement, but they fell. The civilizations fell because they were evil, and generations of people from that civilization and neighboring ones learned from those and developed better societies that we have right now. We have the Human Rights Charter and stuff. And I'll give an example of the Assyrians. The Assyrians dominated the Sumerians, who were like, that's where the cradle of civilization was. And they conquered all these people in very violent ways. And they even went into Persia and exterminated the civilization there and desecrated their temples and their gods and told them, that you are nothing on this earth and that we can conquer you. Because of that type of attitude, in the end, the civilization that died within a few, less than 100 years because of pressures from the Persian people in the north and the Babylonians who neighbor them, and they disappeared. And the civilizations that occurred as a result of that replaced the Assyrians, became more.
Bro, what are you talking about?
No, I'm just saying that you had a bad and evil civilization, and society or the world got to know that this civilization is evil, and so they developed new civilizations.
I don't even think you were listening, bro. You just wanted to interrupt.
How evil is beneficial.
Beneficial.
So the topic we're talking about is evil, right? So how does what you had to say just now, how is that ridiculous?
Okay, forget it, bro.
Yo, it's my brother K9.
I have so many arguments.
Yo, K9, how you doing, my boy? It's Alvin, brother. Have me back. Continue your conversation, though.
Hey, what's up, bro? Yeah, I think I recognize him.
Ken, I mean, if you like me, though, I can comment on what you said earlier.
I have a bunch of arguments for the problem of evil, so I'm gonna.
Let's. I mean, if the moderators are okay with it, you know, then
The story of Job. The story of Job explains how.
Yeah, K9, we already addressed 3. I'm not sure if you want us to tell you the 3 that we already addressed and see if you have more than those.
Wait, no, I'm Christian. I'm saying I have arguments. I call it. I think evil proves God. I have arguments for why there being such a thing as evil is evidence for God. It's evidence for Christianity. It's evidence for the Bible. You know?
Okay, perfect. We talked about these 3 things, so they have the intersection of these 3 things, right? So what did we say? Evil was necessary, right? Because we sinned, original sin, right? Okay, so it's punishment. Second, hold on. There's another reason. What did I say?
Well, that's not what I would disagree with that. I don't think that's true. That evil's necessary.
So we just don't know.
Can you repeat your position on that so I can download it in my memory bank the way you worded it again?
It's just a faith thing. Oh, is that your belief? Whose belief is he saying right now?
That was his belief, I think.
Oh, you believe that?
No. Can you repeat what you said that I was like, I agree. Can you repeat that one more time?
Okay, so evil is not necessary. So the thing is like this. When God made man, everything in that creation was within God's will. The evil is what was against his will. So let's think, what was in his will in the beginning? Adam and Eve from the very, very start had the ability to sin, but their lives were sinless, meaning it's a part of God's will to be such a creature that has the ability to sin, but does not and only does good. Because the fact that they have the ability and choose to do good makes their good works that much greater. Okay? And when man fails, the only reason he allows the occurrence of man's failure is because that would bring about for greater goods like forgiveness and redemption. Through man's experience of evil and suffering, they gain knowledge and virtue of forgiveness and redemption. And so, just to bridge the gap, in no way is evil necessary, but it's only necessary to the knowledge and virtue that comes about from it, because there is knowledge and virtue which cannot come about without evil. So it's not God doesn't make sense though. God doesn't need it. What doesn't make sense?
Just specifically the part where, like, okay, I mean, you got Adam and Eve, and these people don't have a sin nature like you do, right? So, like, how is it that they do commit the sin in the first place? They don't have a sin nature. You know, they're made perfect.
Right, because it is in the. That's a good question, bro. Because it is not sinful to have the ability to sin. Having the ability to sin is within the will of God. A creature having the ability to sin is within the will of God. Because a creature having the ability to sin and not sinning is a virtuous action. And a creature not sinning when they don't even have the ability to sin is less virtuous in the good things he does, because he literally can't do otherwise. He can only do good. So the good works become more virtuous. And another, just add on for anyone who's thinking it, when you say evil comes from God, that's analytically false, because evil is defined as what is not God. 1 John 1:5.
And that's the question. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, thanks. I was just wondering, like, I mean, maybe I miss it, but it seems like you're saying, like, I know the general picture here is like, okay, you got the God of classical theism, and then, you know, from there you derive like some prediction, or you draw some inference that, oh, there's evil. But I don't see, like, how do you?
Yeah, I'll tell you. Upon the hypothesis that there's an all-good God, you would expect the fact of the world that all virtues are produced by the all-good God. There are virtues which cannot be produced without privation, so it makes sense that an all-good God would allow for a privation so that he can produce all things which are good, because he's all good.
Okay, but privation is like...
Just to make it clear, that doesn't make it necessary, because it could still be true that God does not allow evil occurrences, and it's still true upon the hypothesis. It's simply saying that we expect it, which is also what you should do.
Oh, so you're just saying like evil is like an absence or a lack of goodness, but that just seems kind of straightforwardly incoherent to me, because, like, you know, absences do not, like, have no causal power. Okay, they don't produce anything. Like, that doesn't seem like, it's just a weird. I don't really understand.
That's wrong in every single way possible. Watch this. When you walk into a room, is there a knowledge produced in your mind in virtue of the emptiness, or are you unaware of the emptiness?
I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying.
The emptiness. The point is,
what causes?
Just listen. The knowledge of emptiness, which is instantiated into your mind upon your observation of the empty room, is something caused by the emptiness. Because if it was not empty, your thought would not be that it's empty. Your thought would be that it's not empty, meaning that emptiness caused your knowledge. So, the same way, the lack of goodness can cause the experience of suffering, the way the lack of light can cause your inability to see, and the way the lack of things in a room will cause your knowledge of its emptiness.
That's not a privation, though. You're saying that
Dark
action
of the events.
Is a privation. You said no, it's not. Here's why. So you started out by saying, like, you gain some piece of knowledge, right? That's an event. That's not nothing, right?
It's caused by nothing.
Events cause other events. Events produce effects, right? So privations are not events. Wait, can you acknowledge what I just said, though, so that we understand?
Well, I forgot, because I was trying to get my thoughts. Say it one more time. I should pay more attention to what you're saying. Say it one more time.
Go ahead.
So what it was, I think what he was trying to say was like, let me correct me if I'm wrong. Just because there is a possibility of the idea of the evil in our brains, it doesn't mean that the action is a must.
No, that's not even the point.
I can explain myself. Like, so.
No. Elliot was actually making an argument. Let him get it.
Sure.
Elliot, say it again.
I was just saying, like, you know, like, well, I think most people think of like the lack of something or the absence of something as like something that can't cause anything. It doesn't produce anything. So, hold on, can I just let me finish what I'm saying, dude?
Remember what you said. You said occurrences cause occurrences. How can a non-occurrence cause occurrence? Because only occurrence.
No, I didn't even use the word occurrence at all, dude.
You did.
You're just not listening, man.
You did.
Just listen to what I'm saying, dude. Okay, here's.
Let him finish first.
Yeah, just shut the fuck up, dude.
But you did say that.
Why is it so difficult, man?
Just no, that's what you said.
So I have the basic idea is like, okay, what is a privation? A privation is an absence, right? It's an absence or a lack of something, right? That's what it means for something to be a privation. It's like evil is a privation of good. This is kind of the general picture, but as it turns out, like, evil is like this, it's kind of this, how do we get to like an evil? How does this like even explain like an evil act or something that somebody does? It doesn't. Because acts are those are events, and events are causal things. They produce effects. Okay, this is the complete opposite of like absence or lack of something. It's just a dumb way to think about evil.
Lord have mercy. You literally have no understanding of what anyone means when they say evil is a privation.
No, we don't have to get personal.
No. I'll explain it. It's okay. Just hold on. First John 1:5. It says, "What is sin and evil is what doesn't walk in accordance with God." Okay, meaning good and evil in respect to actions pertains to how they are in the will of God or not in the will of God. You notice how I'm not instantiating a new ontology? It's just God's will relating to the action. Okay? Now, you're right. The occurrences which are evil do have being, because it's things with being acting improperly. So the being itself is good, because all of that being came from God. What's bad is that the being is not walking in accordance with God and is going against the relationship of his will to the action is negative, and they are acting in accordance with that action, and that's what makes it evil. That makes sense?
It's kind of ridiculous.
So what he's trying to say is like the possibility is there, but
I want to understand what's ridiculous about what I said. Because I use simple terms, I use very layman language. I didn't say anything confusing.
You're trying to say that good is light and evil is the shadow cast upon?
Right. Actually, that's exactly what I'm saying. That's right.
That was neat, man. Much respect.
at the same point in a different way. Earlier, what I was trying to say was when we look at the intention of let's break down the process of evil into different blocks, right? So the first step would be a thought that comes into our mind, right? Now, from the moment that thought appears to the action is done, there is so many things. Now, what can a mind think of? Proper way of thinking that K9 was mentioning earlier. Now, the ability to think properly, that's in us. It's already there in the system. It's inherent in the system. But maybe we do not think of all the things that we have to consider when we have to think about the action of the evil. Because in the thought stage, like, you could easily think, okay, so it's going to affect me, it's going to affect this, it's going to affect that. If we don't do that, if we're somehow, because of our lack of habits of thinking that way, or because of our conditioning in our society to prioritize certain things in a certain way, we're not able to do that. And those people who are not able to do that are not utilizing all of God's creation, which is being able to understand the shadow. Looking at the shadow doesn't mean that, so if, like you said, right, so if you're trying to run away from the shadow, you need to see the light. Now, is the light there? That light is there. And when it's not in a complete form, evil might happen.
I think a better way. You would play in the movie, have you ever considered it? Like getting tapping? Oh man, that's terrible. That's terrible, horrible. I think a better way to think about evil. A lot of people is like, evil is like, I don't know, a disposition or like an action or an event. It's not an absence of anything. It doesn't even
It's an absence of God's accordance with it.
Yeah, but that doesn't explain like why the rapist does what he does. I'm going to say he's not
Privation theory is to say that evil doesn't have
I'm not saying.
It's denying the ontology.
I think you're deliberately being dishonest, Elliot. I think that's sufficiently answered everything you said. But I want you to repeat it one more time. Repeat what you just said one more time. Because I want to answer every single thing you say. Because I want you to feel like you won even a little bit. I want you to stay on that for the rest of the...
I think this is like a competition. I think so we can explain it better than I can.
Repeat what you said. You said...
Like a weird motivation.
You said actions are not a privation, and that me saying it's a privation of God's accordance with it is not an explanation of why people do evil things. That's because I didn't present it as a cause for people doing evil things. It was simply a descriptor of what it is to be evil.
Everything you're saying is compatible with many theories of theistic theories of the good, where you're just saying like, God has a standard. If you're out of accord with the standard, that's sinning. Okay, but that doesn't tell you whether you're subscribing to the privation view or not, right?
Ooh.
Compatible with a bunch of other
views. Yes, it does. Because
why would you think that?
I'll tell you what it does.
If you're gonna say that, you're making a fucking completely elementary mistake.
I'll tell you why it does. I'll tell you why it does. Because acting in accordance with God's will instantiates the being of goodness. Not acting in accordance with God's will separates you from being and isolates you from the instantiated goodness which was before.
I mean, you're missing the point, though.
No.
Which is that, listen, it's my point I'm telling you that you're missing. The point you're missing is that anybody who's a theist can say, look, God has a standard, and he's saying that according to his standard, what you're doing is wrong or right. Okay? Now, you can then, on top of that, say, okay, what it means to do something good, is to partake in being. And what it means to do something evil is to somehow move away from being or something like that, right? But that's not just built into the idea that God has a standard.
Dude, are you stupid? Yeah, me talking about God's standard was because Elliot said evil occurrences have being, and how can a non-occurrent cut an occurrent?
Yeah, I mean, you do have to make
evil occurrences. That's I'm telling you the answer.
You're saying it is something.
I'm gonna repeat the answer.
It is something you have to actually sort of give us an accurate account.
Evil occurrences have causal power from their being, and their being alone. Elliot is correct. That in which they get the causal power from is what's good. In the evil occurrence, all things which have being in the evil occurrence are good. What is evil of the evil occurrence is its lack of being in accordance with what God wants. So I don't you just weren't listening.
Even a commentary on its own probably be quiet. The point is that if you're just saying that this thing lacks God's approval or is out of accord with God's standard, it doesn't tell us anything about the ontology, does it?
I didn't. The point was that doesn't. That was the point. The point was the reason that was the whole point.
So if I'm answering the question. Okay, so then all you're saying is that what makes something evil is that it's out of accord with God's standard.
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
But that's going to be true of pretty much every theist view unless there's some kind of goodness or something.
Yeah.
And the point is that don't you admit that some theists disagree with the privation model?
Yeah.
Okay. So fine.
What I'm saying is not true of only privation theory. I'm explaining what my position's view of evil is. That's all I'm doing. I'm sure other positions share things of my view.
Right, but I don't know if you even really take that privation view.
I do.
Okay, but you're just saying like the only thing that's being, it's deprived of is God's approval or something, right?
It's not only that he hates them and separates them from being. They're separated from being. There's less being present when there is evil. There is more being present when there is good. There's literally more and less being. I don't know what you're confused about, bro. Stop fucking race baiting.
Hey,
That part I think is the.
Put some respect on Sully's name.
That is. No. We just said like is the practice should be. But then the point I'm making is that like Elliot's asking you about the semantics of that because it is like semantically a strange thing to say. That like if you do something evil, your being is diminished because a lot of people are gonna think, well, look, you exist just as much as you did. Right?
And that's false. You don't exist as much as you did. You exist less. You exist less.
So I understand that's the. And then my point is just like there is more like semantic detail to sort of like unpack.
Which I added though. Right? If I added that, he's just being dishonest. I added that in the beginning. He's just being dishonest.
So like, what do you think the account is when you say like, what does it mean to say like something exists less? Like how do you understand existence as something that comes in degrees?
Being, there's less being. Everything is equal.
Like it's not a true. I know. Like what it's trying to do.
Okay, look. When you do a good thing, the presence of God is around you because that's the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit fills wherever you are. God's energies fill wherever you are. Okay? So every time you're doing, God is actively increasing of that place. There is more in existence there because of the good thing. Then when you do a bad thing, God leaves. First Romans 1:25.
Okay, so when you say being,
1:25. First Romans.
When you say being, you mean like the Holy Spirit being present. Is that? Just hold on. I assume he's not leaving completely, because then you get to like non-existence.
Well, that's how.
Like
that's how.
The point is like it's
non-existence because it's complete and completely.
So like annihilationist hell, or okay, but Converse has like basically the exact same view as you, by the way. But okay. So, but there's still like something to be said if we put like just sort of so that we can separate them for the sake of discussion. Forget about like good and evil, and just this notion of like being on its own. If this being that you have not the presence of the Holy Spirit, which comes in degrees, right? Like, what about the location in which the Holy Spirit is or isn't present, and like the other objects there that are just not the same? They're not the Holy Spirit, like things that are distinct from the Holy Spirit.
I don't understand the question. What's the question?
So the point is that, like, if I just said here's a rock, right, and this rock exists in space, and the Holy Spirit is like distinct from the rock and the space that it's in, right? The presence of the Holy Spirit could be more or less there, right? But like, what about the sense of the rock? Like, what's going on with the rock? Is the rock a being?
Right, I see what you're saying. So it's a good question. The being of the rock itself doesn't become more good because it's a new being around the rock, because the being of God is a being distinct from the rock itself. But I'm saying the being which God is, his energy, increase in presence with the physical thing. So while it's probably Catholic, so while the rock itself is the physical and distinct being, the rock exists with God's energy, and the rock can exist with or without God's energy. The same with us. When we exist with God's energy, there is more being in us. The Holy Spirit fills us and exists with us, simultaneous to us. And when we reject the Holy Spirit, we exist without Him. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, this existence without Him stuff is a little strange because
that's what Scripture says.
if being is one sort of, basically if there's one sense of being, then it seems like, for the rock to exist requires at least a little bit of this being, right? Which is basically
that's true, because the Holy Spirit is always with everyone. It's just more or less. You're never.
Yeah, so I'm. Yeah, and I guess the kind of like degree nature of it is strange to me. It always kind of. So let's say you have the being of the Holy Spirit, which is goodness, and then you have more or less goodness, right? And that's so the privation model doesn't seem to go into the negative ever.
That's exactly what it is. The privation model is just where the Holy Spirit is and where the energies are. Where the energies are, they negate the privation. Where the energies are not, there is a privation.
Like, why does God allow for there to be privations? Freedom.
Well, in the Garden of Eden, originally, it was for freedom, because the freedom for sin brings about the greater virtue of righteous actions by choice, not just by force. So, but when Adam sins, he allows the failure, because the failure can bring about virtues that couldn't be brought about otherwise, like redemption and forgiveness.
Okay. So those virtues are not imminent in the good itself. Is that right?
No, they would be.
So they're already there, right?
No, they're not there, but they're imminent in the goodness itself when they are there. They're not eternal. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Well,
if they're not eternal, then
I think God forgives eternally, but only in that sense is it eternal. I don't know if that, but the active occurrence of forgiveness is what I'm talking about. Even though God forgives, in that sense, forgiveness is eternal. The active occurrence of Him forgiving is something which occurs in time, and that cannot be brought about without evil. Because if there was no evil, what could God forgive?
Yeah, but I mean, okay. Let's take an analogy. Like say somebody gets into a car accident and you're trying to explain why they got into a car accident. Okay, and the way you explain why they get into the car accident is you say it's because it was caused by the absence of safe defensive driving or whatever. Like, nobody's gonna accept that. You're gonna throw that right in the trash, bro.
But that'd be true. That would be true. That was your point, bro. Thanks for answering.
I mean, I'm not interested in the problem with evil cases. Like, let's just take a simple one where it's like.
He got on the phone.
Alright, and we can wait a second. Okay.
No, he's an asshole. Look, and then he leaves.
Nah, man, but we're listening. If you want to finish your points, so. Well, the program, I mean, Congress is still here, and he takes his speech too. I don't know. I'm just going to give a basic example for the problem of evil, where it's there's certain situations where somebody's in trouble, and if you, at very low risk to yourself, have the ability to help them, if you're just walking by and somebody's drowning, it's very easy for you to just throw them the flotation device so that they don't drown. So, cases like that where people just negligently walk by, just don't even bother. We usually blame them for that, And so, cases where God can easily help people where He's not doing that, in very similar situations, basically, people want to say, oh well, it's for a greater good or something that He doesn't, and I don't. You could make the same sort of cases with humans if you wanted to. You could say, well, yeah, the guy, he seemed like he didn't give a shit and he could walk by, but, really, he just knows better than you do.
No, yeah, I mean, you just answered. What's wrong with that? Wait. What was wrong with that? So replace him with God.
fools are
God put that person there with the ability to save, and they didn't, right? But it's part of God's plan. Like, I don't get what's wrong with that.
So I'm not saying it's not even an example. I mean, you're changing the example completely. It's like, the point is just in the standard case, if somebody were to like negligently walk by and do nothing, we would say like, you did something bad. Like that was bad that you didn't stop and help them.
So that
I agree.
so
Okay.
that's what Rob was trying to say too, though. Like, you answered your own question because you said why, right? So yes, God created the universe, God created the earth, evolution, and then earth happened. And then now you're in a situation, you're walking by, and I am seeing that there is a possibility that I can help. Like I have the knowledge, but I'm not exercising it. Why? You answered the question, negligence. I was negligent towards it. So when God created with me, when God created me, God gave me the possibility to look at from all angles, all human instincts. And I could use all the senses. I only used my sense, like my eyesight. I saw the image. I saw what's happening, and then I'm not using anything about it. But I didn't, think about the tremble that I felt out of my heart. I kind of suppressed that. Maybe consciously, subconsciously, that's the human level activity that's happening. The negligence is happening at the human level. The negligence, it's not happening at the God level. God didn't create this universe. I know the concept of morality.
I'm not saying negligence. I'm not saying ignorance, right? I'm not saying like you didn't know what was happening, right?
No,
I'm saying negligence is like know what was happening and you like neglected to help them.
Right. So that's just the problem. Why is God the problem?
Okay, look. The point is that on the one hand, we tend to think somebody's doing something wrong in that kind of situation, right? And on the other hand, we have lots of cases where it seems like that position, where he could help somebody, and it would be a risk to him, very little cost, very little risk to him to help them, and he just doesn't. Where people are like suffering or drowning, or
how I see
all kinds of different actions.
How I see this is God created a brain with different kinds of nervous system that has different kind of synapses, the neurons, like they talk, and there are millions of them, right? So now, if God created all these possibilities, all these ways of thinking that we could do, and somehow over the year, over the conditioning of whatever the information we get from us, are we getting this information, whatever information we have, that information we get as a child to a young adult shapes how we perceive this world, how we perceive the suffering that's happening in front of us, right? Now, in accordance to that, if the person somehow uses the instincts from the beginning and works on what's available in the commons of the nature, which is science, and then utilizes its own logic and goes ahead, that person, if that person walks by, that person is definitely going to go and save that person. A person somehow who is not able to wire their brain in a way that somehow should be natural because the possibilities are there. Right? So when this happens, evil happens only when there is an error in the system of the brain, in the system of the synapse.
This is like a totally different kind of topic.
It's not, because when you look at
I don't know why you think that. Like, I think that there are people, in fact, like this happens when people are in court for committing crimes. It's like, there are people who just do bad things and they don't have some kind of neurological impairment or something. Like, I don't like, you can be a rational person who reasons well, and it's just your goals. You just have bad goals. You're just selfish, like person. Like
So are you saying so all the people who have done evil and are in jail, if they were sent to a psychologist and did like a diagnosis?
I'm not saying anything about everyone who's in jail. I'm not making that kind of generalization. I'm saying there are some people who do evil things who don't have some kind of like, brain impairment or something, who are not like, acting completely irrationally. Like they understand exactly what they're doing
And
that's the point.
things have all.
So that's the point though. The limit of evil is only till the consciousness level. It's not reaching beyond the consciousness. It's not reaching beyond like consciousness and reaching towards the metaphysics.
Okay, you kind of